The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Elite Chess is back in the heartland for the 2025 U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Anna Sargsyan is making the most of her Women's Championship debut, remaining perfect after defeating co-leader Irina Krush to jump into clear first. Three-time U.S. champ Wesley So defeated his longtime friend Ray Robson to catapult into a four-way tie at the top of the standings. 2 rounds down with tons of games left to play. Day 3 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans, it's day 3 of the US Chess Championships and battles are heating up in the newly reopened chess club. We are so happy and so thrilled to have all the chess fans attending the US Chess Championships. Fans bring a special vibe, a special energy to every chess event. So let's start the day 3 and go to the studio and follow all the action with Maurice, Yasser and Kate.
After 2 days of fighting chess, we have a clear leader in the US Women's Championship and a crowd at the top of the open section. Day 3 could change everything as our coverage of the 2025 US Chess Championships from St. Louis starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley.
Kate, wonderful to be with you and you too, Maurice. This is going to be a great day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the U.S. Championships. That round 2 was spectacular as a young 15-year-old Andy Woodward went on a tear, sacrificing first a pawn, a knight, a rook against none other than Fabiano Caruana. It was spectacular, but when all the dust settled, it was a draw. Meanwhile, in the ladies section, only one player stands perfectly. Anna, very impressive. Maurice, I wanted to ask you, what were your impressions of round 2? I know I just stole the whole storyline.
Well, actually, there's plenty of storylines to go in this event. And certainly we see that right at the top, we know Fabiano Caruana, he didn't win 1, he didn't win 2, he won 3 in a row, and everyone has him as maybe winning 4, and may he still do that. But the reality is there are other players in this event as well. Yesterday, the young Andy Woodward showed what he could do, but there's Wesley So tied with him, the former 3-time champ Wesley So. There's also Levon Aronian, who's a beast. He's an Olympic team member. And also one Sam Shankland, who had that magic back in 2018 when he won his title as well. So this is not going to be a cakewalk for Fabi. There are plenty of competitors in this field, not to mention all the youngins. Abhimanyu Mishra, for example, who really won a piece of this title.
Absolutely. Tell us the standings, Kate. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's do that. Here in the ladies section, we have Anna Sargsyan, who has perfect score and she's clear first. Clear second, Nazi Paikidze, who won yesterday against Atusa Purkashian, who really started a great tournament with win against Carissa. And then you can see a 7 or 6-way tie for the 3rd place. Irina Krush, 7, wow. Alice Lee, Anna Zatonsky, Atusa Purkashian, Megan Paragua, Tatev Abrahamian, Rose Atwell. Wow, so many players at 50%.
And in the open section?
In the open section, there is no sole leader. We have 4 players tied for the 1st place. Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Sam Shankland, and Levon Aronian.
And tell us about the format for these U.S. Championships, Kate.
So here we play 12-player round-robin tournament, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We play classical chess, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. We play fighting chess, no draw offers are allowed.
And the schedule.
Today, round 3, tomorrow round 4, and then finally a rest day for all players. Then 4 more rounds, another rest day, and 3 rounds to finish the event.
Lovely.
Now,
And
Maurice.
Who is this runaway lady in the ladies section of perfect score?
Well, if you didn't know who she was, we would have put some respect on her name. One Anna Sargsyan, who is atop the standings. She's the only player in either section standing at a perfect score after 2 rounds. And she may not be known to American players, but she is definitely known worldwide, and especially in her home country, birth country of Armenia. She is 24 years young. Yesterday, a few days ago at the opening ceremony, she picked which number? The number 1. Isn't that a good omen for this event? She's rated 2443. As we mentioned, born in Armenia, played many times for their Olympic team, played board 3. So one of the top 4 players in Armenia. You see there, 2024 is the last time she played for that country. She won a bronze medal on board 4, and she achieved the Women's Grandmaster title in 2020 and got her IM title in 2021. She is definitely a baller and changed federations to the United States just this year. The U.S. Women's Championship just got that much harder, and she's quite a cool customer, as you'll see in her interview with Anastasiya yesterday.
Could you imagine such a good start? I remember we were talking yesterday, you said so much pressure on you before this event.
Yeah, I felt pressure, but yesterday after I finished my game, I went home and then went for a walk like an hour or so, and I realized I didn't even think about the tournament, like not at all. Like I was just walking, like, you know, enjoying the weather, and since the tournament started, I don't really feel much pressure anymore.
Didn't think about the tournament, going for a walk. Since it started, no more pressure. It's the U.S. Women's Championship. It's the title that all these players come to win, but such a cool, calm, composed player as you see her there preparing for her game. And she looks just as calm as ever, ready to show what she can do.
Yeah. Welcome, Anna. And tell us about the pairings for this round 3.
So let's take a look at the ladies section. And talking about Anna Sargsyan, she's going to be challenged today by Jennifer Yu. And Jennifer, if you remember, she lost yesterday to Alice Lee. So she is hungry to come back. She's a 2-time women's champion. She is definitely going to fight.
That Tatev is not 3.5 points, but I'm looking at the Nasi versus Tatev as another game to keep a close eye on as well.
And also the youngsters, Megan Paragua against Alice Lee.
Nice. And the pairings in the open?
In the open section, we're going to be watching Awonder Liang against Fabiano Caruana. Awonder is known for being really well prepared, but Fabiano, he's pulling some secret weapons here each round.
And Wesley So versus Sam Shankland, another match of our tournament leaders. And Sam Sevian versus Levon Aronian at the very bottom there. That promises to be a nice game. And they're fighting for the title, prestige, honor, and a lot
of money, really a lot. Total prize fund in the women's section, $152,000. First place winning $35,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to 12th place $4,000. And if there is a clear winner, there's a winner's bonus, $5,000.
And in the open section?
Here, the total prize fund is $250,000. First place winning $55,000, second place $43,000, and third place $35,000. And again, all players receive prize money, with 12th place $6,000.
And let's go to the playing hall, our newly renovated playing hall at that. The St. Louis Chess Club has opened for business, as we might say, and it looks really nice.
I saw the two very good friends, Carissa Yip and Alice Lee, chatting just there before the game, always offering each other support. That is until they play each other later. Here we
business.
see, as we switch to the open section here, and I remember the players walking around a lot in this section versus the women being very much
at the board.
ensconced at the board.
Yeah.
And two former champions here, Sam Shankland, 2018 champ, and Wesley So, a 3-time champion. So just great. And they're tied for first as well. So titles abound here in this event.
If Wesley and Sam have a result in the game. I mean, how huge that would be at the very start. It's early days. It's early days. But you're taking down a former U.S. champion.
There go to two young friends I just mentioned. What are they doing over here? They belong back over in the women's section.
They're taking for a walk.
Let's just walk around. This is their walk in the park before the game begins, enjoying each other's company.
And you know, another great matchup is between Hans Niemann and Ray Robson, because if you remember, Hans Niemann, he got his queen trapped last year.
Right. That was a very... He declined a repetition, put his queen on A2, and Ray said, I think your queen's lost. And Hans said, I think you're right.
Ray not looking too happy, quite morose still from yesterday. Hopefully he got over it at least. You might start the tournament poorly, but there is that finish strong prize, by the way. So
exactly.
Don't feel like you're out of it completely. There's always something to play for here.
Early days as we get ready to start round round 3. I have the game of Jennifer Yu and Anna Sargsyan on my screen because, again, there's only one player out of the 24 players. We're still playing for the Bobby Fischer Prize, but I do not have a move.
It looks like...
now I have
Now you do.
Jennifer. Coming to my rescue with the English opening. C2, C4. And by the way, E7, E5. I do not think we will be seeing Queen B3, the Fabiano variation of the English opening. You could have all the credit in the world, Fabi.
No, I don't think he wants the credit. Absolutely not.
E7, E5. An indication of a fighting game as both players are looking for imbalances. This is how you get these Sicilian-like games. I've always liked G2, G3 on move 2, although I must confess I've also played very provocatively at times with the move knight F3, trying to lure my opponent into the move E2, E4. G2, G3.
Alekhine reverse with the tempo ahead, C4.
Exactly. G2, G3, and no moves thus far. Oh, there we go, knight F6, and I'm expecting bishop to G2. And then usually, back in my time, everybody played for D7, D5, and I remember playing Michael Tal in the Olympiad. And I was just thinking to myself, you know, here I am playing Michael Tal. Isn't this just great? I fell asleep for the first 15 minutes, you know, like just thinking, I'm playing Michael Tal. I can't believe it. Woke up and realized I was worse with the white pieces. I was like, no, that's not what it's.
What happened in the game?
Oh, that was amazing. We were getting crushed in the match, and just to secure match victory for the Soviets, they offered, Tal offered me a draw, and I was worse at the time he offered a draw. I went over to Palpenko because our great match strategy is, in case anybody offered a draw, tell the captain maybe he could parlay that into draws on other boards. But we were busted on the other boards, so it didn't matter so much. So I go to Pal, I say, Pal, and Pal's got his head down like this. I said, Pal, Tal offered me a draw. Really? What should I do? He said, well, do what you want. So I went back to the board. Michael Tal got up to shake my hand. I said, I'd like to play.
Wow.
That was Tal's reaction. His eyes just sparked open. Like, who's this young punk? You know, like, I was worse. But it's a position I like to play. I end up adjourning, and all my teammates helped me, and I won the game. And made the match a little close. It was finished 2.5, 1.5. The Soviets beat the Americans, my first Olympiad. Anyway, let's get back into the game.
It's a good memory.
It was. And C7, C6, one of the most challenging ways, not the immediate D7, D5. And one of the really funny variations, it's like a kind of a twist. After the move D2, D4, Kate, I just play the move D2, D4. What moves come to your mind?
Just to take it?
Take it. Like, Maurice, just take it.
Take it, yeah, sure.
You might think about E4, but you might think, no. But you don't like the move D7, D6, right?
Well,
it's playable.
It's playable because we don't mind if we cannot castle anymore. If we trade the queens, we can hide on C7.
Exactly. But if you play d7, d6, we trade queens, you know, maybe you wouldn't want your bishop on f8, for example. Maybe you'd want your king on e7. A couple of games that I played as white, people played this really tricky little move, bishop b.
Sorry, I'm just noticing Anna is wiping something off the table on the other side
of the table.
And people get those little ticks. I remember
They want to clean.
Jackie Beers. If
Yes.
there's anything white, is all, I'm going way back
In New York City.
to a New York City Blitz player. But if anything white appeared anywhere, any bit speck of dust, he'd freak out. So he'd
Clean
either,
the board.
You know, he'd either clean the board, or if your white piece was standing a little too close, he'd push it away, put it back, and you're like, dude, it's it's over here. Don't touch anything over here.
Leave it alone.
But watching her wipe a board that looked pretty well cleaned.
You brought back
Interesting.
memories.
Yeah, just flicked it in my brain. Jackie Beers, a name I haven't talked about in a long time. Sorry, finish.
No, it was bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and now they play d7, d6. And I thought, well, that was really crafty. If I play d5, not that I want to play d5, but they've traded off the dark square bishop, and you know, what's that? d5, c5. The black squared bishop is gone, and black has nothing to worry about. I would play knight c3, my opponent would castle, and we get a kind of a King's Indian position without the bishops. Let's see what took place, because indeed, after bishop g2, not d4, the provocative knight f3 that I spoke about, knight d4, and recapturing with the queen. Now, this is all very, very well known, knight c2 as well as e2, e3, two main moves. I happen to prefer e2, e3 myself. Idea is, if you're going to chase my knight, I want you to invest some time. Go e3, and if you go c5, I can go knight to b5, for example.
And both players, by the way, playing very quickly in their preparation.
Clearly.
So it looks as though both of them are thinking, chop, chop, somebody's trying to win today.
Let's get going, yeah. By the way, I mean, we've spoken about the newly renovated club. Let's just take a glance at what has occurred over these last 4 years. And trust me, they were very, very hard years. It's a historic building, beautiful marble from the turn of the century. On many of the floors, you'll see these marble and thick brick walls. And here you get an
absolutely
idea
amazing.
of how
I was
expansive.
so impressed when I visited it for the first time just a few days ago. It's spectacular.
30,000 square feet. We see Clutch Chess, the Legends logo there. We actually passed Clutch Chess Champion Showdown room, and now we're in the space for the U.S. Women's Championship. Again, so much bigger. Those walls, they were there. They were blocking the space, and now we enter into the Open Championship. And there's more. They're not. Are they going to make a beeline?
Yeah,
another
executive
another
rooms,
room.
analysis room for the player.
This is
a
a
lounge.
lounge.
You saw Hans Niemann actually just kind of chilling in the lounge. There should be monitors as well as snacks.
By the way, there's also, they're going to the left. They go to the right. There's an outdoor space.
The patio.
The patio space.
Amazing.
That I'm not sure they're going to show in this particular video, but the players can step outside. Right outside, straight, if you just keep going straight outside this, well, maybe they're
Direction.
right there.
This is
They're
where
There are
you get to the
photographs on
patio.
the walls, and they're so
I think
inspiring.
they're going exactly
This
where I
is
mentioned.
patio.
And here we go. Off to that patio space. This wasn't there either.
Right.
And you see the, look at the entire space, the entirety of the building, with the logos on it. And
If you want to pace and get your steps, you know where you can go.
just incredible. And there's even more coming.
Yeah.
So
still
what
doing
a
renovation.
magnificent renovation they have done as we focus now on the championship.
Is it just me? Whoever was taking the camera there, I mean, they were on like skates. They were just speeding around that, playing.
Kevin Duggan is the best in the business. Best in the business, no doubt about it.
I mean, didn't you feel like that was a speed walk that you were on just there?
And look, it was smoothly done as well, as
was
though he
gliding
was on
along.
some kind of dolly or something. So no, he just
Glide.
Just gets it done.
D2, D3 by Jennifer. Again, they Jennifer and Anna, I mean to say, they are still in depths of theory, although the number of games has really been reduced. Only 10 games from this specific position. Everybody plays E takes D3, except for those very, very few who like to toss in the move bishop b4 check. Why would you toss in a bishop b4 check? Well, you can imagine that your queen isn't completely safe on the e5 square. It might be a target, a future target for, I'm not saying it, but f4. And if you move your bishop, you have e7 as a comfortable retreat square. So in this exact position, bishop b4 check and captures on d3 are the two main moves.
There's a game I see, if you don't mind
jump in.
Me jumping in. The game with Aronian.
And the open section.
In the open section, yes. And
Wesley So, who is Levon playing
he
today?
Is playing
Sevian.
Sam.
Yeah.
Look at this position. Okay. You don't see these double pawns happen too quickly. Double pawns happen, and we might even have tripled pawns in a moment. Look at this move, queen f6, which we could just show the line. You're going a little bit quickly there, guys. The line after queen f6. White was threatening the knight on e4, but queen f6 prevents you from taking that knight unless you want to go into that line. The knight on e4, the pawn on g7, queen f6 played, and now if you take the knight, there is the move bishop takes check. You can't take back because you hang a rook. And if you play bishop to d2 instead of this particular blunder, if you play after bishop takes...
Let me try another blunder.
You try another blunder, then you still, if you take this bishop back, have to deal with the move queen takes b2 with check. So white, instead of doing this, went into the line queen takes on f6, and not taking back with the knight, but taking back with the pawn. These are good double pawns. We're not really worried about these pawns. But now white, instead of dealing with the knight on c3, played the move bishop to g2 and said, go right ahead.
Do your worst.
Do your worst on the c3 square. And knight takes. No, I'm not going to give you a rook. I'm going to play the move bishop to d2. And now the move knight to a6 played. Like you're looking for tricks winning pawn.
I'm trying to win a pawn. Knight a6, you say, has been played.
I mean, you're not winning a pawn. You're trying to get your pawn back.
Are you sure he played knight a6?
I believe that's. No, I'm not sure. Maybe.
No.
Wow, these players play really fast.
The players know what they're doing. Knight takes c3, bishop d2, knight a6. Yes.
Was played.
Wow.
And may I say, we have just heard that knight c3 was the novelty.
Right here, bishop g2.
After bishop g2, instead of something like knight takes c5 or bishop c3, then knight c5.
Knight c5, yeah.
Right?
Right.
In this position, knight takes c3 was played, and now knight a6. We're in new territory, and it's Aronian who has entered, and he is confident in his preparation. Let's continue the moves as b4, knight back, and takes on a5, knight takes c5 played. This is all prep for both sides. This is a very interesting novelty.
Yeah.
So what is the material? It's equal. So it's
4 versus 4. But the pawn structure is messed up. Wait a minute. Yeah, but the pawn structure is messed up, and white does have the two bishops. I'm thinking that I would, please do me a solid favor and undouble my pawns. I'm thinking a move like bishop b4, hoping to provoke. Nobody's. No. There are no nice people in this world anymore. They don't.
No one's going to help you.
Nobody's going to help me. Bishop b4 is one of those things that the knights are a bit goofy. They're kind of gummied up. Is this so easy for black? I mean, you're going to have to play rook b8 and b6 and in order to deal with this monster that's just pressuring this pawn.
Usually with novelties, when they're played, you hope your opponent slows down. Gets surprised, wasn't sure.
Not these guys.
Sam seems super well ready for this novelty. Knight takes
as
c3.
well.
to play bishop d2 immediately, to play this whole line very quickly. But right now, he has slowed down.
How do they match up, Kate?
Let's take a look. So the head-to-head between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian, it's 0 wins for Sam, 1 loss and 9 draws.
No, I mean, while Sam Sevian has lost a game, you go at 10 games against this formidable opponent, Levon Aronian, who at one time was the #2 player in the world, right behind Magnus Carlsen, and not by much. And you get 9 draws.
Yeah, also
You're a player.
Sam is very young, so what, did he lose the first game when he was 17? Or?
5. I got to tease Levon now. But I'm looking at the position, and it's a new one, but I have to say both players played very quickly, so I'm guessing they're still in their prep. Maurice.
Yeah, if I may, just coming over to the big board, we take a look at this position because it's fascinating. This early to see a novelty after knight e4, queen to d4, queen f6, all approved by the engine, giving a slight edge to white. The move bishop to d2. Again, a teeny tiny edge being given to white in this position. And after knight takes c3, bishop d2, the only move being given an exclamation mark. That exclamation mark means it's your only move because it's not a brilliant one. This is actually Dr. John Nunn's convention, where he said in positions where there are only moves, you put an exclamation mark. It was a very popular one he put in his books. The traditional exclamation mark means it's a very good move, a notable move, or at least a good one. Very good, maybe double exclam, an excellent move. But usually you don't give an exclam to a move like bishop to d2.
Forced.
But it's a forced move here in this position. And now knight a6 and a3, bishop a5, all we've seen. b4, knight to a4, b takes a5. And now, in this exact position, the engine hates knight a4, or knight 4 takes on c5. It thinks you should take back with the other knight, and this may be why Sam has paused in this exact moment, because his preparation will have shown that this actually is the engine-approved move. So we are here in a fascinating position where knight 4 c5 was played instead, and the engine doesn't think you need to play like this. It just thinks bring your knight out to f3, best move, and then ask black what they're going to do if you play a move.
King e7.
Okay, you want to play king e7, and now the move knight to d4.
And d6.
And if you play d6 in this position, simply castle, and it's going to be a question of the 2 bishops, this one, dark square bishop in particular, this one on the diagonal, these rooks showing up on the files very quickly. I mean, and then the knight going to b5, this pawn under attack. I'm not sure what attracted Levon to this setup, but I have to say, even with the other knight, it looked like it wasn't so great. So we'd have to figure out what are the differences here in this position. Right back here, when he should, according to the engine, have taken with this knight and leave this one stranded on this square. A lot of players would avoid this kind of play, but it's supposed to be technically the best way to play. And instead, he has played the other knight significantly worse already. And Sam Sevian sitting there wondering, what is this? I didn't prepare this line in particular. What did Levon do? Did he just forget his preparation?
Not sure. By the way, in the current position, the reason I played bishop b4 is I was slightly afraid of the move knight b3. I was afraid that if black is allowed the opportunity of forking the rook and bishop and capturing the rook, well, I'm not convinced I have an advantage. So I moved the bishop, but you were saying knight f3 is the engine's top move?
Top move. Let's go through the analysis, see what...
allowing what, to my well-trained eye, would be the loss of, even if you were to capture this pawn, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, you win a pawn. Look at these double pawns. That's a yuck, right? You just helped me develop. Surprise.
What if you take with the king instead? Okay. Place the knight on d4 and the rook on d1.
Got you.
So let's do that at pace.
Do this, for example. Here, thump.
Rook on d1.
this rook to d1, doesn't matter. I was going to go king e7. So my setup with black is to put the knight on c5 and the bishop on d7 and say, okay, you gotta, everybody's pawn structure is a bit messed up.
Let's continue with knight d4.
Knight d4, knight c5. Yep. So far, so good.
Now I'm just wondering if I should challenge your knight.
Can I do something like a6?
A6, yeah.
Oh, that's saucy.
That's saucy.
Bishop
And the
takes.
idea is what you're trying to do. Rook b8 runs into, and this is not what I bargained for when I put my king
Because now
on
my rook is on the
e7.
7th rank, and
And
this
I
is great
lose the tempo.
competition.
Very nice.
No.
And the knight can go to b5. Very nice idea.
So I would probably have to do something a little bit more cautious, I should say. Maybe knight c5 right away. Again, rook d1.
No. Now that Kate showed me that idea, I'm playing knight d4 first.
Knight b4, rook b8.
And if knight b5, you're going to go a6 yourself. Or are you just going to give me the pawn?
Well, I was thinking, I'm hoping to trade it, actually. I agree the knight is kind of nice there. By the way, is your knight weirdly...
I mean, what if I go rook b5 instead of knight b5?
Possible. Perversely, is the knight trapped on d6? Sometimes you get your knight to really great squares and you can't get him out. No, you got rook b6. Apologies. So you were saying also rook b5, another move.
I'm considering doubling the rooks, or I have some knight c6 jumps. I don't know if it gives me anything, but I can keep the knight there.
True. I was going to play bishop to d7 on my following turn, if you allowed. Something to think about. Let's just put this game on.
Really saucy. And the thing is, you make this big point, something to think about, because he probably notices your idea as well. Knight b3
is my threat.
And the engine might say that the best move is knight to f3, but as humans, we're thinking, why give up my dark square bishop?
That's
when I
my
don't have to?
compensation.
You could even play bishop to c3, gaining a full tempo,
Right.
and then bring the knight out.
Exactly.
And if that's what you want to avoid and give no opportunity, that's just a straight tempo, and then move the knight, right? So
Exactly.
that's something he's going to go into a deep thought and think, wait, did he move? Doesn't seem like he did something, but...
Sorry, I want to get away from this game if you don't mind. I'm trying to get to the Mishra game. Where is Mishra?
Swiercz, here we are.
Here we are. There we are. Okay. Whoa, this is a weird game. What
Just looks
has
like a
happened?
Nimzo Indian.
Okay. So Rubinstein variation, Rubinstein Nimzo, E2, E3. The great Akiva Rubinstein popularized this way of meeting the bishop to b4 pin. Akiva's idea was to bring his knight to e2 and only then play the move a2, a3 to avoid the double pawns. No problem, says Dariusz. I love double pawns, don't we all? Knight e2, knight g3.
Did you say that facetiously?
Facetiously. I mean, these are top grandmasters. You see Levon doubling his pawns. Everybody's doubled pawns. Where's the novelty here? Because this is a very unusual looking position to my eyes. Why do you play the Mishra? Knight f6 to d7. Aren't we taught, bring out your pieces, don't move the same piece twice? If you had asked me...
Black wants to attack on the f-file, right?
Well, if you had asked me, I would have told you the knight on f6 is very well placed.
Very well placed.
And so you move it. Say what? That's a novelty. Let me just bring that particular position up, and let me just ask the salient question. Lots of things have been
E5
played.
is the most common moves, and that's what you want to do, right? You got rid of the dark square bishop,
C5.
so you want to put your pawns on the dark squares.
B6, very, very sensible. Queen E7, knight D7, sensible. Knight C6, sensible. All been played before. Even the crazy-looking knight H5 has been essayed. Don't ask me why. That might be a scholastics game. I don't know. But knight F6 to D7, that is very, very peculiar. Maurice, I'm going to toss it over to you.
Well, we are living in the age of AI and engines and ideas that are generated by players often come directly from what they see their computers tell them, top 3 moves, top 4 moves, right at home. And in this position, knight FD7 is considered the second best move by the engine. The move it prefers here is the move C5 as the #1 move. But if you play the #1 move that players are already prepared for and deeply prepared for, you don't stand to surprise them and win games. So instead, knight F to D7, with this eventual plan, the position I'm going to play the best moves according to the engine. This one, the knight to C6 instead of looking for C5, bishop D3, and F5. That is a separate plan that can be played. It looks like Mishra has prepared exactly this. And it's just the modern age we live in. A 16-year-old like this young man has never known a time without engines, didn't know that one day humans were able to defeat engines. Well, he might know, but it's not, those days are like dinosaur-style age, when we could prepare and hope our players would be surprised and didn't have the same ideas that we did. Well, nowadays, this is the state of the art. And so he knows the plan. He's walking around. He has no doubt surprised his opponent, as you see right there. Dariusz is sitting there thinking for quite some time. No news here. Nothing unusual. Just some good old engine prep.
The crazy part, if I was in Dariusz's shoes right now, I would think I'm playing against an inexperienced player who doesn't understand chess. I would play the move castles, and what we have is knight A5 on the board. And to my eyes, all I need to do as white is play F4 and E4. And I got a free attack, didn't cost me a cent, not a pawn, nothing. And do you remember that game with that Nepo? I think it was from the candidates, because rook A2, it was a real cheeky rook coming all the way across the second rank. This is a position like out of a Samish. So I would be thinking in Dariusz's shoes that I got the game on tap. F4.
F4
and E4 if I could.
They're just saying it's all equal, no big deal. We're going to play the move knight to B6, which I have really bad memories about.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do.
Yeah, I played in Budapest in 1997. Lost to a Czech player. I don't remember his name. Yeah, it was not fun. And all I know is that my knights got caught heading over the wrong side. I got blown up everywhere else. But here, the engine's already saying black is slightly better.
Go for the
Good luck with that. What do you want to play here? E4? E4.
Knight takes the pawn.
Do your worst. Knight takes here.
And something like rook A2.
And rook A2, you're down a pawn, but looking for some compensation. And it just gets worse and worse as far as the engine is concerned. It doesn't believe you at all. Like, just your attack is not going to go anywhere. You've got the center, breakthrough. This pawn is the stalwart in the position. You need to figure out how to break through.
D5, if you don't mind.
Yes, Seirawan, just giving away pawns. Who is this man?
Historian. I'm a headhunter. I keep telling you guys.
Well, the engine doesn't believe you still. Second pawn.
Take on F5.
Taking on F5 here. And now bring a queen over into the sector.
Nothing, huh?
That's another pawn, by the way. It plans to eat. It's the Yasser Seirawan Pawn Grubbers Club, and the engine is a star member.
It's teaching us how to grab the pawn.
Just doesn't believe in the attack.
Wow.
Very solid position for black. This bishop is not in the game. The other pieces are not quite coordinated yet, as you've been sacrificing, and black's pieces are perfectly placed. So this is not a line that Dariusz wants to go down.
Okay, 1 second, Maurice. Can we just go there to queen F6?
Okay.
If I go knight H5, give you that pawn and go F6.
We're going to
munch.
Whoa. I didn't mean to do that. Let's go back.
Let's be brave.
Take. And the move F6 in this position, and G6.
G6 has to be G6. You wanted to follow up with something like rook F2 or something like that? Rook on A2 to F2.
Yeah, let's go rook, because you can never capture the knight. Then I have bishop H7, and
it's not interested in taking your knight. It's just bringing pieces in the game.
So now I have to bring up the heat.
The desirable move is F5, but then he might take the knight.
You play here, we're taking it.
Yeah.
Queen takes.
What's your threat?
Take the bishop. You will see.
Well said.
Well said, way she tries to sucker us into variation. I think I'll stop the mate.
Stop the mate in 2.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, the engine actually says you're not down as much as you think you are in this position. I mean, at least what it looks like. It plays bishop here. It just comes back, and it just keeps taking stuff. It just
amazing. If you go back just a few moves, instead of the move f5, we go back exactly to this position. Knight g7 with the idea of f5.
Oh my goodness.
With the idea of f5.
All right, I'm not going to use my brain at all. I'm just going to keep going.
Knight e3. Okay.
And you're down -3 here, by the way.
I believe
we will have
that,
no pieces to attack.
Let's be clear,
Okay.
everyone. This is a position that Dariusz has not seen, did
That's
not
for
suspect.
sure.
The novelty is dropped on the board, and the youngster has played this against him. It's Abhimanyu who he's playing, right?
Yeah.
So it's not Awonder Liang we see there walking around, but Abhimanyu Mishra.
And there you see Dariusz saying,
And Dariusz is thinking, is this kid for real?
what have I walked into?
You are playing this line with knight a5, just completely ignoring what to all our eyes, forget what the engine says.
Right.
To all our eyes, we know this position is all about attack, attack. You push. You bring your pieces over this side. Pawns over here, whatever. You can have them. This is well known to be the standard plan for white. You can have, usually it's this pawn that dies, and whatever. White's just going to blast open the position. You have the two bishops and go. So he's sitting there thinking, this is supposed to be that way. But the kid already knows. He knows it doesn't work.
He knows
it just doesn't work. And I'm just going to go after your pawn, and I have you shut down in the standard avenues of attack. And there he is, as you see on screen.
Mishra taking the stroll.
He's strolling around calmly,
getting inspiration.
prepared.
Okay, I think it's time to check in with Fabiano.
Let's do it.
What is happening on his board?
For those of you joining us late, in the open section, we have a four-way tie for first. And our defending champion, Fabiano, is going for his fourth consecutive title. And he is tied for first with 3 other players. Fabi is playing, he's, okay, hold on. It's not a Rosalimo. It's a C2.
It's an Alapin.
Lapin.
Yeah, with knight f6 instead of the normal d5, which equalizes in a sort of boring-ish way.
Right.
Knight f6 is a little bit sharper.
Bishop c4, bishop b5. Again, all very, very standard play. Wait a minute.
I played this at the Olympiad for black.
You have.
Last round, and I won.
Nice.
Good memory, too.
Good memories. Okay. Is this all standard, Kate?
Yes.
Knight c3. Tell me when things go a little bit off the rails. King e2. Let me just check this, because again, Awonder is walking around like this is all part of his games prep. And let me, yep, still a lot of games, 48 games. The expected moves include a6 as well as e6, and I think they're more or less a6 is the preferred.
This is very equal, 73% draw rate.
Okay, so the idea is after a6, rook d1, I've got white setting up a nasty little trap, right? Please play the move rook to d8. Whoop! Verrassing, surprise. I guess black has to castle. That's the only move. And now we have knight d4. And again, lots and lots of moves. It just flashed through my eye, that knight d6 was playable. But the problem with knight d6 is that the very desirable move, rook takes bishop check, is not playable. Because just think how strong that move would be.
I can play bishop c5 to defend.
The rook would be hanging.
But I can play bishop c5 even if I gave you that move.
Kate, we're going to be pausing for a commercial break.
Yes, and we're going to have a commercial break. Let's get into it.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back, and we're gonna head straight to the game of Wesley So and Sam Shankland.
Two former U.S. champions squaring off. Both players tied for first at 1.5, and both players played very, very quickly into an advanced Caro-Kann variation. And castles, this is all standard stuff. King B8.
Novelty.
Novel move. And, you know, at first blush, I tried to get some kind of a feeling summation for the game. Kings on opposite flanks. I love these games because it's sort of like it gives you the freedom to go crazy on one flank of the board. And after the move King B8, I'm thinking to myself, isn't Wesley the first out of the gate here to go after Black's king? It's not that easy now, especially with a king on B8, to coordinate ideas of F6 and G5, which is definitely what you want to do. Probably you preface it with a move like Knight G4, but I'm thinking from Wesley's point of view, Wesley's got Knight to C5 on his agenda. He's got B4, B5, and maybe even A4, A5.
It's not just first out the gate, because you have many Sicilians where white is first, but Black's position is durable.
Right.
And Black's counterplay is clear. Black has a C-file. Black is maybe looking to sacrifice a rook on C3. And you know Black's play is coming. B5, B4 is coming.
Right.
You see it with clarity. It's first out of the gate, and I don't see with clarity what it is that Sam gets with this move king to B8. As you mentioned, it looks like it's a loss of a tempo almost. I do see he gets off the line of the C-file, but B4, B5 is coming anyway. So here it comes, and now you're on this diagonal, and then Sam made an additional waiting move with king to A8, and the engine hates his position right now. Now, just because the engine hates it doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. But looking at this, I'm thinking, but what's your play when it's just give me what white's going to do? There's no question what white wants in this.
No, just throw the pieces forward on the queen side, perhaps queen B3, perhaps knight A4. I like the move queen B3 just because I don't know if I'm going to play D5 or not, but I've got it in my mind, especially with the king on A8, that when I crash through with a knight to C7, ooh. So I'm thinking D5 takes with the bishop, takes, knight takes. So first let me get my queen off of the D file. So D5 is on tap, knight A4, knight C5. And then it comes down to whether or not it's impossible for you to play F6.
Could you room me for a second? I want to follow your idea. Okay. What if I play D5 right now, before you play
B4? Just go for it.
You suggested it. Let's see what the sack looks like.
Let's go.
Takes. Bishop takes.
Now, I would be very reluctant to take.
No. You have to take. You're forced to take it by definition. But actually, you can't, right? Because knight takes picks off your bishop. You just lose this bishop on E7 anyway.
Right. I don't think we have to take on D5. After you play D5...
You don't have to take. I just want to make sure we show this line. You should not take on D5 because that's a losing move.
Probably in a position like this, though, this is why you could see I would maybe want to move my queen first. So rook takes D5 is a possibility now for Black. If my queen were on B3, well, I'd be playing moves like bishop G2. Whoa.
Just keep making a couple more moves. Let me play rook C1 now.
Rook A1.
Did Wesley just get up from the board?
Yeah, he just played
He's
move
played
b5.
That's a very logical move, those breaks.
So
and if knight takes, pawn takes, and now press pause momentarily because the bishop controls the back rank.
If we do capture the pawn, knight to
The
e6.
knight comes.
So I got 2 minor pieces for a rook. Still some initiative, right? I mean, it's
Just
not
curious.
Yeah, it's not.
There's a great imbalance, and
Yeah.
White's got that knight on a6 on h6.
A little.
Happy for us.
But my idea was when you play d5 immediately, I just go knight g4. I will ignore you.
And invite the
d6
pawn.
position?
Yeah, I
come-
take on e5.
I
There
think-
is a pin.
I think your queen's trapped, though, Kate. Whoop. Followed by whoop. You don't want to. You didn't want to go to c7, but the queen's trapped. You had no choice. You're walking into d6, unfortunately.
Okay, and that's a
Could
problem.
you sign my score sheet? I'm an autograph seeker.
Okay, but we have b5.
Yes.
Wesley played b5 immediately, wasting no time.
Yes,
Which
but
is
so
very attractive. Blast open the
pawn-
queen side.
Why did
By
Sam
the way-
play like this?
Now
the
d5
way-
is really pretty.
Yeah. You talk about downhill. Now it's a snowball effect. If you're forced to play c5, you got issues. Wesley says, "Look, when I capture playing bishop b5,
Oh my
I've got
goodness.
initiative, a big initiative."
Okay, so knight g4 again.
Okay, let's see.
I think we have to get
Yeah,
this,
you got to get your
this move
pieces
there.
into play. Come on.
Whoa,
Queen takes.
Takes. Oh, you had something. Oh, you wanted d5. Sorry, what is it that you wanted here?
No, I just want to.
Oh, hold
I
on.
just
Knight
want to
g4.
understand what we have. So the knight is on g4. What is the
take it.
purpose of this knight on g4?
Well, I
You
want
don't
to-
care. You just want to
I
go.
wanna go.
My idea is that you can also take on e5 instead of recapturing on c6. But maybe that's too risky. But
No.
kind of getting into the
Oh,
pin
that's
on the d file.
hyper risky.
Wow, your king has no cover, right? Wow. Whoa, but you do have some
So knight
counterspiel.
f3, discover attack.
But I
they
wanted to
match
play
up?
queen a4. That's why I said hold. We're having too much fun with this position. First, let's
And we
get.
need to take a look at the head-to-head score of these players.
Exactly.
I'm going to guess Wesley has a good score against.
Wow, 4 wins, 0 losses, and 13
Good
draws.
guess.
Wesley's feeling good in this match.
Sam Shankland matches up badly with Wesley So, but many players do. B5 on the board.
So
That's
b5.
a challenge.
This is what I was saying. If knight g4, I'm not going to play d5 yet. I'm just curious. What do you have
G4.
against?
Nothing.
Against
Queen
queen
A4.
A4.
Nothing. That's a beautiful move to set up everything. I mean, again, I see White's play is so fast.
By the
Okay,
way,
so if I go c5 now, you don't have knight a4.
D5.
Okay, now I can take on e5.
This is the idea. Yeah.
I think
Boom.
I'm surviving
That would be.
or thriving.
I don't know if that's true. For example, again, I see the queen f3, knight takes c4. You do have a5 suddenly. Just a
Hold on,
moment.
back up.
Let me
up.
just see
C5
this
is a
one.
very nice move. It compels me to play the queen back to b3, which
But
may be a loss of a
then-
tempo for me
But Maurice, why are you reluctant
to just take,
to take?
because I feel like I could get more. But I hear you. I hear you.
Let's go.
Okay, let's take on e5.
I can't believe that black will survive the onslaught here. Let me take that. Let me get rid of
Okay,
it.
I have to take the queen.
And take a queen.
Ooh,
and
Yassers.
take a rook. So now that king is mine. I want to go knight to d4, bishop to e2, bishop to f3.
That's a lot of moves.
I know. It's
And I just need to get my bishop to h3. So let's start with bishop c5.
bishop to c5,
And I want to
Okay.
take on f2 and play bishop h3.
knight to d4. So I want to play the same as before, bishop to e2 to f3. I've sacrificed my queen for a rook and a bishop, but my real goal is to get to the king.
So rook d8.
Is that move legal? I didn't even realize that move was legal. I thought there was a back rank issue. I guess it's
No, but I
True,
take
not
on
true.
B1, and then F2 square is always going to be weak for you.
Okay.
Oh, you capture this
Okay.
way.
You take and back, yeah? So again, let's pause our analysis because we've reached that stage in the show where we like to check in statistically who's got the best chances of winning. Kate, take it away.
According to our in-house statistician,
In-house.
Ben Underwood. So let's take a look
Our-
in the ladies section.
Proprietary information here.
So pre-tournament chances to win, Carissa 29%, Alice Lee second, and Irina Krush third. But let's take a look what happened after the first round, because Carissa she lost. And Irina Krush got to the first place with 30.7% chances to win. But guess what? She lost in the next round against Anna Sargsyan. So Anna Sargsyan, 41.5%.
Wow.
That's huge.
Wow, even though it's so early in the tournament. In the Open,
In the-
40% after just 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And it's her first tournament, first US Championships. Fabiano Caruana in the Open section, pre-tournament favorite with 24.8% chances to win. Wesley So second and Levon Aronian third. But after first round,
Yeah.
we have a change here.
Fabi won a really nice game.
So he got to 42.5% chances. That's really huge, but he drew in round 2. So let's see how it is after day 2. It's still Fabiano leading, but now with 34.7%, Wesley So with 25.2%, and Levon Aronian 17.3%.
And our surprise Bobby Fischer leader. There's only one player out of the 24 players that has a perfect score and could potentially fatten the bank account with a 5-0 start. That's Anna.
I'm curious if she's
Sargsyan.
looking at the chessboards or if there's art, because there's beautiful art on the walls. It's always inspiring. There's Bobby Fischer. I loved to be just looking at those photographs during the event.
It is photographs, and in this particular case, it's the
just the
games.
games.
She's looking at all of the games. In fact, she's got the same position you've got on your board, the big board. She's looking at all the games. She doesn't have the engine bar telling her who's balanced, who's better.
Yes, I got fascinated by this position, of course. There's so much you could look at here. B5 was actually not the engine's top move. Hard move to resist, in fact, after the move king to A8. This move, the engine thought, and it was annoying me, I wanted to put a rook on B1, this square right here. But this bishop kept annoying me. Well, the engine said, it's easy to solve that problem. Just play bishop back to D3. That's a weird move still, even though you would like to put this here. It's logical once you see it, you're like, yes, I really wanted to do this, but why do I need to necessarily play this slowly? I was, in fact, thinking at some point I would sack an exchange on B1, and maybe that would work out. But the engine said, no, you don't have to do anything fancy. You should play like this. Now, that said, B5 is one of the top moves as well, and the engine thought you should take it. Or knight G4, it starts to settle on
played
as a move. And was it played?
Yes.
So knight G4 is actually
on the board.
in the game. Now, the engine wants to chase this queen. He doesn't want to take on C6. He wants to chase it here, and then take on C6. Now, the point, if we just back up to knight A4, you could play the move queen to C7, and now it wants to play rook to C1 and create this pressure along this line. So all the pressure is still over on this side of the board. I imagine a move C5 would be a bit challenging and something has to be calculated. It wants to play F3 to chase the knight backwards and then move the queen out the way. So it's not like a rock'em sock'em attack is taking place. In fact, white is just doing the basics, break through, see what happens here, and challenge black to figure out how to continue. So,
Maurice, if you go back to knight G4 and how we are looking at the Yasser, how much misguided were we in our variations?
You mean after capture here,
Yes, now I took
take on E5.
the engine actually loves this position for black after knight takes on E5. And if you, I think you took here and queen.
I did.
Queen takes is confirming, queen takes
Yeah,
is best.
and I sacked
and if you
my
sacrifice
queen.
your queen here, the engine says, no,
I'm not getting it.
not quite. After this move, rook C8 or even G5, feels like the pressure is too fast for black, having mobilized all the pieces. Not so easy to play this position for an attack.
Gotcha. Bishop D3. That somehow, yeah, that
No, we don't want to play it.
I wasn't on that path either.
Yeah,
No.
bishop d3 in this position. But it likes b5 also, so it goes back and forth which move you would play. So let's take a look at another game.
Yeah, let's go maybe to the ladies section. Nazi Paikidze against Tatev Abrahamian. We will see. We have King's Indian there, and Nazi is eyeing some sacrifices.
Okay, we have a King's Indian with H2, H3, a favorite of Levon Aronian, and somehow D5 and H3 reminds me of a Petrosian variation, but not a popular choice to play both of those moves. Normally you would play knight f3, d5, but bishop e3. Let's catch up with the two players. g2, g4, which is the entire purpose behind the move h3. You want to play the move g4. Why? Because in most lines of the King's Indian, Black's counterplay is based on the move f5. So it's sort of like you're nipping the counterplay in the bud before you even considered that that was going to be on your agenda. h5, g5, the most combative moves. Again, from White's perspective, White is thinking that I will make an en passant. Also, this bishop on f1 can sometimes be a problem piece. So maybe there's an idea for White to play the move bishop h3. Castle, 90.
And I'm being told that short castle was a novelty for Black. Tatev prepared something at home.
You know, the fact that that can be a novelty is really surprising because it looks like one of the most logical moves.
You just castle.
You castle. What's wrong with castles? Tatev asks, knight e2, knight c5, knight g3. And this is an intimation. I don't know if it's a threat or not. It just basically says, you know, I'm eyeballing a potential sacrifice on h5, bishop g4, an attempt to shut that idea off completely. If I play f2, f3, doubtlessly the bishop is being chased
Because
backwards.
also, if Black doesn't play bishop g4, if we move it back, White is threatening maybe bishop e2, and then to capture with the bishop, to sacrifice the bishop and keep our knight on g3, maybe to go to f5.
Maybe to go to f5. Okay.
That attack looks scary.
Bishop to g4 it is, and we have caught up with the players. I see from your eval bar on your monitor, the engine considers the position balance,
But
which, by
engine
the way,
always prefers White in King's Indian defense.
by far, which is an indication that the engine isn't so enamored with the position, with White's position, Nazi's positions. Maurice, I'll toss it back over to you. What have you discovered?
Yeah, as much as I like hanging out with you guys at
Yeah.
I was transfixed by another position I was very curious about. This one between Dariusz Swiercz and the youngster Abhimanyu Mishra. We saw this unusual way of playing with the knight f to d7 idea. And after some thought, after knight a5, rook e1 is what Dariusz decided on. And Abhi came out with a move that struck me as very ambitious, this move queen to h4. Now, of course, we saw he could play knight b6 and go after the pawn, ignoring that attack. But this is also a good move in the position. The knight, the queen on this square is going to be assisted by a knight coming back to f6 with the idea of going knight g4. Who told you you could attack on the king's side? We're supposed to be White attacking on this side of the board. It turns out that if you try to shut this down with this move, he will play this move, knight to f6. And now you just got to take a look over here because you cannot play h3 with the knight sitting on the g3 square unless it's via sacrifice. And in fact, the engine gives rook a2, knight g4, and knight back to f1 to guard in this position. And a very funny line, if you play knight back to f6, the engine says, we'll just take a draw right now, if you don't mind. Let's just do that. I'm sure that's not on anybody's bingo card, excuse me. But queen h4, the knight is over on a5, the queen is over on h4. My hand is not even in the screen. It's so far apart, these two moves. The lack of cohesiveness of Black's pieces might be getting Dariusz hot under the collar. What are you doing? You cannot get away with all this. But again, the youngster is not at the board, and I want you to inspect the clock times. 1:24 for Black, 54 minutes only for Dariusz. The kid is super confident in his preparation, and according to the engine, he has every right to be.
Wow, Queen H4, didn't see that coming. I was expecting white would be the expansive power, so to speak, in that game. Just looking at the game of Carissa, by the way, everybody's pre-tournament favorite. I mean, again, Carissa coming from last year's U.S. Championship where she starts 8 out of 8. Excuse me, that was boss play. She has started very, very poorly this year's U.S. Championship, and this is something, I mean, you guys are the teachers. You guys have the students. I hate what Anna Zatansky is doing right here, right now. A minute or two ago, what did Carissa do? She captured the knight. What are you going to do?
Recapture. Or think and then
Or
recapture.
think and think and think and think. And that you got another move? Do you have another move, Maurice?
Let me see.
A3. Doesn't work.
And is Anna at
Castles.
the board?
Doesn't work.
Maybe
Maybe she's not at the board.
she is,
Oh,
and she just captured.
Queen
She
takes.
listened to
But you know
Yasser.
what I'm saying. You know, like, come on, play
Same
fours.
move, much faster.
Faster, much faster was better. Knight F3, I have noticed in top level chess that the French defense is making a remarkable comeback. We are seeing top players in the U.S. championships. I mean, Levon has really embraced it, and we're seeing it more and more. At one time, E5 just overwhelmed everything. Everybody was playing Berlins, Joko pianos, even Petrovs. Everybody moved away from the French defense, and nobody knew why. Why did everybody stop? It's like mass hypnosis, you know.
Well, it's funny because I remember Vishwanathan Anand, we're talking about the French defense with a group of us.
Yeah.
And Vichy, who's a pescatarian, said, when I see the French, I just see red meat.
like wow.
And he just went all in for winnowers and just went after the French.
Right.
To crush it. But
Right.
nowadays, you might have to think it's more like lobster or
something,
or guppies or trout or
clam
something.
chowder. I mean,
it ain't the same.
It's not the same.
It ain't
red
the
meat.
same red meat that it used to be.
So what is it that Anna has to do here? Her queen's under attack. If she retreats to E7, she is inviting the attacking bishop G5. If she retreats to H5, that might look a little attractive. But then on the other hand, the queen is a little bit...
How do you feel if I play some H3 and think about playing G4 in the future, trapping your queen?
Even something like this and G4, right? I mean, just to get in that, what you're thinking about is this bishop H6 is coming, doubling up on the G. Look at me, I'm sacrificing pawns, headhunting here,
Yes, I'm
headhunting
so
there,
impressed.
over there, attacking which way ever I can. Clock time's big advantage
Carissa is playing
for
so
Carissa.
fast, but she's known to play fast when she kind of hits that spot that she knows what she's doing. She's active, she's attacking, she's developing. And Anna is known to play really slow.
Especially in the openings. For those of you joining us late, in the matchup between Carissa and Anna, what was really stunning is how one-sided it is. You might say, well, Anna's the veteran, so she probably played a lot of games against Carissa when she was too young. It's the other way around. Head-to-head is in big favor of Carissa. Knight F3, big challenge for our veteran Anna Zatansky.
And Yasser, I have this list of novelties from VAR, and I see that in the game of Alice Lee against Megan Paragua,
Let's go there.
Alice made a novelty with her rook C7 move.
Okay, let's jump to that. So it's one of those Zucker-Tort,
Wait a second,
slow,
good. We have it switched.
Slow play by white. Megan favors these types of lines. I've seen her playing them in the girls' championship, where she really had an outstanding performance. Whoa, bishop C1, that's not on my bingo card. I was expecting moves like bishop to D3 and getting ready to soften up this square with the move knight E5. Bishop C1 And
Rerouting the bishop to this diagonal.
exactly, queen d6.
No move for you.
Stops the bishop f4 food and bishop to d3. We're up to date with the players. But
And there's this orange bubble, again, for the move bishop d3. The engine does not like it.
And this was the novelty, rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
What was the previous way of play? In this exact position, queen c7 as well as knight e4 were the theoretical moves.
Rook c7 is not a natural looking move.
It isn't.
Yeah, I mean, where is your rook going?
How do these two match up with each other, Kate?
So the head-to-head between Megan Paragua and Alice Lee. 0 wins for Megan, 1 loss, and 1 draw.
It says 0 draws, no?
Oh, sorry, 0 draws. So they played only one game against each other.
Exactly.
Probably at the junior championship.
We have reached that stage of our broadcast where we take our first break, and we always like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what the special is. Well, stay hydrated. Support the World Chess Hall of Fame with these double insulated aluminum water bottles. Will keep your drink cold for hours. It's available at online at qboutiquestl.com, or please do come in person if you're anywhere near the Central West End and check out all of the possibilities.
And now it's time for Stump the Commentators. So what is the question today? How many combined US Championship and US Women's Championship appearances does the 2025 production commentary team have? Yasser, Maurice, Katerina, and Var.
Well, I only have 1, so I'm not contributing
You're
to
not
that
the big contributor.
much at all. Yasser,
I got to go with a big number.
I think I
VAR
have
has
5.
played in a lot
do
of
you
number.
have?
I have no idea.
You have no idea, man.
VAR
You
played
treat
in
it
a lot.
You're so casual about it. You don't care.
have
VAR
no-
does have a lot. It's
VAR.
got to be one of those. What, Katerina?
The
you-
30s.
I think I have 5 or something like that.
See, I have more than 5, and you're not even sure. Yeah, I'm
so-
thinking the 33 number. 41 sounds a lot.
Okay, so everybody thinks about it. We will go on break, and as we go to break, Yasser took the
Don't be
opportunity
looking.
to sit down one-on-one with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Take a look, and we will be right back.
Fabiano, welcome to our interview. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Dude, you have had a winning formula 3 years in a row. What's the winning formula?
I don't know if it's a formula. I struggled to win after my first win in 2016. I struggled for many years, getting close sometimes, but never quite making it until 2022, where I think I did benefit from other players not finding their form fully, and I kind of coasted at the end with a bunch of draws. But the last 2 years, I think I just played really, really well, and I don't think that I gave an inch in both of those events. Just my form was there. So maybe it's because I really care about the tournament, I really want to do well, or maybe it's just circumstance. I think we'll find out. I hope to do well again this year, but it's never a guarantee that you could have a great tournament, you could also have a disastrous tournament, and it can also come down to some finer details, some circumstances, some small things in the tournament that you don't
Beyond
even
your control.
you don't even realize
Right.
beforehand.
I still remember you telling me the story of your, I think you tied your first with 3 rounds to go in the US Championships. You scored 2.5 out of a half out of your last 3 games. You're like, give me the first place check or at least a tie break. And then it was Sam Shankland who won his last 3 games.
I couldn't even be too upset about my performance there. I mean, I
You
had a
gained
good
rating
tournament.
points.
Yeah, it was 2018. It was like my best year for sure overall,
Right.
in terms of my overall chess playing. And I did lose a crucial game to Zviad Izoria. But besides that, I was playing well.
That's
Just
not great.
Sam played exceptionally well.
Yeah.
It was impossible to keep up. I mean, we were tied 3 rounds ago, and he just won his last 3 games. And I had a perfectly good final 3-round performance, just
Right.
wasn't quite enough. And then I got teased a bit by Magnus because we were playing a match at the end of the year. But I don't even think I can be too upset at that one.
What was his tease?
I've also never won a national or Norwegian championship or something like that. I've never won a national championship either.
Nice. Last question, I'll let you go. Former trainer, Bruce Pandolfini, is going to be inaugurated into the Hall of Fame. Your thoughts about working with Bruce, and maybe a shout out you'd like to share?
Yeah, I had heard already a few months before that he was going to be inducted into the U.S. Chess Hall of Fame,
right,
which I think is very well deserved. One of the most legendary chess trainers, especially in the U.S., portrayed in the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, which was a childhood movie for me. And as a kid, I think Bruce was also very pivotal. I mean, when your early trainers that in your most formative years are super important. It's not a guarantee that you're going to be super strong, but to have that initial really good push, it helps a lot. And Bruce was a wonderful trainer. I see him on occasion. I saw him in New York for the World Championship Rapid and Blitz. He was there. It was really good to see him, and I'm glad that he's going to be coming back to town, and I think he just really deserves the honor.
Absolutely. Fabiano, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck on your journey trying to make it 4 in a row.
Thank you.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Visit Mo.com.
Welcome back to the third round of the U.S. Championships. And we have a question to answer.
Absolutely.
So the question was, how many combined U.S. Championship and U.S. Women's Championship appearances does the 2025 production commentary team have? So I'm picking C, 33.
Me 3.
So when you ask a question like this and you put two numbers that close to each other,
it's a guess.
It's got to be one of the two, right?
Okay.
Since you two picked C, I hate following behind you. I'd rather be wrong than join you two. So let's go with B.
Misery loves company. What are you talking about? You said 41, by the way.
Wow.
You got away.
Yeah, so you psyched me out. You said you only played in like 10.
I didn't realize I played in that many.
What the heck?
19, you are off 9 championships.
You were off by 9 championships? What the hell?
I didn't play that often.
19. You probably embarrassed. You only won it 4 times. You were America's
That's
#1 player for
shameful.
so many years, bro.
That's shameful.
Wow, but we have Anastasiya, who is with guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
That's terrible.
Thank you, guys. Yes, here we are in the studio together with Tom McLaughlin, the chairman of Pinnacle Contracting Incorporation. Hello, Tom. Really happy to be here with you.
Well, thanks for having me.
And I would like to ask you about your involvement in the renovation of St. Louis Chess Club. It's such a great moment today. We are here. We can celebrate a little bit the fact that the club was reopened.
Well, it's been an exciting ride to get here. It's been a lot of people working a lot of hours, and it's been a year and a half roughly to have this come to fruition. So it's good to see everybody here playing chess now.
Exactly. We are in the middle of U.S. Chess Championships right now. And could you please tell a little bit about the company?
We're commercial general contractors, and we also we do a lot of renovation, historical renovation in St. Louis. There's a lot of buildings that go back in the late 19th century that we've been able to work on. And we really enjoy working with our clients, become a team member with them and the design team, and address the issues that these older buildings can, possibilities that they provide to go look for the answers. Every corner and every room in a building like this, it's actually half a dozen buildings all put together to try and create one facility has really been a challenge. But our company has done a wide variety of work. We do new buildings out of the ground, we do tenant finish, but a lot of renovations of this nature as well. So every job, we try to bring something to the table. We have a lot of engineers on staff, and we try to use our knowledge from one project to use on the next.
Yeah. Let's speak a little bit more about the club. I think we went through the first phase only at this moment, and perhaps we can also check a little bit the building and speak about it a little bit.
Well, the building really is half a dozen buildings that have been grouped together, and in the pictures you'll see a lot of thick masonry walls separating the spaces, and we had to come in and create several of these new openings to get the flow that you can see how the camera's going from room to room, and several of these openings didn't exist. So now it can perform as a chess tournament area.
Yes, we go directly to the chess tournament right now. Yes, we
go
can
into
see
the tournament
players
there, and also downstairs, the open playrooms and the classrooms that these buildings provided these spaces. So you can see right there at the end of one of the walls, and so.
How challenging it was actually to keep some old parts of the building and to combine it with some new parts?
Really, most of it is old. I mean, there are, like down where we are now, there's some new walls infilling, but upstairs, most of the walls are all old, with the new addition on the north side, which is all brand new curtain wall, and that has allowed to have a connection of all the rooms on the outside connected into one main corridor, and that's really, I think, going to be well received long term.
Yeah, did the Historical Society has been involved?
We didn't have a lot. To the best of my knowledge, I'm sure HOK, the design team, spent time with the city. But as you know, the front side, the facade on Maryland Avenue and Euclid have been remaining the same. all the changes on the outside were done on the north. So this look from the street, you can't tell anything was really done unless you peer through a window.
Yeah, I mean, you have so many different rules, even more rules than we have in chess, I think. Nothing can be changed without permissions, and everything should be under control. What is going to wait for us on the phase number 2?
Well, phase 2 is going to be exciting. On the west end of the building, there's going to be a dining restaurant, a new kitchen, bar area there, and lower level is going to be more entertainment. And the upstairs is some offices and back office space. And then on the other east end, there's going to be more playrooms and that type of thing, classroom space. So
very exciting.
The major part, phase 1 was the bigger piece, but we now have the phase 2 to finish up the next few months.
Yeah, this really looking forward to see more and more. And I know that your company is also involved a lot in charity connected to the club, and you also participated in the golf tournament, which took place on the 6th of October, just before the opening.
Everybody gets lucky, so I was lucky enough to grab some good partners, including my son. He's now president of our company, and he's a decent golfer, and he had a couple of friends join us, and so we made a few putts, and were able to win that. But the chess club really, year after year, puts on a great tournament, and it's well received. They bring in former ball players to play on each of the teams, and the staff just does a great job. Everything Rex and Jeannie get together on, and you see it when you walk around the club, that everybody just pulls in the same direction, and they really enjoy what they're doing here. And they're fun people to work with, and really, on a job like this, there's a lot of challenges, and everybody, has a good attitude and trying to end up with a good result. And the golf tournament was no different.
Yeah, I hope you will also participate in the Chess Corporate Championship one day as well. And thank you so much. Because of you, we have, and efforts of many people, we have such a beautiful club for all chess fans around the world. Thank you so much, and hope to see you again.
Well, thank you. And good luck with all of your interviews. I hope they go well and the tournament goes well.
Thank you so much. And time to go back to the games.
Thank you, Anastasiya.
Indeed, our big thanks to the contractors. They've done a great job.
Yeah, it's not about chess players. They would never make this building this beautiful.
Exactly. Maurice, give us around the tournament hall perspective, if you don't mind.
And the perspective of the club, let's just get back to that. Brilliant job that they've done, and there's still some more good stuff coming. They've really outdone themselves with the club. But let's get to where the players are playing in that club right now, and we get the big board. As you can see, white actually is the one who's pressing on many of the boards. A slight edge here for Nazi Paikidze. Well, King's Indian, the engine usually gives a slight edge. In this one with Jennifer, that was against Talia Cervantes. Jennifer Yu is playing against the leader, Anna Sargsyan, and we can see a slight edge here for white as well, coming out of that very interesting English opening. And knight a6 played, looking to go to the b4 square and then to the center of the board. Now on this board, we see Carissa, the defending champ, two-time defending champ, in fact, a bit of an edge against four-time champion Anna Zatonsky. And other boards, Talia Cervantes with the lead against Prokosyan, Irina Krush against the youngster Rose Artwell, and the young Megan Paragua not really doing a great job against the other youngster, Alice Lee. But now if we could go to, I messed that up. My apologies there. We're going to have to fix that, if you don't mind switching for a second so I can get this right, Tom.
Okay, I am going to pick up the action in that Nazi Paikidze game, if we don't mind, because what I saw with this move A4, I was kind of reminded of the game Irina Krush has won with Alice Lee.
Alice Lee, American Cup, right?
No, here. She sacrificed the piece for the pawns on E5 and F5 and went after Alice's king and won a magnificent game. Now, I'm thinking that Nazi wants to play knight G3 to F5 takes, and those two pawns as compensation, you go queen H5 and F6. Maurice, are you back in town?
I am back. I am back. Sometimes you just press the wrong button and the things happen.
I know how that works.
Now, we saw some interesting games with little edges for black. For white, sorry. But we have some games that might be more or less even, but fantastic fights. But we will see the clock times in these games. If we go to this one with Wesley So against Sam Shankland, and Wesley went into a deep 22-minute think in this game right here after the move king to a8. We saw him play a very quick b5. But after knight g4, realizing there was a sacrifice coming on e5, he had to give some real thought to this position and finally decided, I don't believe you. That threat of taking on e5 will not work against this move. His point is, if you were to try to now take on e5, he's got this move a5 he's flicking in, and your queen has nowhere to go. It has to back up to this square, but now suddenly b6 you get hit with, and your queen once again in trouble. Notice the pin on this line. If you back out with the move queen to c8, well, guess what we're going to do? a6, and you can have anything you want because there's just nastiness landing near your king. We could just go through this line after takes, and now obviously queen takes loses your queen, but king takes is not much better because more sacrifices are coming after this takes on this square. Now we'll just pick off a piece, just wait, and that king there looks like
queen b3 coming.
You're going to die after queen to b3 check. There's some knight a4, knight c5 checks, all kinds of nastiness. It's just calculating mate in 10. Do your worst to try to let the game last a little bit longer. It's not going to work. So a4, a very dangerous move. Don't touch this pawn. Sam did not. He played the move queen to a5. And I think it's Wesley on move here, now having to study this position. So this one is just like Tempest in a teapot and everything getting ready to explode. Now, if we were to go back, and hopefully I didn't do anything crazy. All right, there we go. A little too fast. This position is an interesting one. We saw Abhimanyu Mishra play the move queen to h4 about 30 minutes ago. Actually more. Before, when he played this move, his opponent, Dariusz, went into a long think. 28 minutes and 21 seconds, in fact. He is down to 32 minutes on his clock. It's only move 12 when he finally played f4. Move 12, 32 minutes and 25 seconds to make 28 moves in a nondescript, okay, it's an interesting position on the opening, but 12 moves, you spend over an hour in a position that's going to blow up sooner or later. He's not going to have any time to think in this position. He has definitely put himself between a rock and a hard place as far as the time is concerned. The other boards, we see some interesting happenings as young Sam Sevian is not doing too badly in this game against Levon Aronian, but a lot of time still to go, except on that board where Abhimanyu Mishra is looking to win his game. If he can, he's continuing his non-losing streak at least. I think it's up to 69 after the last two. Imagine playing 70 chess games and not losing a single one. Everybody in the audience is going, not me, not me. I'm going to tell you, not me either. That is insane. As I think he's looking for 70 in this game.
Exactly. Thank you, Maurice. I'm speechless. I just don't understand time trouble. It afflicts Dariusz and Anna Zatansky, and it's like there's no cure. There's no cure. I mean, they just love burning time. That's it. And I guess it's because they're unsure of themselves. They don't carry a high degree of confidence in their moves because f2, f4. That's just such a standard-looking move, and we've been. I didn't think it was necessary to include the move rook e1, but you have to play moves like f4 so you can play e4 and open up the position. I'm looking at the game between Hans and Ray at the moment. That looks very balanced. That's a Petrov defense, and the action is really that Wesley So versus Sam Shankland game. That game, as you say, is ready to blow up if it hasn't already after this move. Queen a5. By the way, I thought that move was a very good move.
Yes, I mean, you need to stop that pawn from coming forward.
Absolutely.
So the best way to stop it is just to place your piece there.
Blockade it. But that also begs the question, if the queen is so well placed on the a5 square, should I be thinking about playing the move bishop d2 in order to threaten the move knight to d5 to chase it away? And in case you play a move like bishop b4, you were mentioning, Maurice, that you want to play rook b1 anyway. Just give that exchange.
But you have to be careful here, Yasser, because
Yes.
knight d takes e5, and your bishop on d2 is hanging.
Nicely spotted, yes. Knight d takes e5. Yep. That's,
You know, I was wondering that, yes, in this position, like, why not to take on c6 for white instead of bishop d2? Finally, we can disrupt the pawn structure.
Yep.
This is
Takes,
the best
takes.
opportunity.
Takes. I agree. I'm not a big fan. It's this knight on e2 is in the way. We would love to play a move, for example, like queen f3 here. It's just we're kind of jammed up at the moment.
Probably have to play something like, you know, queen c1, just getting away from the d file.
Okay, queen c1. No, knight takes e4, f6.
Really?
Trying. Well, the thing is, Black's king is already blown up. You know, there's no going back. Maybe Black is thinking, I should try to blow up the white king side and play for the move e5 and try to get my own play based on bishop c5, maybe on a good day, knight b6. So I just threw out the move f6 as a...
I think it's a reasonable move. Pawn breaks are necessary to get in lines. It's just that you feel like somehow white might conjure up a break that's more devastating given the exposure of the king already. And it looks like
we have a
Wesley
move.
did move in his game.
He did play.
He did take on c6.
No choice in this matter. Sam Shankland is going to recapture that pawn on c6. And then, like you say, you played the move queen c1 to sidestep. Knight takes e5 makes perfect sense to me. I was playing bishop to d2, and I followed it up badly after your bishop b4. I should not have played the move I played, which was queen b3.
And we will for sure come back to this game, but I
Sure.
wanted to take a look at the game of Jennifer Yu and Anna Sargsyan to a little bit understand what's happening there, because the engine prefers white slightly, but prefers white. But on first sight, it seems that Black's pieces are flexible. So how do you feel about this position, Yasser?
For me, I love White's position a lot, actually. And I thought it was an interesting contrast between Jennifer's position and Irina Krush's position, because bishops are like magnets. They're drawn to the long diagonals, and I love Jennifer's bishop on b2 as well as her bishop on g2. If you don't mind, I just compare for a moment the game of Irina Krush and Rose Atwell. There you see this bishop on this long diagonal. You see this bishop on this long diagonal, except you've got two pawns on the d file that are clogging up White's otherwise very, very beautiful bishops. But our tournament leader, Anna, I thought has played very well in terms of bringing her knight. This knight on b8 is now heading to the d5 square. And if I'm White here, I always look at the position and I try to understand what are my trumps. And pawn structures really help us form our long-term plans. To my way of thinking, Anna has a queenside pawn majority. Jennifer has a kingside pawn majority. What do I want to do with my majority? I want to push him. I want to play the moves rook e1, h3, f4, e4, e5. Yes, I understand I have issues at the moment, but I want to use my majority. And I like what Jennifer has done with her bishops. And to my mind, it would be a very, very natural to play h3, kick that bishop to a lesser square, and then play knight f5. Like, I'm going to play a bad move for Black. Well, I don't know if it's a bad move, but I wanted to play like this for just a moment to show what my ideas would be. I'd love to bring a knight to f5. I'd love to play the move e4 and g4 and f4 and get those doggies rolling, knight f5. So I think that this is what Anna is facing, and she has to find a proper setup for herself.
So
Take it away.
since the knight on f5 is
so good,
I'm wondering if I wish to then capture the knight on f5 with my light square bishop, or if to kill it immediately with the dark square bishop now.
Okay, your choice. Takes. Yeah, taking with the pawn.
Then I have a blockade on d5.
Yeah, and I've got something. I've got the e-file and I got the e5 square. My inclination would be to recapture with the bishop so I could keep that diagonal open.
Okay, so I go knight e6.
Yeah, and I work so hard for the two bishops. I'm going to keep them in my pocket.
Maybe knight g5.
Knight g5. Whoa. So I told you I wanted to push my pawns forward, and you're encouraging me to do that. You know,
Well,
I can
want
resist.
to play bishop h3 and trade.
I can resist everything but temptation.
Oh, you will go immediately like this.
Of course. Let's go. Let's get those guys going. Push, push, push.
Okay, knight g e4.
Knight g e4.
Now
okay.
I'm looking at some b5, rook d2, by the way.
Okay.
I'm not scared at all.
No. I'm going to play bishop takes f6, e3, e4. And like I said, I'm working with my majority.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to go back. Go back with your bishop somewhere.
There's no, I'm just looking at knight g3, but that's probably...
Knight to g3? And giving up the two bishops.
And another knight take g4 with some queen.
Whoa, that was weird. Somehow I got... So, I don't know. I like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, h3. I don't think you should sacrifice.
Yeah, okay, so bishop f5.
Bishop takes f6. Ooh. Can't take with the knight. That would hang the bishop. Can't take with the queen.
This is ugly.
And if you take with the pawn, I wanted to go g4.
Okay, no, this is very good for white.
Yeah. So, like I said, the basic idea, I think, from Jennifer's perspective, is to go and use her kingside majority.
Mm-hmm.
What's happened, by the way, is your trump, the queenside majority, has been strangely silent.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you haven't gotten a chance to use your trumps in the position. Clock times.
Because the problem is anytime I also push the b pawn, there is a c6 weakness.
Exactly. Makes it a little difficult to do that.
Time-wise, Jennifer, you has 47 minutes and Anna 58.
Okay, so some challenges for our current tournament leader at this moment. Although she does have, for Jennifer, she's a time trouble player too. We've seen Jennifer go down to seconds. In fact, her clock expired yesterday against Alice Lee, but her position was so bad, it was a small mercy that she lost on time.
Could we jump back to that game
Please.
between Wesley and Sam?
Oh, yes.
I'm just curious if he had decided, did Wesley, on what his next move should be.
And he did play Queen
C1.
Yeah. So, oops, excuse me. Captures. We left it at this point. Queen C1, Rook B8. That's a strange looking move. Rook B8. What does that move do? I wasn't even coming to the B file. That's a strange move for my eyes.
I think he may be trying to shore up that side, given that the attack is coming, and ignoring his own attack. Maybe his other rook will go to C8 as well, but
this other rook will come to C8, yeah?
It's not that he can necessarily play the move C5 himself, but maybe just shoring up that side will provide him with some sense of stability. He also can plan for what looks like a knight B6, knight D5 siding.
Okay.
That he'll have extra pieces on that side as you try to mate him.
Right.
He brings everybody over there. You're not going to switch sides, it looks like, and play on the king side?
Right. Well, for me, my problem as I see it is the knight on C3 is actually pretty lame. I would love to play moves like knight B5 and knight D5. I think this move, rook D1, is a preparation for D5. If you will, I'll just take that move that was just played back. Okay, so rook B8. I was thinking that this knight needs to go to a better place. F3. Go back. Just humor me for just a moment, so that I could at least put my knight to e4, maybe on a good day, bishop to d3, and put some pressure on that pawn. That was not what Wesley had in mind. Wesley has played the move rook d1, and I'm guessing he wants to play the move d5. I like what you just said. Bring
d5, queen c5 is a response, isn't it? You have
You
have a quick response to that?
Yeah, queen c5, your mate in 2 is a serious threat, as is queen takes c4, so d5 is completely shut out. And you also mentioned that you might want to play knight. It's not an easy play for Wesley at the moment. I like his position, but his pieces are, the bishop on c4 is a little weird.
Yeah, that's the problem. I would love the bishop to get to the h1 a8 diagonal, right?
And
that
the
would be
e2
perfect.
knight is in the way.
Where does it go?
Yeah, exactly.
F4 knight, F4 bishop, and the c1 queen is in the way of that knight. So pieces are in the way of each other and are stumbling a little bit from what looked like a big advantage for him. Doesn't seem as though that's the case anymore.
Yeah, he's still working out the kinks in his position, as he doesn't have that free play that he would love to have. A lot of challenges here for White to drum up the
Very
attack.
tricky position.
And where would you like to take us, Kate?
I have some novelties here, so maybe we can go back to the game of Fabi.
Yep.
Because VAR is saying that Awonder actually, yes, let's go back to the move knight c3.
Okay. The move knight.
c3 for white.
I don't know what number you're...
13, or, sorry,
I think it's
15.
actually 15. Okay, so after this is... So in this position, there are two well-known moves, e7, e6, as well as a6. So Fabi chose a6.
And here we were looking at rook d1 instead of knight c3 back.
Right.
And a long castle, and saying that this is the main variation.
Right. And so what we saw in the game, however, was knight c3 novelty.
Yes.
Okay. Knight c3, knight takes c3.
So it's allowing to disrupt the white pawn structure, but it's gaining some time.
Yeah. Castles, c3, c4. And it's funny, it's these little niggling, little endgame that players are trying to achieve, these minute little endgame advantages. So, for example, bishop to d8.
Which seems like the most natural move.
Very natural move.
Problem.
So we're going to
take
munch the rook. You're going to munch the rook. I'm going to go check. Now,
don't go to c6.
Don't go to c6 and lose the bishop.
Get checkmated. Rook e6.
It's mate. Oh, we have to show that. That's a very... Oh, that's
picturesque.
A sweet, sweet checkmate. Then the pawn on c4. Oh, that's really, really pretty. So I was thinking king c6, king c8, pardon me, c5, and I'm just putting some moves on the board. You might think, oh, I'm just trading everything down for an easy draw. I'm not so sure that this is actually what Fabi has in mind. This could be an ending that goes south immediately. Like this could just actually even just be lost.
He's not going to trade. He's going to play bishop c7.
No. And so check, king c8.
King c8, c5, and bishop c7.
And bishop c7 and f4, right? How do these two match up, Kate?
Let's take a look. So the head-to-head score between Awonder Liang and Fabiano Caruana, it's 0 wins for Awonder, 0 losses, and 4 draws.
Excellent score for Awonder.
Fantastic score. Wow.
We're talking about number 3 player on the planet and a world championship candidate, and this youngster has not lost a single game to Fabi?
Yeah. Now I remember it. Awonder and I share a passion. We like chess. So we play match play against each other, and we play and we put ourselves on Zoom, and then we play games. And I was, asking him how he was doing. He was going to the University of Chicago, and and I said, "Well, how's your chess?" And he said, "Well, I was very, very proud of myself." He had played in a U.S. championship on the black side of a position against Fabi, where he was worse. and he fought his way to a draw. And he said, if I can hold that position against Fabi, I was feeling really good, like I can play. I can play. And it's those confidence builders. And 4 draws against Fabi, well, you know, I mean, there would be a lot
you could do a lot worse than 4 draws against Fabiano Caruana.
There'd be a lot of people saying, I'd like that record. By the way, Fabi recognizing that there's a little bit of a space issue. Move F7, F6. Let's get rid of this pawn on E5, or at least maybe trade and give my rook the open F file. I like F6.
I got to think this move, you say it's a space issue, but I think that if you play bishop D8, you're fast-tracking your way to a draw.
That's another thing.
And Fabi's saying, I don't feel that I'm worse. I think I'm okay. So why not just create an imbalance? Maybe I'm creating a weakness on the E6 square for myself, but it's not that serious. Let's just keep playing. If you saw Magnus play like this, you'd say, yeah, he's trying to grind this one down. And I think the same thing is what happened with Fabi. They've drawn 4 games. He doesn't want to draw another one. He is down on the clock by 16 minutes, but it's not the kind of position he has to worry about time whatsoever.
All right.
And let's have a quick commercial break about an upcoming event, and we will be back in 60 seconds.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, music director and creative resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
And welcome back, and we will head straight to the game of Hans Niemann and Ray Robson and look at a novelty that Hans Niemann made in his game.
It was a variation of the Petrov defense. Now, again, a lot of games have reached this exact position, and Hans chose a move, bishop f4. f2, f4 had been the way that previous players trying to keep some advantage in the position for white. After bishop f4, we saw a trade and bishop d7, and Ray is asking a salient question. Do your worst. What are you going to do to get some kind of an advantage? I tell you, Maurice, I think you were an e4 player. The Petrov defense has terrorized e4 players for so long. How do you get an advantage against the Petrov?
I think the new way they started playing with knight c3 early on.
Right.
Created a little something. But people like Nepo and Fabi have been neutralizing Petrovs for years and years and years. And Petrov is absolutely uber annoying to have to play against. And this one looks like one of those
uber annoying moments.
Good luck winning this position. They're going to be there a while. We're probably not going to be looking at this one again for the next hour and a half.
Where else would you like to
if it lasts that long, by the way.
Let's go to the women's section and the game between Talia Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian.
Okay, I'll toss it over there. And Talia against Atusa. And this was the ending. I kind of refer to this as a Tigran Petrosian ending because it's in this ending that I attributed Petrosian, and I never understood this for black, never, ever. You go h7, h6 here, the bishop has to go back to h4, then you play the move bishop f5. If you play the move bishop f5 early, I get to show you right now. If your pawn was on h6, the move h5 has no threat.
Right.
But because you didn't play the move h6, you're forced to include h5, and that becomes a potential target for White's pieces, right? Knight could come to f4. Where was the novelty here? Because
so the novelty was move knight c8 on move 14 right now.
Knight
c8. The
c8.
main move is long castle.
Well, that's a good reason. You just
hiding the king.
Yeah, and
borrowing from Sam Shankland's book just to hide the king even further away.
let's see what the current position is after knight c8. What did Talia do? King f2, knight e7, bishop h3. I like it. e4. Okay, so White finally got in her break, but is it an advantage that can bring something serious? For the moment, I really like the look of this bishop on d6. For example, I would find myself drawn to king g7, rook d8, maybe bishop c7 and bishop b6. Just reminding White, I'm the one with the two bishops, and you've opened up the position.
But I may be going for some king f3 and g4.
King f3, yeah. Ooh, sorry, it's black to play, right? King g7.
So let's go king f3.
And if you're going to play g4, maybe I should hang over on the king side with my rook for a moment. Rook d8. Yeah.
All right, and I'm going to wait to rook d1.
Rook d1.
Just finishing development.
Always a good idea. Finish your development.
So you're stalling too, just waiting for me to play g4.
Well, it wasn't that I was waiting for you to play g4 so much as I thought that d4 was my source of counterplay, that I wanted to play bishop to b6, maybe on a good day, double rooks, and on the d file. f5, I think, is too early. You know.
So I go with g4 now.
G4 now. Okay. Munch. Sorry, you do take with the bishop, yeah? And how does this one play out? f5.
I have to take with the pawn.
Okay, and again, I'm just...
Yeah, maybe just helping black open the position. Black has a pair of bishops.
And the question usually is, whose king is more vulnerable? You could play bishop takes f5 and maybe make an argument that the black king on the g file, you get to play h5. I don't know. It doesn't feel like Atusa is going to be too worried about this. Maurice, I'm going to toss it to you over there. What do you have for us?
I had to jump over to the big board because some stuff that just is going on is insane. First of all, one that's not so insane, this position right here between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian, there have been two big things in this game, one for each side. As you can see, they're 46, they just were 46-35 exactly for both sides. But it came in different ways. Early on, Sam had a big think in this position back here where this move was played that was not supposed to be the correct move. The engine said the other move was correct. He stopped and thought in this position for 26 minutes and 28 seconds before playing the move rook to b1. It's a lot of thinking for such a small shift on the board. But he played for a while here, and now he just continued to develop, and they both played very quickly up to this point right here before Levon realized, it's not so easy to play this position. Maybe by now he's thinking, did I take with the right knight on c5? Because here he stopped and thought for 35 minutes and 22 seconds on one move in an hour-and-a-half game. Okay, 30-second increment, but 35 minutes sitting at the board. You got to have a lot of patience as a chess player where your opponent is sitting there thinking for 35 minutes. You got to walk around. You think, what am I going to do? Let me look at some games. This is what I'm going to eat for dinner later. No, I should be focused on the board. 35-minute think before finally playing the move b6, which is a massive concession because you undouble these pawns on this side of the board. But the pressure seemed to him to be so great along this line that he said, I just got to deal with this issue. After b6, a takes b6, rook takes, and now another trade on b6. And here we see that, again, this position has simplified on this side, but leaving a weak pawn here. White has the two bishops. Black's pawn structure is not one that you would write about in books. at least not that you want to have, as white is the one with all the pressure, can play for rook b1, start targeting this pawn immediately. So Levon in a little bit of trouble in this position. But this is not the game that caught my attention as much as it was this bad boy. Look at this chessboard, 4 pawns abreast. We have to go back to this moment right here when there were 2 big things. This one, 31 minutes before the move, rook to e1. And after queen h4, f4, another big thing happened to play rook a2. But now e4 played, knight g4, knight f1, bishop a6. And this board is on fire. You get what you want. I'm after this pawn. Black is just about developed as the rooks are connected. And after e takes f5, this is the position we have right now on the board. The engine's saying just take back and it's equal. Triple zeros, no big deal here. Why are you so interested? 103 for black, 23 minutes for white in, sorry, it might be triple zeros, but all of us pulses would be racing in a position like this one that is ultra sharp. And could he actually be thinking about taking on c4? I mean, you got to take on f5. Why is he even thinking about this position? That pawn is a pawn that has to be killed. But guess what? He has over an hour to look at it, so he's just patiently looking at the position. Is the unbeaten one. 69 straight games without a loss, Abhimanyu Mishra, and looking for his 70th game now, but maybe this time with a victory potentially brewing in this game. I mean, this is madness on the board. What do you think, guys?
Well, I just hate time management.
I would be worried with 23 minutes on the clock when I see my opponent has 1 hour, queen on h4, attacking my pawn on c4. I mean, the engine may say it's equal, but practically speaking, I don't feel very comfortable as white.
Tell us what you really think.
Exactly. No, bad management. Speaking of bad clock management, we expect that from Anna Zatansky. Sure, she's in time trouble after 12 moves. But Carissa kind of joined her in this French defense. Remember after queen h5? It was like Carissa went into a deep think here because you had mentioned h3, king h2, g4 ideas. I thought king h1, g4
and
ideas.
I like your idea, king h1, to kind of wait for black to castle kingside and then launch g4.
Well, Carissa couldn't make up her mind and decided, you know what? I'll develop my bishop. I'll decide if I'm going to play g4 at all. And Anna said, wait a minute, my queen's kind of stranded. I better play the move f7, f6 before g4 becomes a real threat. And the players have gotten...
By the way, Yasser, you know how much time bishop d2 took?
How much?
36 minutes.
Wow. I don't know what's going on in the minds of the players here because bishop d2, I mean, again, h3 was very, very reasonable. Bishop f4, bishop d2. And I think the move bishop d2 actually is a prelude for a surprise playing the move b4, because now that the rooks are connected, a
there's
takes
no
b3.
en passant that's dangerous.
Exactly. So bishop d2 on the board, and I'm going to toss it back at you, Maurice, this is a very, very slow developing game between defending champions.
Yes, but this one is not between these two past champions in Wesley So and Sam Shankland, excuse me. This position, we had mentioned, he played this move, and I had said, well, I solved why he did that. He's playing that so he can play rook to c8, then knight b6, and then knight to d5.
Right.
Seemed logical, like that's a sensible way of playing. The engine says, yeah, you should play rook hc8. That's the point of the move, Sam. You played your move, and we all agree that's what you should do. And Sam said, nah, I changed my mind. I'm going to put my rook on d8. And the engine said, well, that's not a good move. That wasn't even the reason. It looked like you played the move to put the rook here, but maybe that's what it was. And now Wesley found exactly the right move in the position. Get the bishop off this square so that there's no tempo. A beautiful move, by the way. A little bit counterintuitive. But yes, remember we said you wanted the bishop on this diagonal, not on this one. But then knight b6 came, and suddenly we get our little orange bubble there. And the engine hates this move, And right at the moment, no move yet in the game. But the reason why, and what's really fascinating about this position, is the entire gravity of the position has shifted, right, to this side of the board. Everyone's over here, including white's pieces, and suddenly the engine says, guess what? Let's attack on the other side. Trade off the dark square bishop. After all, you've got weaknesses on dark squares. Your pawns are all stuck on light squares, so this is a bishop I actually want. If I can trade those pieces off, you're going to feel that positional pressure for a while. Here now, if you play a move like f6 saying, I disagree, I'm not going to let you do that, well, we'll just capture. Then we'll drop the bishop back to eyeball your queen. But very importantly, we're actually after this piece. This knight is about to be picked off with the move f3. And what do you do about it, given that there's another threat of knight d5 picking off your bishop? And suddenly your position collapses, and this is major trouble for black. So knight to b6 on the board. Will Wesley find bishop to g5, in this case, start accelerating his advantage in this position? And if he wins this game, given the way the other games are going with the leaders, he's playing a co-leader right now. That would knock him back. Fabi doesn't seem to be doing much in his game against Awonder Liang. And Levon Aronian is on the back foot against Sam Sevian. Wesley So, the three-time champ, might be looking to add another U.S. championship title to his mantle. Well, of course, it's a little early, but, you know, we always like to project.
A little hyperbole doesn't hurt. I like the move bishop g5 a lot because, in fact, Wesley's dark squared bishop, in my view, kind of stands in the way of the knight. Like the knight on e2 is looking to jump forwards to the f4 square.
I am so impressed with the move bishop a2. Like, that's a move, I don't know if it would cross my mind. I understand the bishop is misplaced, but I feel like I want to put it to f1 g2. And just,
desperately, yes.
And just removing it to a2 to say, okay, it's not going to happen. You have to just resign that dream and just move it away so you can free up that c file. I think this is just such a strong move to find.
Yeah, and the funny part is now that the bishop's out of the way, somehow it induced the move knight b6. Knight b6 is an empty move. The engine really didn't like the move. And I believe Wesley has found the move bishop g5. Let me just make sure of that. I'm just going to refresh my board. Bishop g5 on the board. And by the way, you didn't follow up, but that's also a nice point. If you capture on g5, queen takes g5 suddenly shows up, and that's a very, very disruptive sudden attack going on here on the king side. So I think this move, bishop g5, has been underestimated by Sam Shankland, and a very, very important game between our tournament leaders.
Yasser, maybe we can jump into the game of Fabiano Caruana, because he's a pawn up. I'm not saying it's the most beautiful pawn in the world.
That happened
but
fast.
It's an extra pawn.
Ah, yes. He played the move f7, f6,
Caruana,
and took it.
So Awonder did not play f4, did not capture on f6, and just said, you know what, take that pawn. It's a doubled pawn. I'm going to pick up the pawn on e5 anytime I want.
Well, let's have a look-see. Just imagining for argument's sake, rook takes, yeah? Let's just take a look for a moment and say bishop a5. Give me the pawn.
So if can I play rook b8?
Yes, it's legal.
So let's defend it.
Yeah, and let's say rook to b3. So I'm kind of intimating that I might play rook to e3 and bishop to c3.
But now I go b5.
Really?
Yes.
Whoa, a4, b4. How about that? a4, b4. Okay. a4, b4. Can't do anything? Okay, if I take.
Then I take with the pawn.
Just because the bishop ending might be a little bit unpleasant, right? I put my king on e4.
Just stopping both of the pawns.
And then slowly. Even this should be a draw. But okay. Well, I don't know. Is Awonder playing for an advantage? Or is he just
But why would you give up this pawn?
I
Like, you are
don't know.
worried that if you capture on f6 or play f4 that you are worse?
I don't know. Truly, I'm a bit confused myself, as I don't know what White is actually stating. My goal is this. Okay, how about, let me try something else. Bishop c3? Bishop c3, just asking, I don't know exactly what it is that Awonder wants in this position. It's an ending. It's an ending. It's boring. Maurice, give us some action.
Yes, Seirawan decrying an endgame.
It's boring.
Well, I got a quiz for you guys. In this position here, the game between Megan Paragua and Alice Lee. I'm going to turn this off so you guys can't cheat.
How dare you?
Remember this bishop went to b2?
Yep.
Then to c1?
Then went back to c1. Then he went back to a3. And now it's decided after that last move to go back to c1. And it's just been an unhappy game as White has not been able to do anything with this structure. It has just been a flat, stable structure, not Megan's best game. She's played 2 good games so far, but this one, not going to be one of those. Now it's puzzle rush time.
Knight takes d4.
Jeez. So quick to just throw a move down on the board.
Double attack.
It is a double attack indeed. Knight takes d4. Let's start with that move.
I was starting
Oh, it's
with
not.
bishop
It's
takes
not the
c1.
solution.
Kind of easier to start with bishop takes c1 instead of having your piece hanging on the square. But it seems like it's an alternate way of carrying out the exact same idea, since you do have a very compelling threat of taking on f3. So I don't see anything to refute your claim. And go ahead.
Yeah. And take on c1.
And takes on c1 and takes back.
And takes on
bishop
c1.
takes.
And takes on c1. And now White cannot take, or White can try whatever, and then you just lose a pawn.
Reclaiming.
Straight. Reclaiming the piece. So it is the case that she played, instead of the excitable knight takes c1, she did play bishop takes c1, rook c1, and she's now calculating the position where, yes, knight takes d4 is simply winning a pawn. This back and forth move, not very compelling at all, and Alice sitting now just calculating. Alice is on 50%. And a win now would be a nice way to just start bringing herself up the leaderboard. And no question she sees knight takes d4.
Of course.
It's not a maybe. She sees the move.
100%.
There's another move here, of course, to consider is the move bishop takes f3. Why would you play it this way? No, excuse me, I'm mistaken. I was going to reverse it, but the rook is sitting here. So no, you must take on d4 first and then take. And this solid position by black is paying off. You know, this structure, I always hate this structure. Not these pawns being pushed, but just the overall structure starting from like back here.
Well,
this structure.
Yeah, well, it's very surprising that Megan allowed h7 in this position to h3.
Yes.
And never stopped her
Eventually.
opponent.
And did nothing. And did nothing. We can jump ahead to a position like this one. Your structure is still very stable. We can jump ahead to this one. The pawn's on h4 now. We got the pawn on h3 here. And black just said, okay, you're not doing anything. Let me get a little something. And you didn't even challenge the pawn going here. And now you're in trouble as we are in, this position here. Black to move and win a pawn. All the tactic books will show you positions like this one. And a pawn is a pawn is a pawn.
That's what I've always said.
Always dreamt of.
I liked it. I thought that Fabi and Awonder answered himself. Why did Awonder sacrifice the pawn on e5? Well, he had a very specific idea in mind, and that was to get his rook to e6. And I think we're seeing a repetition. So let me just say, from the starting position, rook b1 takes. This is what Awonder calculated. Bishop e3, give me the pawn on b7. No, you can't have it. Or give me the pawn on e6. Yeah, you can have that one. And this is the current position. And I can imagine, in case of king c7, an invite, not necessarily that Awonder has to do it, but he has won his pawn back. He didn't sacrifice it and say, this is terrible.
Yeah, so I want to jump to the game of Jennifer Yu and Anna Sargsyan because I saw there an orange bubble in one of Anna's moves. So I want to see how is it going right now for Jennifer, because Jennifer is also getting lower on time.
When we left it, I had suggested that I really liked what Jennifer had done, that she has the two bishops, and they're on beautiful, beautiful long diagonals. And
by the way, the engine didn't like bishop e6 for Anna.
The engine...
After h3.
Sorry, you mean earlier.
Here. h3 didn't really like bishop e6. I guess allowing to take it, or maybe even knight f5 was there.
No, takes. So white just has a very attractive looking position. There's even queen f5 ideas, but I love bringing the rooks into the game. No, Jennifer said, I'll take the two bishops in a wide open position.
Because now we can go f4, e4.
f4, e4, trying to utilize the pawn structure. Love that as well. The only thing that I could recommend for Anna's position, she does have a potential outpost on the d5 and the c4 square. So in other words, if Anna gets in a quick b5, knight d5, and somehow gets her knight to b6, the cavalry can have something. But I like the bishops. I like what Jennifer has done.
And let's check in maybe with Nazi Paikidze and Tatev.
Is this a completely crazy move as well? b4, b5 opening up. Before we do that, in fact, we're going to toss it to you, Maurice, because you have Nazi's game on tap.
I'm enjoying this, as a matter of fact. Take a look at that big board and get some different perspectives. This position here, if you think King's Indian, you're right. Also, if you think Ruy Lopez, you'd also be thinking in the right direction, because this sometimes happens in the classic variation of the Ruy Lopez, where white guesses pawn advances. I didn't mean to do that.
Magnetic personality.
Yes. If I can pull that off again. Right. At any rate, this kind of massive center, if you've gotten the move d4 in, you got to imagine, then you get to the move d5. And then you get to play for an idea. And that idea, as it seems as though black has blocked this position, is to put a knight on f5. You just put it there. This is old school. We're going back Lasker time, Steinitz time. They solved this, Alekhine, that you just put the knight on f5. You can do whatever you want. Try taking it and see what happens. And in this position here, knight to e3 is an excellent move, preparing just to put this on this square. I'm going to put a move on the board. Let's play something like this. You see the file potentially might open. And first you prepare with rook g1. And now you are ready to drop the knight on f5. You don't mind any capture you can take back with a pawn. This pawn will hang, and this is just trouble. I'll make another move like this one. Well, already the engine is sacking, and if you take here, the knight goes to f5, queen's taking, g6 is coming, you're crying. This is horrible, as your children will not be eating tonight. I mean, it's just a terrific position for white, and Nazi Paikidze, she won yesterday.
Right.
She could win today.
Clear second.
And she's in clear second. She wins today. And Anna Sargsyan goes down
to Jennifer.
Then
she's in clear first.
Nazi who's in clear first place in that case. And this woman has won the championship twice. No surprise if she starts showing some real style and form that she played in her winning championship years. She's taking a bit of a break to sit in the commentator's chair. Maybe she learned a thing or two from one Yasser Seirawan. It's analyzing you a bit, Yas, but this one here looks like it's all her in this position, just total spatial domination. I don't like the fact that the light square bishop for black is not on the board, and white just has a ready-made just pressure on this king. And this sack is always just knock-knock. We're ready. You might even sack now. The engine says if you sack now, it's okay. You're equal. Why would you do that to your position when you can just build?
Yeah,
But
so
this
I think
sacrifice
you want
is
to take
always
some
here.
credit for this, right?
No. Actually, just the opposite. I wanted to still criticize Nasi. So I said, Nasi, you got to do some training for these U.S. championships. You got to go home and really study and hit the chess engines and get some novelty. She says, no, Yasser, I feel like I've been sitting beside you for months. I've been doing my training for you. I said, not good enough. Got to do some training on your own. But I agree that the whole knight e3, knight f5 is absolute classics. From Tata's point of view, she's just dreaming, please let me show you what I can do with my knights. I know you want to put a knight on f5, but if you would be so kind as to allow me to play the moves knight c2 and knight d4, I would like to turn the tables and say, I've got some very, very good knights as well. So a big moment here for Nasi. I'm sure she's eyeballing knight h5. But sometimes a little extra patience. I like the move knight d1 to e3. First of all, that protects the c2 square, and as Maurice has been advocating, it preps knight f5, and I do like her position. It just feels nice.
So Nazi is better here. We will see if she continues with this plan. And let's go to the game of Irina Krush and Rose Atwell. We did not spend much time there, and let's talk, how is this position?
Well, we'll catch up with the position for just a moment, but let me just say that for Irina, yesterday was really quite a shock because, you know, she had this really very, very important victory in round one over a key rival, Alice Lee.
Right.
So she's feeling
Beautiful
great.
Game, e4, sacrificing a knight.
Everything was wonderful, and then whoop, she slipped up badly against Anna, and now she had the losing. So a little bit of a roller coaster ride for Irina, but so far she's been showing that she's still got her positional grips. You know, she's got her bishop nicely lined up on this long diagonal like a good Catalan. She's also got c6 with the rook on c1. Right now, if you put a bishop on g7 and a knight on c3, I would say the position's about even. You take that bishop from g7 and you take the knight c3 off the board, I say white's got a good position. Why did you play g6 and open up your king? Like, the normal move in these positions is to play c5.
Right.
That's your counterattack, and we all know that. But then when I ask you a salient question, say you played g6. Yes, I did. Who's got the dark square bishop? You do. I agree. Count me in. I'll take the dark square bishop, and I'll say thank you very, very, very much. I think Irina's feeling good about her current position. How about you?
But do you have time to take advantage of that diagonal? If I just go here, I think I have to push c5. I don't like it to open the diagonal, but I see Maurice wants to do something. So Maurice, over to you.
I know. I just wanted to make sure you saw that Fabi and Awonder is finishing right now. Right. They're finishing their game in a repetition, and so we just jumped there as Fabiano Caruana.
This is their fifth draw?
Fifth draw. Awonder Liang saying, this guy can't beat me.
I'm not 2,800.
Might be 2,800, but literally five games now they've played in a row, and Fabi has not been able to pierce the armor of this youngster, and that game has ended in a draw yet again. Awonder Liang showing just how powerful he is as a player, and 3 draws so far in the championship, no losses. Fabi, we thought, was maybe coming here to run away with the event. Actually, we thought his start was very favorable
for that.
Right? Like, he gets some of the low-rated players. It's going to get tougher as he keeps going. He still has maybe a couple more players before he sees some of the vets. But not today. Another draw.
Easy hold there for Awonder with the white pieces. But then again, it did feel to me like Awonder's preparation was very impressive. He had a position that he seemed very, very familiar with. And when f6 by Fabi, he answered it by rook b1 to b6 takes e6.
But for Fabi, you know, he had a very difficult game yesterday. Today he's playing black with Awonder, who is a player well prepared for every single game. So what? So you make a draw with black pieces and get ready for the last game before the rest day.
Fair.
You did start the tournament with 2 whites.
Yep.
So,
just
okay.
saying.
So, just to this game, this one is Wesley So saying, you keep making draws, Fabiano Caruana. I'm happy to see that. Meantime, I'll collect some wins. This one is starting to look really nice for him. F6 was played, not trading off the bishops, and now takes. And remember, we said pawn takes, and this knight becomes stranded on the G4 square. So he said, let me unstrand my knight by playing knight takes on F6. The problem is the next move, knight F4. Look at that weakness. And by the way, let's just take a gander. Just inspect that pawn structure that you've got. I mean, are you happy with this guy and this guy standing backward on this square here? What about this isolated pawn sitting on this square? Oh, this one, it looks bad too. Wait a second, you have no pawn structure whatsoever. This position is terrible structurally, and if you try to maybe attack something, I'm just going to leave. My position's solid, your pawns are weak. Hey, wait a minute, I'm attacking yet another pawn. This position becoming more and more difficult for Sam Shankland to defend. I would not be surprised if he just goes down in a blaze of glory trying to hold this all together, as his position is just getting worser and worser, as they say. Really a big challenge, as Wesley So is not the guy you want to be facing off against right now. Looking very, very bad for Sam Shankland, one of the co-leaders who could be knocked back right now.
Worser and worser, indeed. And we do, I'm looking at the Carissa Yip game because the players continue, Carissa Yip versus Anna Zatonski. I see this as a very big game for both of these champions. And both continue to play very slowly. What was it?
Yeah, 32 minutes for Carissa and 28 minutes for Anna.
But
only move
16 moves.
24 more moves to make.
Wow. Okay. Surprise, surprise.
So if we move it back, so Carissa after F6,
yep,
she decided to play B4.
Okay.
Then you kind of take, and then I take on F6.
Right.
Interesting.
I think it doesn't really change anything. I think Anna is actually obliged to take on F6, not to allow the move F6 takes G7. And sometimes you play the opponent as well as the position. So if you're playing an opponent like Anna Zatonski, like a Ray Robson, who likes
to burn time.
Burn time. So give them an option to think about, don't just take on F6 and then play B4, right? Play B4 first so that Anna can at least consider the move B3, B2 and go down some kind of a rabbit hole after F6 takes G7, et cetera, et cetera. So I do expect takes, and I think you've got to get your king out of dodge, right?
And we have Anastasiya, who is with Fabi. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I have Fabiano here with me. We didn't see you for a couple of days, 2 draws out of 2 rounds. But can you tell us a little bit about yesterday's game and today?
Yeah, today was not too eventful. I mean, Awonder played a very solid line. It was C3 Sicilian. I think he played against me many years ago, also C3 Sicilian in the U.S. Championship. And that game I was suffering a lot, so this game I think was much smoother. Yeah, it felt more or less level, although he was always a bit more comfortable, but it's just the nature of the position. Yesterday was, of course, like almost disaster. Opening was a disaster. Just don't know what I was doing or thinking for a large part of it. Okay, then I kind of came to grips with the position and defended. I mean, I never felt like I was completely dead lost, although objectively maybe it was. But I did think that probably my position was losing at some point. Then when I sacked the queen, I thought I have very good chances to hold this, maybe already objectively holding it. And then I think I could have pressed in the end if I had taken a bit more time to collect myself, but I was still rushing a bit, just happy to
survive in a way.
Yeah, to survive. And already I felt like I'm pressing, but I think I could have practically posed him a lot of problems. if I'd done a bit better.
I was wondering, actually, did you remember that you played this opening against Irina Sukandar and while Yasser was following?
No, I didn't remember
this
that I
video.
played Queen B3, but
Oh,
then
really?
someone pointed it out to me after.
Yeah,
Christian pointed it out to me after, which
this
completely
was really
forgot.
funny. Yes, we had a lot of fun. But today you played against Awonder, and actually I checked your score with him. You have like 4 draws in classical games. Like, did you feel that it's maybe at one point you need to show who is like the top player here, like to the youngsters?
Well, he's also a top player.
Yes.
I mean, even not so young anymore, I think.
Yes, I mean, who is the third in the world?
But yeah, he's. I mean, last year I think I was suffering against him and lucky to make a draw. This time with black pieces, I wasn't like going to press the matter too much. You know, I played the Sicilian, so I was ready for a fight, and I was kind of mentally prepared that he might play c3 to play it super safe to avoid. I mean, like he kind of controls the opening in this way. Like
I see.
He gets what he wants. I can't really avoid the c3 Sicilian. He just comes immediately, and black's options are kind of limited in some way. Like all the lines are a little bit drawish.
Yeah, but normally this type of things, like the score, the previous score, affects you a little bit or not so much?
Well, I didn't know exactly how many draws we had, but I knew that we had only drawn our games, and we don't have much experience against each other. So it's not like some long history like I have with Wesley or Levon, for example, or even Shankland. Like we've had many games, so we have some kind of history. I feel like more or less a lot of these guys, somewhat younger generation, and also because Awonder wasn't super active, I think, for some time, maybe while he was in university. We don't have any history, we don't have any psychological things to think about.
But speaking about the history, I wanted to ask you about a little bit about the opening ceremony of US Chess Championships. You were playing with Grigoriy, and then Garry Kasparov was watching your game. Did you feel any pressure while Garry was actually checking how you played?
No, well, the time control was 10 seconds from the beginning with the 1 second increment. So in general, I wasn't feeling too much pressure. I mean, it's not really a serious type of game. But I think we kind of played in a clean way. Like we didn't play dirty. We didn't knock over the pieces. So, and the game that Garry watched, it was probably my best game.
Okay, so it wasn't so bad, yes, let's say. And a little bit about your experience analyzing before the match against Vichy, when you had the chance to analyze with Garry for 15 minutes before each round. Like, how was it for you and this experience?
Well, it was a very brief session because I only helped him for the first game, and then after that, both players were on their own. Liang was with Vichy. It was nice. It's always nice to talk about chess with Garry. I enjoyed it, and also I did commentary for the live audience in the club one day, which was also very relaxed, kind of fun. Not like the commentator's job, which I think is rather stressful, being watched by thousands of people. It was just like a small crowd and like maybe 40, 50 people watching. But yeah, it was nice to work with Garry. I faced him quite often over the board over the last. I mean, in Chess 960 quite often over the last few years, but we haven't really analyzed together. Usually he's partnering very often with Peter Svidler. Sometimes I've seen him with Hikaru. But yeah, it's the first time I've worked with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure it was also a pleasure for all chess fans who came here to watch you analyzing the games and this match. Thank you so much, Fabiano. And it's time for the commercial break right now.
Are you well prepared? Do you feel that you're well prepared? You can always do more, but...
So I'm actually in my last year of high school, so I'm graduating this year and I'm doing in-person school, so there's a lot of work, but I'm planning here to just focus purely on chess. So I think like in the next day or the next few days, I'll be warming up, I guess, during the tournament, and also hopefully I'll be doing a lot of good prep.
I kind of just prepared normally for the way I would for any other tournament. So just a lot of general openings, puzzles, that sort of thing. I guess mentally, it was a little trickier because I don't want to put too much pressure on myself, but at the same time, of course, I want to do well. Yes. Yeah, it's hard to sort of corral those expectations a little bit. But I mean, I just want to play good chess. I think if I play good chess, then everything should come after.
Okay, like usually I try to do some tactics and some openings. I have 2 kids. It's not easy to organize preparation. And I did some sports, meditation a little bit.
So the great thing this year is that I'm doing my MBA rather than my undergrad, so I have a lot more free time to start looking at chess. Again, I had a bunch of tournaments during the summer, which gave me a little bit of perspective for this event. And then I was working with my coaches at St. Louis University.
So I try to focus on my calculation mostly because during the summer I played some events and I do have a problem there. I did some openings and games too, everything basically. But mostly I tried to focus on my mindset because I'm not gonna lie, most tournaments I have problems more with my mindset rather than the chess stuff. So like very recently I resigned in a draw position. Yeah, I guess I just have to get into the fighting mode and feel confident. I was very anxious like a month ago about this tournament, but for now I feel more confident and more relaxed.
Well, Yasser, I count our commentary jobs together as training. So that way I've been training the whole year.
Right.
But also, yes, I didn't have too much time to prep, but when I did, I mostly worked on my calculating skills, yes.
I just did my regular training, you know, for what I've been doing for all of my other tournaments. I mean, school definitely affected it because I still have academics and have homework. But, I mean, I've been still trying to continue my training, like puzzles, sparrings, games, like all the other practicing things.
Yeah, so sometimes during the summer I started thinking ahead of US Championship and thinking about my schedule. So I knew the championship was going to be in October. That's why I decided to play a couple of tournaments in Europe in August, just to get back in shape, get some games in, get some opening prep. And since then, I came back to St. Louis middle of September. So just doing overall prep. I know my opponents, but I don't know the colors. So just doing some overall prep, trying to get in playing mode, and also, of course, never-ending opening work.
I think compared to last year, I definitely spent a lot more time on my calculation. Like, I'm still doing openings and reviewing my openings and doing some other things, reading chess books and stuff. But overall, I've been trying to focus more on my calculation over last year.
Okay, I mean, it's been a few months I played chess probably. My last tournament was in St. Louis American Cup back in March, and I haven't played since. But anyway, so I decided to play in this tournament because it's always nice to be in St. Louis, you know. You always see your friends, and also it's a great city. I mean, chess club, everyone is so friendly here. So yeah, I decided to play here after about 6 months.
I feel like I am not as prepared as I want to be, but definitely in a much better spot than I've been in the past 5-6 years maybe, mainly because I graduated college.
Yeah.
So
got that behind you.
Yeah, so I'm no longer a student after my whole life.
You know, preparation is never as good as you want it to be, right? I mean, that's somehow it feels like that. Like, it's hard to ever have it in a place where you're like, wow, I'm just so prepared. I've covered everything. I remember everything. But I feel like I'm definitely coming off of a summer of chess. You know, I played a couple of events not long ago. My last tournament ended less than a month ago. So I got some rest from that, but I'm also, I think, should be in some decent form and not out of practice, and that probably counts for a lot.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after Classical, it all came down to Rapid and Blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back to the third round of the U.S. Championships, and let's take a look at the results in the open section. Here we have Awonder Liang, who just drew with Fabiano Caruana. And we have some breaking news in the game of Nazi Paikidze and Tatev Abrahamian. Maurice, over to you.
Yes, definitely a big moment in this game, and when we see moves like this, we get excited because we know we were talking about this typical sacrifice of the knight going to f5. You see this happen in the old school real low peasants. If you don't know your classics, shame on you. Go study your classics because they show this stuff, and this is how we know snap, like that. I showed Yasser Seirawan this position. He said, knight f5. I wouldn't even think to put it there. I don't believe him. But anyway, I more or less believe him. The guy won 4 championships for a reason. Well, Nazi's won 2 championships for a reason because she did play knight f5. You see the engine give it a double exclamation mark, a straight sacrifice, a wonderful sacrifice, and now captures played by Tatev. If you're going to die, as Yasser says, you might as well have a lot of food in the tummy. Well, she's going to get roasted if now Nazi, who's stopping to think, and this shows you that Nazi understood she just needed to put the knight on f5 because she'd have a fantastic position. She didn't even prepare it with rook g1. But she played it more or less intuitively because right here, right now, she could just play the move g6. And that pawn, and I believe she has played it just as I was playing it. She played it. What kind of magical voodoo was that? g6 on the board, and the threat is queen h5. It's a mate coming, knight f5 coming. That's all you need. By the way, this bishop will also show up on this side as well. This is ugly. She's getting up from the board, I'm seeing on my monitor. She knows this attack is too strong. You can take this piece, take it off the board. That one, get rid of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I made a move with that one. I didn't mean to do that. You can get rid of this. You can get rid of that. All this over here, get rid of it because all the action is taking place here. You don't need much. And target is homie on g8. This is horrible. Tatev can look all she wants. The engine is giving it plus 5.6.
How does she resist? I didn't even see.
There's no resistance. There's no resistance.
I mean, the moves queen h5, knight f5 play themselves.
There's no resistance.
But why isn't it mate, I'm saying? Sorry.
So if I take on e4, knight takes on e4.
Knight takes on e4. I'm going to play queen takes on h5.
Right. Threatening mate in 1.
Okay, rook e8.
Knight takes f5, threatening mate in 2.
Yasser can count really quickly.
I mean, it's like, why is it -5? I don't even know.
Well, it turns out that as you do this, he plays that.
And I go bishop h6.
Ooh. I don't even want to pick it up. It's so bad. Well, the king can run. The king can run. Oh, are you still wanting to analyze this?
No.
You don't. I mean, this is making
it so bad.
I mean, it's just so bad. You can take, you can bishop h6, you name it. You can even waste move and play bishop e3 if you want. This is over. There's no coming back from this one, and it's a straightforward just hack, sack, hack, rack, over.
Should Nasi win? It's a big victory because it's a rival, Tatev. She plays very well in these ladies' championships. And it puts the pressure on Anastasiya suddenly to keep up her unbeaten streak against Jennifer Yu.
Another player that is maybe cooked is Sam Shankland against Wesley So. The engine is really happy about Wesley's position.
When we left it, we saw that move bishop g5 for Wesley, and we really approved of that move. We were just asking, what are you going to do? And Sam decided that he had to ruin his pawn structure. Actually, Maurice was pointing out this button as well as this one.
Black has 5 pawns and 5 islands.
Exactly. Now, it's funny that we're seeing the French defense make such a comeback at the highest level. I love playing the French defense, and I just adored knights like this one on f4, especially when it couldn't get kicked by the move g5. I've got h4, black's got h5. But this is the serious problem that Sam has, is how are you defending this pawn, Sam? He said, I'm not. I'm playing the move e5. Knight dropped in. Let's see if I can understand this. So there's some issues on the first rank. If I take, we're going to take, right? And if I take with the queen...
Or the knight?
The knight is hanging.
So I think with the knight, so the pawn on c6 is hanging?
Except there's a check, right? This kind of like, Wesley said, I didn't want to get into these complications. And that is why Wesley said, okay, I like your move e5, I'll give you that. I'll just drop in on e6, knight e6, bishop e6, bishop e6, rook takes d4, and this, are we up to date? Pardon me. Because when we were coming on, the engine just loving Wesley's position. Does Wesley have a crisp move like knight d5?
Or knight b5, right?
Yes, so, knight b5, sorry. Munch, munch, knight b5. So we're just all
trying
over.
To force.
Let's say takes, check. Is this a crispy? I don't have bishop c8. What do I have? What do I have?
Don't
Maybe
think
I
this is
do
enough.
have bishop c8.
Well, bishop c8, knight takes c8.
Takes, back, back. No, rook e1. What am I saying? I don't have the move rook e1. I wanted to play rook e1 and it hit the bishop, but queen happens to be lurking. So wait a minute. So it's not, is it over? Should be, no? It feels like I should just maybe play knight to d4, knight to e2.
It's like we are missing some idea here.
No. This looks like knight e2. I've got a double hit on c6 and d4.
Okay, so if I play c5?
Right. Now, for those of you who are joining us late, this was an advanced Caro-Kann where Sam made the moves king on c8 to b8 to a8. He tucked in his king, but it cost him 2 moves, and by the time he got his king to a position he liked, Wesley played the move b4, b5, pried open the queen side, and Wesley, with very masterful play, is exploiting the weaknesses in Black's position. Maurice, jump in on this one, because for both Katya and myself, we feel like there's a killer move.
You're 100% right, and it's not just one.
It's not just one.
It's not just one, it turns out. In this position here, there are a couple of moves. Your rook d4 does work. The next move, though, counterintuitive. Wesley is strong enough to overcome his intuition, or at least have such a refined intuition, that he realizes exactly what he needs to do in order to get the job done. The key piece actually is this piece right here, that knight on f6. If you can kill it, get rid of it, the light squares are about to become true victims. This bishop is useless as far as the engine is concerned. You're just going to trade here, and you're going to bring the knight to a central square. And now you say, defend your light squares. We have an opposite color bishop position where the weakness is on the light squares, and this bishop is a monster, and all this is irrelevant. Your king, check your king, versus my monarch. And the difference is stark. How do you defend the c6 square here?
Cricket.
You just don't. I mean, just boom, boom, and defend the square.
Cricket.
Try to find a way. You're not going to defend the square. You're giving up that pawn straight. The light squares are collapsing under the pressure. And I'm seeing a move. He's actually played rook takes d4 immediately. That is a move you can play as well.
Isn't it interchangeable in the sense
rook
that
takes d4. Well, yes. Here,
bishop takes f6.
Pawn takes, and now bishop takes f6. Unfortunately, queen. No, that can't be right. Queen
e7 is.
Oh,
there is rook e8.
Oh, there's a rook e8 sighting. Good point.
Wow.
But this is also losing after takes, and now this one is not as good as you pointed out, Yaz. This. And you're not happy with what you did in that sequence. But if we go back a couple of moves, then it just says, okay, you screwed it up, but you didn't screw it up that badly. Take this pawn. Have this position where you have two killer bishops. But not quite right. Not quite what you wanted.
He should have included bishop f6
He should have started
first.
with bishop f6 so that this wasn't possible, and then take on d4. It's still completely winning.
By the way,
he just made a move. Knight e2.
Knight e2 is on the board. He
that's
didn't
your
play
move.
bishop f6. Okay, so, all right. So essentially what Maurice was saying is you want a bishops of opposite color position. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, rook d4, e d4, and we came up empty-handed as a solution for Sam. We don't know how Sam was going to deal with this. Wesley's approach was very human, I must say. He played rook takes, pawn takes, knight. We gravitated to this.
Because the bishop on
same
g5 is
idea.
very good bishop. The bishop on e7, not so good.
Right.
So capturing that knight, yes, it's counterintuitive.
Exactly. Now here, perhaps the difference is c5. You know, the funny part was you had told me so long ago, put the bishop on g2. And
you came up with this really nice move, bishop h3.
That Wesley's idea was like, you know, that king is such a target on the a8 square. White has the light square bishop. Sam is going to be in a great deal of trouble. The difference is the position, I think, is basically winning. It feels like Wesley should be winning this position. The clock times, however, it's a 2-to-1 advantage in favor of Sam. The clock eval, can Sam make some challenges that Wesley has to solve with the time situation? I don't know. It looks terrible for Sam. I don't.
But I can imagine if Black plays something like c5,
yep,
just make an arrow, and then a6,
yep,
and then hides the king on a7, then maybe we are surviving.
Are we? So, for example, something like this, right? So check and king a8, maybe this is what, we're saying, like, okay, there is.
By the way, we have some fireworks in the women's section, so maybe let's jump there. Maurice, what do you have for us?
A huge game and a potentially massive result in the one between two-time champion Jennifer Yu and the leader in the event with a perfect score, 2-0 so far, Anastasiya. But it looks like she's going down, although we also have the clock eval situation there as Jennifer has spent a lot of time getting this massive advantage. We see she has the two bishops versus the two knights. You might say, well, you know, that's about even, isn't it? Well, it depends on the situation on the board. We have open lines everywhere. Yasser talked about the bishop on this long diagonal, bishop on this diagonal. The majority on this side is a 4 against 3. 4 pawns against 3 pawns. When you have a majority, you want to use that to gain space. If you just play piece play, you could end up seeing your advantage dissipate. But if you start including pawns in the action, as she did here, f4, Whoop, that move, and now she's thinking expansion. I'm going to use these pawns that have no counterpart on the other side in order to push my opponent's pieces back and then start prying open that king. F4 played. Hey, I got a majority on that side. It doesn't look too special, but let me see what I can do with it. Yeah, congratulations. Because we're after you now. This knight is in big trouble. Where are you going to put it? Once the knight moves, knight to g5. I'll tell you something. The knight had to go the other way because this move, it's going to be a target on this square as well. It has nowhere to run back to after the move e4.
Bang.
Now, I got to tell you, in this position, when I was analyzing, it shows how we have the idea that often you don't see your pieces. They're in your head, not actually your eyes looking at them, because I tried to play knight e5 here.
What?
I did. I did in the analysis. I went, and I was like, what am I doing? A knight is on g5. Because the knight sucks on g5. You never want to put a knight on g5, get it trapped like this, and you want to blockade as soon as possible. If I could play knight e5,
you're in the game.
I'd be feeling okay a little bit, but I can't. So guess what? After e4, c takes b4 has been played. Jennifer is thinking here, I guess she's thinking whether or not she should take back. But could you resist playing e5 now?
No.
I mean, that just looks monstrous. H4 is a flicker that's going to pick off this piece at some point.
Also.
But f6 is coming. e6 might land. The whole position is aflame on this side of the board. I don't know what you're doing over here, but we're going to have to hurt your feelings in this position right here, right now. Arne Sargsyan in massive trouble in this position. Our leader seems to be going down. But the clock is on her side as Jennifer is continuing to think 16 moves she has to make in only 10 minutes now. She's got a great position, but is it over on the board? It's really bad. But the conversion might cause her some trouble. We'll see what she can do.
But the thing is, she has another good choice. Instead of e5, maybe h4, trapping the knight.
Also.
So the problem is you have 10 minutes and you have too many great choices.
And two really, really excellent opportunities. h4, that knight, whoop, with the board.
h4 turns out to be a bad move.
Really?
h4 is a bad move. Because of this capture on this square.
Bishop takes on f6.
And now bishop takes on f6 can be met by queen takes.
Rook takes knight.
And there's a b takes a3 at the end of the line.
Let's keep going.
Queen takes.
Queen takes.
B takes a3 and
I have a bishop, but you have these 3 pawns on the queen side suddenly.
And you can have a couple of them. I only need this one to really cause you consternation.
Right.
And the dark squares are weak. If she plays this, she will have thrown away the advantage. Did she move?
No. She is thinking, and again, I think e5, it's like the knight f5 move by Nasi, which I want to go to right now, because guess what? Tatev said, okay, I'm dying. I'm going to try to stop you. Once your queen gets to h5 and h7, I don't want to see bishop h6 show up. But Nasi said, I don't need my bishop, Tatev. I just put my knight on f5. I'll go queen takes, queen h7, and take your bishop.
So if I go rook fd8 now.
Rook fd8 now, right? So queen takes.
And rook d7.
No choice, right? Check.
King f8. No, you're going to play h5?
How did you guess? Isn't that terrible?
I have nothing.
Oh my gosh, h6 is coming.
Why couldn't you have taken on g7?
Here.
Yeah.
Good move. And check. Also, I can check on f6 next, right?
And then f7, and
I'm losing
both rooks.
But I don't have to recapture the knight.
You don't want to take my knight? Oh
No.
my goodness. How do you survive after knight takes?
Well, knight takes e4.
Oh.
Made in two.
What am I missing? You go back with the knight.
Yeah. Ouch.
That's unfortunate.
This is, I hate to say it, a model game for how to play the King's Indian with the white pieces, because unfortunately for Tatev, it felt like she never really landed a blow. I mean, she was getting, you know, knight f5, queen h5, all of those moves. g6, so that was a star move too. Maurice, this game is over. What do you have for us?
Disaster, actually.
H4.
Disaster occurred in the game. She did go after material instead of for the attack. She saw h4. She didn't see any reason not to play it. And now suddenly, I don't know what star is over the very calm Anna Sargsyan's head, but she is back in the game. This h4 move, going after material, you know, so many of us, we see, oh, it looks like a piece. Why not just win it? But your pawns on this side, they're dissipating rapidly, and you're going to have a 3 against 3 on this side. h4, a mistake. We've already analyzed it. Just simply take on e4, and you could carry out the whole operation. She's going to be okay. Did she play the move yet? Let's see. On the board, she has no other move, in fact. She just has to do it. So it looks like she's sitting up. No, she has not made the move as yet. Jennifer sees she's winning a piece and has decided to convert. That's what time pressure does. She had only 7:57 left. She'd made a concrete decision instead of playing for the nebulous attack. That's what happens to you when you have no time on your clock. You start thinking, let me just get the piece. I mean, it's a piece after all. Let me hope I'm okay in that position. But she, in fact, has thrown away her entire advantage. The engine's giving her plus 0.2 after this move.
Shocking.
Plus 0.2 instead of what she could have had, which was after the move e5, which was already above 2 points. So, I mean, she's on a comeback. Anna, she still has to find the move, but you're pretty much stuck after h4. You're about to lose your knight. So what else would you play here? And she's got more than enough time to calculate.
She would calculate b4 takes a3 as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess take the knight, take the bishop, take the knight, take the pawn. But this is a far cry from the preferred knight takes e4.
Yes, because you'd rather have this structure to have to fight.
Of course.
This structure to have to fight, especially with this pawn maybe going up here. Rook
and
E2, you're
there would
losing
be
your
a pawn on a3.
Yeah, and all these pawns are just waiting as bowling pins to get knocked off, so there's not a real harassing factor. So this would be great. It's here now. Jennifer and her fans are like, please. Don't take this one. Don't take it. Take that one. Don't take that one.
That guy.
And the story's not over yet, so we just know that the shift has happened and a chance now for the tournament leader. What will she decide? This star from Armenia who has made the U.S. now her home for the first time this year, will she or won't she find this move right here, right now, and save the game?
A big moment for our tournament leader. Before we get too deeply involved, I'm also looking at the game between Carissa Yip and Anna Zatansky. Remarkably, Carissa is the one down on the clock. Only 13 minutes for Carissa's versus Anna's 17 minutes. And this last move, bishop c3, I feel like, well, you know, Anna's definitely in the game. Knight takes
we are
f3
looking at the
check.
game Carissa Yip against Anna Zatonsky.
I'm looking at knight takes f3 check because I love damaging my opponent's pawn structure. I figure when my opponent's pawn structure is dinged, you know, I got a really good potential of winning a pawn, something like bishop coming to d6.
Or even playing some bishop c5 with f5, that pawn on f3 could be dangerous.
Sorry, say that again. Bishop is on c5.
Bishop c6, pardon me, for black.
Bishop c6. The only thing I was thinking, queen, yeah, but bishop c6, and so Carissa, our defending champion, has not found her form thus far in our first 3 rounds of this ladies' championship. Bishop c3 just feels like a very strange decision to allow knight takes f3, doesn't it? What am I missing?
Maybe she wants to trade queens?
Okay, queen takes, queen takes. Is this really what you want to do? And we have a result.
Hans Niemann drew against Ray Robson.
The Petrov, sturdy defense, and, well, easy game, easy day for Ray. He didn't have any troubles holding the black pieces today. Maurice, over to you.
Yeah, you could draw your way out of a championship. I mean, you start drawing too many games, especially if Wesley So wins and goes +2, and you're sitting at 50%. That's hard to get that gap against a Wesley So. This one is looking really bad, so bad that Tatev decided to try to bring her queen back into the game to defend against what's happening on this side. That means you're just giving the knight back.
Right.
What's your compensation for that? Well, at least you may not get mated, at least not now. But this is definitely a bad position. She could also ignore the piece, it turns out, and play this move and go after your idea, Yas.
Yeah, I just didn't even see a defense.
There's no defense to this either. It's
made on H8.
And plus, and that knight's still hanging. Right. We got this going. It's just really bad. So Nazi looking to go +2 herself. But that turns out that if Anna survives her game, we would be talking about co-leaders. Of course, if she loses, then Nazi takes over. So that is where we stand right now. But this is a very big game for the standings as Queen C7 has been played. And Nazi, no doubt, guys, that's a scrumptious-looking knight. It's like, can I just take the knight? Please? Please? Can I? Just take it.
Take it.
I have everything still. I have all the advantages still. Why not just take the knight? And it's not a distraction. It's not a trick, not a trap. It's just the knight. And she could definitely take it and continue the game. But she might be thinking, get my mating hat on and just ignore it and get going here. A little bit more chaotic playing the pawn push. But every fiber of her being is telling her that that knight is hanging. I should just take it. I'm still completely winning.
Yeah, for sure. The mate. The mate is elusive, but the knight's the knight.
Knight is a knight.
Maybe another person who is winning is Alice Lee against Megan Paragua. She's not having a great attack or anything, but she has a healthy extra pawn.
Yeah, and Alice did spot that knight takes d4 kind of puzzle rush tactics. You picked up the extra pawn, did Alice Lee, and
then you lose it.
I wanted to say there was a queen f3 sighting, which is just absolutely devastating.
So we just gave up the pawn for activity.
Yep.
So queen f3 is a big threat.
Yep. Alice looks like she's in cruise control.
And the problem is if we play something like queen d1 to stop queen f3, then there is queen e4. It's not going to help the queen. The black queen is still going to get to the diagonal.
Right. Oops, excuse me. That was supposed to go to g2 checkmate. Maurice, you've got our tournament leader, Anna.
And she got a golden chance to get back in the game, grab that straw or bunch of straws that were available so she could climb back in the boat. And nope, she missed it and played this move, rook to c8. And this is a bad move, does not solve the problem of this knight that's trapped on this square. Now, Jennifer has a couple of moves. One is to play queen to d3, but the clearest one actually is just to take on f6. This knight is not going anywhere. So let's say you play a positional move like queen takes.
Now you take.
This position allows us to now take with tempo on your queen, and there's still the matter of me being able to take here at the right moment. So yes, you can play rook c2. We can analyze. And after takes, this is too much action on this side. You need this to be stable happening over here. For example, you could take, you could take here, then a capture here, and suddenly this move is going to be quite problematic. e5 coming next. You could play king takes, but that's going to allow for that, and this is not what you wanted, the structure to break up. I'm not sure what she played or if she's played yet, but Jennifer is in, no, she has not moved yet. She's in terrific time pressure. She's got to make 15 decent, let's say good decisions in 5 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm getting that funny feeling that this game still has more drama to come. Yes, she's winning a piece now after she should have had a better chance. This is topsy-turvy. I don't think you could call this game at all.
But it is a winning position nonetheless for Jennifer. And she took the knight on f6.
The best move on the board.
She felt that opportunity. I'm sure she was analyzing those positions when knight takes e4, and wouldn't you know it, she got the opportunity to avoid that. Let me pull that up. I was told to go to another game, Andy Woodward's game I was told to go to, but this is the moment. A missed opportunity here for Anna as she played the move rook c8. Jennifer pounced with bishop takes f6.
And this is the game between Jennifer Yu and Anna Sargsyan.
Yep. And we were looking at queen takes f6. Boom. H takes. And then it was funny, Maurice, that you kind of left the game right here because...
We still have there Andy Woodward and Gregory Oparin.
Well, there's...
Jennifer Yu and Anna Sargsyan.
Yeah. We are looking at the game between Jennifer Yu and Anna.
Beautiful.
On my screen. And we've seen the move bishop takes f6, and Anna's got 22 minutes to Jennifer's 5. So a big time advantage, but a winning position for Jennifer. And what Maurice was saying was that Jennifer's winning with this f6 takes g7, but I'm sitting there saying, I've got 5 minutes on my clock. Is this so clear to you?
I think now the war is
b5, and if you go f6, right? Why not?
Okay.
I go b4. And would you think with 5 minutes on your clock, this is 100% certainty that you're winning? Maybe it is, right?
I'm not sure, but I don't. Why to play so much on the king side with the pawns?
Because of
you just
this.
want to play e6. Okay, that's a nice.
Whew, but you know
nice
what I'm saying?
breakthrough.
It's kind of weird, right? It's a double-edged situation, I was going to say, between Jennifer and Anna, but it does look like Jennifer's choice. Maurice, I'm going to toss it to you.
Or we can go to the game of Andy Woodward and Gregory Oparin, because they had a really interesting pawn structure. If you move it a few moves back,
right?
Look at the queen side. So rook c1.
Very typical Slav or even Caro-Kann position. By the way, I think Grigory's doing fine. I like Gregory's position very much after, for example, bishop g7. You could see a lot of Slav defenses of Vasily Smyslov, as he would now say, look, I'm going to be putting pressure on the d4 pawn. h4, h5. Ooh.
And this move a5, suddenly so many pawns are hanging.
Okay.
And which way do you want to go? You definitely don't want to play a move for white as c5, right? Just to block it on the dark squares. That's a horrible idea.
Andy dropped back with his queen, but Gregory said, let me take the pawn, b5, c5.
But the engine does not like it at all, that capture on, I think the queen b1 move? Because it allows this taking on c4, and I think white may be in trouble on the dark diagonal. So here, c5.
Right, and queen b2. This is the current position.
Right, and now queen f3. I'm still not going to allow you to capture on c5.
Right.
And at some moment, the queen is also looking at d1 square.
As well as the bishop. I can't resolve. I desperately would like to take.
So my idea now will be to capture on e4 and play e5. Capture on d4, pardon me, with pawn as black.
Yeah.
You recapture with the bishop, and then I have e5.
I don't think I have a choice. Oh, pardon me. I don't think Andy has a choice, but he has to trust in his b pawn to do some kind of damage.
So let's capture on d4.
Okay. Capture on d4. I'm pausing because I'm not sure if I want to capture with the rook right away, or let's take a look at this. Let's try it. Bishop takes.
e5.
e5. And there's this very, very, very nasty pin down the d file. Nope. I think it's just, I'm losing. Andy's losing here. I don't think he has any hopes. Or bishop a7 takes on d1 twice.
You could play queen c3, but that's only delaying the problem.
I was doing something a little bit gross. I'm desperate. Please do understand.
But I have also e4 here.
Yep. No, this looks very, very good for Grigoriy. And time trouble for Andy too.
Yeah,
The
11
clocks.
minutes against Grigori's 20 minutes.
And Queen F3 and Grigoriy, it looks like he's in great shape right now. Maurice, back to you and the Wesley So game.
Yes, and funny business happening here with the engine's eval in terms of good move, bad move. You guys tell me what you would assign as a symbol to these moves. Knight E2, it's not just the best move, but giving it a question mark seems so harsh. Well, the engine said you had better, but Queen C5, and now it says A5. That deserves an exclamation mark, well-timed. We might not think that's a big deal of a move, but it's a great move in this position. Knight to D5, and now
Knight takes D4.
Knight takes D4. It's a nice move. Double exclamation mark. Seems maybe a lot for this move, but yeah, we'll give it. It's a piece sack. You obviously can't take it because you can start crying now after this move. No. Wait a minute. Whoa.
Rook B1.
Let's play Rook B1 first. I forgot about my rook hanging. Now we're going to play A6 on the next move.
Right.
Also, Bishop C8 is coming as well. Now, let's go back to this moment to a move that is a star move because, look, Knight C3 gets played against A5, against the last
Knight
move was
takes
Knight takes
D4.
D4. Knight C3 gets played. Now, you can't move this knight because of Knight E2, and your knight's hanging, so Bishop to E3.
Natural,
but it gets an exclam. Okay, it's the only move, best move to play. Now Rook D8, played. Now your knight may be hanging. We want to take it and play knight here. What's your next move? What should you play? Turns out there's only one really good move in this position, but not an instant one, right? Like Yaz, you had all those. We had all those instant moves
up to this
King
moment.
H1? Or
King H1 would be like quadruple exclaims. The move is, and Wesley played it, Queen to F1. The zigzag piece, the queen. I talked about this, my course, Secrets of Chess Geometry, where the queen has this ability to find entry points by zigging and zagging. And Wesley found this move fantastic, Queen F1, which, by the way, the engine did not give an exclam the first time I looked at it. And now, just as I was going to talk bad about the engine, it upgraded this move to Queen F1. That's a fantastic move. The point is to sneak into this square to have mate threats on the back rank. That's very nice. Now, of course, you cannot capture here because the queen goes, whoop! We went from here to here to there to there. And all your pieces are up the board. Like they're in the wrong side as the queen has found penetration and would be winning. Queen F1 is a stunner of a move. Fantastic sidestep. He did move knight F to D5, and the
Bishop takes D5 is on the board.
Bishop takes D5 on the board. Engine says you have to play knight takes here, but he played queen takes, question mark, and now queen A6 is a killer. I might have to add this to my course. You know, you can do that afterwards.
Hey, you need content.
You get that content. No, this is bonus content.
Yeah, right.
This is what the fans want. You just play this queen move followed by that queen move. Now that's hanging. Knight C6 is mate on that square. And this is nothing happening over here. It's just the weaknesses that you created early in the game. It's now very over for Sam. Wesley about to take the lead. And Jennifer, I'm being told, is down to her last minute in her game. Let's jump to that game.
A last minute, but she's a piece up. Whoa, Queen F2. Jennifer saying, I don't care about no pawns on the queen side. Wow.
I think she's gonna start rushing with that pawn in the center.
Bows, I'm a piece up. I don't need. I just need to stop this A pawn.
Okay, so just rook E3 or
rook E3 and take it, right? But if you play the move E5, it's like, okay, after B5, B4, you've got to prove your attack, right?
Yes, well, I'm looking also at opening the diagonal for my bishop, capturing on B7, maybe centralizing it.
But I just got to ask the salient question. Why didn't she play? Was
Maybe
she afraid
rook
of
C3.
rook C3? Was she afraid of something like this?
Well, then rook C8, but rook takes G3 is a little annoying.
Rook takes G3. Wow. Queen F2 on the board. And she did it with 30 seconds on her clock?
Yeah, she's down to only to her increment.
Well, one thing's for sure, Jennifer makes her games interesting. Takes on A3, and she's down to 16 seconds.
And she still needs to make 12 more moves to get those extra 30 minutes. Rookie 3, Yasser, that's your move.
With 8 seconds, she makes her moves.
And I see orange bubble next to that move.
Well, when you have no time, mistakes come easily. So rook c2, only move for Anna, because if she allows the capture of the pawn on a3, it's resignable, right? I mean, obviously, Anna's a piece down, and she's playing just for the clock. Just.
You might as well.
No choice, actually. She
No
could have
choice.
played queen e3, perhaps, might have been a safer move. In the meanwhile, is Nasi putting the finishing touches on her game, Maurice?
Finishing touches. You know, you're so elegant with your languages. She put in the finishing touches. She's got a hammer and she's banging her over the head in this position. It is ugly what she's doing right now. In this position, she said, I'm not going to push the pawn. I am going to take that knight.
I like knights.
All the advantages I need. I'll just take the knight in this position. After knight takes e4, let me put my knight here at just the right moment, because guess what? You are getting mated in this position. What are you going to do? She played the move king to e8. Let's just point out that bishop takes is not acceptable because you obviously lose your queen. So after knight h6, king to e8, rook a e1, attacking the knight, knight c5, and now knight back to f5. What are you going to do with this piece? It's a free piece. She's down to 248.
Is Tatev?
Is Tatev, and staring down the barrel of a large gun. You could go back to f8 to try to save the piece, but Yasser's idea of just
plays itself.
For whom the bell tolls. Harry the h-pawn about to go down the board and play just simply h6. This, not long for the world, this position. She, in fact, did play king to f8, and we are waiting for h5 because h5 lands on the board. Just nothing to do. And Nazi...
for Nasi, she could be taking
+2, taking the lead. Potentially, as Jennifer is still trying to take down the tournament leader. But just simply h5, and she's got 16 minutes and 43 seconds to solve for the very natural h5.
Well, Tatev's just looking at her king, and she's saying, I have no moves. h5, I just don't have... a good answer to that move. That would be a winning move. Jennifer down to playing on increments. Rook c2.
And Anna just made the best move. Rook c2 on the board.
No choice. There was no other move to play. Queen takes c2, quickly played by Jennifer. We're expecting queen takes e3 check, which has happened. And queen quickly, Jennifer upping the tempo of her moves because she had to. Spending an hour per move isn't a good idea, I guess. Queen, you can't trade queens, right?
Yes, you don't want to. So queen b3?
Something like queen b3 and trying to play against the clock. Yep, there you go. Anna's also saying my sole chance in the position is the clock eval.
h5 was played in the game with Tatev, by the way, so we
Let me just jump back to the Nazi game. Yeah, h5. Oof. Ooh, I think it's going to be... We're switching games between Nazi and Tatev because we're expecting a handshake after this powerful move by Nazi. h4, h5 on the board.
220 and ticking down. She has played
D7.
queen to d7.
Tatev did not
And
resign.
the engine is screaming mate in 5. h6.
And
there's
checkmate in 5 moves.
If you take the knight with your queen, then there is queen takes g7 and queen f7 checkmate.
Yep. By the way, interrupting our analysis just to declare a draw.
Between Carissa and Anna Zatonsky.
And Carissa, again, not finding that her first victory yet. h6, mate in 5, did I hear?
I don't even know how she lasts 5 moves.
How do we last 5 moves? Like knight e6. Like
yeah, knight e6 to
because
start.
bishop take h6, queen h8 checkmate. That's
one.
Knight e6 is the only way to last 5 moves. She has taken. Wow.
Then
decided
queen
to
h8
continue,
checkmate.
but that's
Queen
mate in
h8
one.
is checkmate in 1, and she's played it, and there you have it, handshakes. And our congratulations to our star commentator.
And a very important win against Tatev Abhimanyu.
Huge. Taking down a rival, that's very, very nice, of course. Let's jump back to you, Maurice. Which game do you have on?
I'm with you guys. This game
Yasser,
is
maybe
the game.
Jenny for you and Anna Sargsyan.
Yeah, you all can follow it there, as a matter of fact, because it's just equals now. It's all the engine is calling this anybody's game.
Anybody's game
at the moment
because of A2 is counterplay.
In fact, what's hilarious is if you take on G7, you're actually worse after this move.
Rook A1 makes sense. Queen
And
F6, what else?
No, Rook A1 loses to Queen B1.
Right.
This one is met by this, and now you have to play Queen F1.
Right.
And a very funny moment, this move, and you're just tied up.
Mm-hmm.
And you will just transfer the rook, right? Rook C8, Rook C2.
Or B5, B4, B3.
Or push the pawns. I mean, it's just
Queen F4.
She is looking for some Queen G5 and wanting to cooperate with that pawn on F6 for a checkmate.
Queen F4? Seriously? Well, I'm afraid she's going to be worse. She's going to be worse.
Still
But I like the move because it's setting up a problem for black. How are you going to respond? Because Queen G5 is a serious threat. I mean, the thing for Anna Sargsyan, she has 18 minutes, so she has all the time in the world to figure out how to continue.
And I think she'll spend time, too.
If you play H6, Yasser, then you're going to weaken that side, because now I may want to take on G7 with the idea to capture on H6.
Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at these moves, just if I can take on G7. Oh,
but now F7 is
F7,
hanging.
F7. Whoa, 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 whoa. So take on G7. Oh, just a sec. I'm so sorry. I don't like how Jennifer has played this at all. I think she's just tossing away her position. But wait a minute. How do we handle this? So if I go queen, oh, you got rook F1. I beg your pardon. You got rook F1. I was going to take your rook.
What?
Queen. But what's wrong with it?
You got rook F1.
But you got the pawn away. You killed
I know,
the pawn.
but I thought that Anna could be winning after queen.
Oh,
F4.
you're ambitious.
Oh yeah, I think she's messed it up. Poor Jen.
No, it's 0-0s at the moment.
Only.
Yeah.
She's not worse. Okay, that's great news. Sorry.
Every move leads to equality for her. except your move, H6.
H6. Then she got chances
Which
to win.
Which is also not bad. You could defend.
Yeah,
by
queen
taking
E6.
the pawn.
Okay, so queen F4 doesn't lose the game. I was afraid Jennifer was losing the game.
No, she's not.
Oh, good. I thought, what is she doing?
We'll be here a while as she tries to figure out that position.
Let's jump.
Yeah, let's go to the Wesley's game against Sam Shankland, because Maurice, Wesley's going to make you happy. He played that move, Queen A6.
Make me happy.
Yeah, you wanted to add this game to your chessable course.
Oh, this is true. Let's find some more chess geometry in this game. Queen D5, Queen A6, Bishop.
So maybe if you can move it back, Yasser, to just show that Queen A6 move. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when we left it, we saw the move Bishop D5 and Queen A6, and we thought that Wesley was winning at this point, which he is. Bishop C5, Knight takes C6, give me the rook. Well, Sam said, I can't lose the A7 pawn. You can have the rook. Thank you, I'll take it. Check. And Sam is hoping against hope that he'll have something. So I just have to avoid this knight e2 type of checks, right? And Wesley said, what did Wesley say? No.
King G1.
I don't even have to avoid knight e2 because guess what? I've got that covered. Oops.
But I have queen c5 now, check. How are you going to hide?
Me? I don't know. So if I hide up the board, king h1.
Then I go queen d5. Queen d2. No, then you go to h3. Okay.
The king can zigzag too.
As well as the queen.
As well as the queen. As the queen tries to zig and zag, the king
it's
can
a
zigzag
rook.
too. So
it's a rook.
It's a
for
full
what-
rook. And by the way, I'll give you the
attack.
rook.
Yeah, it's not
'Cause I got
playing.
mate.
I got mate on b7.
If you want to somehow win my rook.
I got mate.
And it looks like Wesley has calculated all this. So we can just follow him on the board. As Sam knows, he will be resigning very soon in this position.
And for Fabiano's fans, a Wesley So, tournament leader, he's a great leader. When he's got, I mean, he doesn't lose often or at all. He's on some streak, right? He's on some non-losing streak in U.S. championships.
Correct.
And you give him +2, you better be winning 3 games. King G2 by Wesley, and we are anticipating Queen D5 check by Sam.
Now King H2.
King H2. And we just, unfortunately for Sam Shankland's fans, he runs out of checks the moment, and that's
and a resignation.
That's a handshake. He runs out of checks either by knight e6 or queen e6, and Wesley So has won.
Beautiful game by Wesley So. I mean, that bishop a2 move, that was for me like a highlight of this game.
Absolutely. Very, very nicely done by Wesley So. As Maurice, you got the overview, sorry.
She did finally move in the game between Jennifer and Sargsyan, and queen c3 was played.
Oops, sorry. I've got
this.
the wrong.
This is the excitement in this is really just the clock. Right?
Yep.
I mean, yes, the board too, but she has to make good decisions as Jennifer, and every time a move gets played, she's got to be ready with her next move. And at the moment, 12, 11, 10
seconds.
9 seconds, she's finally played this move, queen
G5.
to G5.
Which allows queen c5 queen trade. And kind of
Which actually forces
the queen trade and allows black to get rid of the double pawn.
Are we not playing queen takes f6?
No, she plays g6.
G6.
Really?
This was the variation you were trying to avoid, Yaz.
Well, it was that very strange queen takes f6. Queen h6, queen f6, followed by a1 equals queen. Yep. And you were telling me triple zeros no matter what.
No, in this position, actually, it's +1 for white.
+1 for white. I beg your pardon.
And she's playing for it.
Queen h6 on the board.
I think this is good news for Jennifer because you no longer have to worry about that pawn on a2.
And it's not good news for Anna because you no longer have to worry about the pawn on f6.
So
I guess it's good news for everybody. We call this a hot chocolate moment. Everyone's a winner. A1 equals queen. This is what's happened. This is on the board. Have they made time control by now?
No,
Not yet.
still 3 more moves, pardon me.
3 more moves. Rook f1, give me the queen. So we're looking at queen d4 check as the most likely. Queen e5 is not bad. What's the body
But
count?
now it's only a 2-result game, right? Jennifer, you was playing either for a win or a draw. I don't think Anna has any chances here for counterattack.
Well, counterattack, is it so clearly just a 2-result game? Because it's not like the bishop on g2 is on d5. If the bishop was on d5, I'd say, yes, you're right. But imagine she goes queen d4 check.
Okay, king h1.
Or h2, as you like. b5. Why is it?
Queen f4. Well, now I'm going to try to push for a queen trade because I'm very confident about the rook endgame. So queen f6.
Queen f6. You could play e5 as well. Queen f6.
And now I just want to play e5, e6.
Okay. E5 is a good move. Again, if your bishop was on D5, I'm 100%. But this does look like a nice
Okay, let's
attack.
go E5.
Yeah, it looks like a nice attack. I very, very much give you good credit for that. This is good. This is good. All righty. Anna has lots and lots of time, so where are we going?
Maybe let's check in with Talia Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian. But before we do that, Anastasiya is with Nazi. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, guys. We were following you for the last 10, 15 minutes with Nazi, and she said she would do it in any case from her room, so it doesn't matter. We love you, listening to you guys. But before we go and check and speak about the game, Nazi, first of all, congratulations on this victory. Now you are the sole leader at the moment. We don't know how the other games will finish, but you're the sole leader. And also you are the person who finished today first with victory. Yeah. And because of that, I have a small gift for you. Q-Boutique prepared a small gift.
Oh, these are beautiful. Beautiful chess earrings.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So you can wear them maybe during this event.
I love Q-Boutique, and yeah, this is awesome. Thank you.
So this is the victory, but you made even bigger present for yourself by winning this beautiful game. Tell us a little bit about your emotions, and how did you find all these moves?
You know, as I was preparing, I was hoping she would play the King's Indian, and then I was in the mood for a long strategic game with a chance to attack her king, because I know Tatev's very dangerous if she's the one attacking. So today I made sure she didn't have a chance for that. I didn't castle long, I castled short, and I went all in. I found this maneuver knight d1, knight e3, knight f5, and after that sacrifice, I think she's just lost.
Yes, I mean, it was absolutely amazing maneuver with few ideas, right, at the same time. And yes, like now Yasser shows it on the board. Yes, the move knight f5 is so beautiful. Perhaps you can show it because, I mean, I can look at it all the time. Yes, knight f5, and her position just is falling apart. At this moment, you felt, Nazi, right, that it's just winning for you.
Absolutely.
I wonder again, how far did you calculate from this moment? Did
Honestly,
you see all this g6 and queen h7?
Yes, when I played knight e3 with the idea of going knight f5, I knew I was winning. I was just making sure that I was going to make the right move order, because I have so many options. I can take on h5 or f5. But I think I found the moves that gave her least options. So after g6, I was sure it was over.
How does it feel to lead in the tournament and have 2.5 out of 3?
It's been too long since I've been the leader in this event, many, many years. So it feels absolutely amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better start.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nazi, for being here. And I hope you'll be back. We're never tired of you.
Thanks so much, Nazi.
Congratulations, Nazi, for a great game.
Enjoy your earrings. I never got earrings. I mean, I never got for winning a game. Never.
Maybe it's going to change.
Things are changing. We can only hope. Where would you like to guide us?
I want to go to the game of Talia Cervantes against Atusa Purkashian.
Okay.
Because we have a rook endgame with a
ending.
bunch of passers.
My first take is, I like Talia's position because she's the one with the more dangerous passers. This pawn on b6 still lives, and this pawn, for example, on h5 is much more dangerous in my view than any of Black's pawns. So I think Talia's for choice. Now the question is, how big an advantage is it? Is it a winning advantage? It could well be.
I feel like you have to capture on g4, because if Black doesn't and White captures, then you never have kind of the going behind the pawn, because I have them doubled.
Yeah, there's double pawns, right? So munch, and if you take, again, we know in these endings that rooks belong behind passed pawns. So I would find the moves king f5 and rook h1 and push 'em baby the most compelling. And it just feels like it's just too fast. It's just too darn fast.
But the engine says it's equal.
No way. Wow. I would have just thought that definitely White is for choice. King f5, I would find these moves just too...
And Anastasiya is with Wesley So. So Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you. Kate, yes, I'm yet with another leader of the tournament, Wesley So, who just won the game against Sam Shankland and took the lead 2.5 points out of 3. First of all, Wesley, tell us about your emotions right now.
Well, very happy, totally unexpected. Obviously, as a Christian, all wins belong to God alone. So I'm hoping to have a strong middle and finish this event because it's a very long event.
Exactly, only 3 rounds. But you said that it was a bit unexpected, but I know that you have really good results against Sam, and why do you think it's happening?
Yeah, it's funny. Somebody pointed out he's never beaten me in a classical game.
Exactly.
Well,
Seems like he's suffering a little.
Yeah, I think because I worked with him for a while, some 11, 10 years ago. And I chat with him, I talk with him during events, so I kind of know him very well as a player. Also, I was a U.S. coach of the U.S. team 2013-2014. So during those times, I worked a lot with Shankland.
So for you to know the players better helps you, right? To understand their style and the way they think.
Yeah, for sure. That's why my time in the university was very useful because there were lots of GMs there. And I think I'm a kind of player who's very good at copying other people's style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we cannot, of course, analyze the whole game.
Yeah.
It was very long and so many lines. But I would like to go to one moment. I think it was very beautiful move
it's
you
funny.
made.
Fortunately, I was able to guess his opening today because
Really?
in Uzbekistan, he was playing King's Indian against D4 and Najdorf against E4. So this tournament, I thought he'd stick to the Caro-Kann. So it's funny, but
So you prepared today, yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
That's great.
I prepared until like B4 or something.
So maybe we can go all the way to move 28, where you played Wesley Knight D4. I think in my mind it was such a beautiful move, huh?
Yeah, actually very confusing because without an engine, this pawn structure looks very weird in a human standpoint for white, with E5, weak D5 square. But an engine likes this position for white. So I actually wasn't sure whether B5, A4 was correct because I could also play it slower with Queen C1. But here, this critical. And obviously, I missed Knight C3 from afar. I just thought he resigns here, because without Knight C3, he just resigns.
Yeah, can you just explain if you take the Knight, like what you were calculating, like instead of Knight C3, if it was Knight
Queen
D4?
C6, and then Rook B7, and then Rook B1, or at the very least, I also have A6, and I will regain every single material that I sacrifice.
Yes.
Like even here, A6, but probably other moves too. Rook B1, Knight B4, and then at the very least I can play Rook takes B4, and then A6, and the bishop pair should be enough to win the game.
Yes, this spin is really, really huge. Yes, Queen on C6. Yes.
If I don't even have to take next, I could just play. Okay, Queen B6, and I have to take, but.
Yeah,
it's very bad.
You said that you thought that he will resign now, so you missed this Knight C3 move, just 1 point.
From afar.
Here.
Because when he played Rook takes D4, I had so many options, but I couldn't find the win. Like after Rook D4 ED, except Knight E2, Knight B5 also was very close to a victory.
Let's not go too quickly, because we have...
Like ED4, I was looking at some lines like Knight B5, but it probably doesn't win. Or Knight E4, King B7. I got Knight B5, CB. Queen C6, Rook B7, and then...
Yes, and then you went too far away. We cannot see all these moves right now.
Yeah, Knight B5, CB, Queen C6, Rook B7. And if I go like Bishop F6, Bishop F6, Bishop H3, he has Queen C3, which is the only move. So.
Yes, so Bishop F6, Bishop F6.
Like Bishop F5, and he has Queen C3. Yeah,
yes.
Queen C3, and it's the only move. Queen E8, Knight C8.
Queen E8 and Knight C8. Yes, so he's defending here. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So unfortunately, it's not winning by force.
Yeah, Wesley, you played such a beautiful game. Of course, we checked the rest of it, and
he missed Queen F1. Also.
So he missed Queen F1.
I think Queen F1 was very important.
Yeah, I see.
Very critical because without Queen F1, things become very complicated. I was getting low on time. Knight on C3 is active, so Queen F1 was really important. I think Sam missed it from his facial reaction.
This is what you notice, yes. And
then and probably
yes, after that it was
Queen F1, Knight D5. Also another critical line, Bishop D5, Knight D5, Knight E6 was very important.
Thank you, Wesley, so much for all these variations. We have to run back to the studio because so many games are happening right now. Thank you and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations to Wesley. And yes, we have a game between Gregory Oparin that's heating up.
Well, in fact, we think he's winning.
Yeah, he's playing Andy Woodward, and we were talking about a diagonal problem.
When
Wow, a lot of things changed.
When we left it, we saw the position for Grigoriy after the move Queen F3, and we thought, oops, poor Andy doesn't have a good answer to that because you're pitting the D4 pawn in a crossfire. D1 is hanging and C3 as well. So after this move, Andy played rook on A1 to C1, rook D5, that's posting up. That's nice. Grigoriy is just playing a really beautiful game here. And Queen B3. Interesting. Oh.
Forcing a trade.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, that's a nice geometry. So you capture the rook, bishop captures D8.
Yep.
We have Queen D5.
Check. And don't allow me Queen H1, checkmate, but F3 is...
It's Queen D2.
Is what? Is Queen
Queen
D2?
D2, or I mean Queen D2 works, no? Just Queen D2.
Queen D2 picks off the rook for sure, but I think rook D2
is checkmate. Right?
Is mate coming.
Like,
where do you put your king?
That one's easy.
Well, let's go to G1.
And we take. Whoop, and mate.
That's a problem.
Oh, and Grigoriy.
Andy's sitting on 6 seconds. Is that true? It looks like he... Oh, they admitted made time control, so...
They have made time control.
He'd wish he was on 6 seconds.
But this move, rook D1, C3. I got a chance to interview the players before the game, and Grigoriy is an incredibly strong player, and he said, Yasser, my goal is last year I didn't win a single game. And it really, really impacted my entire year. It was like I was thinking for the whole year, like I can't go through a tournament without winning a game. And he said, I'm coming to this year's U.S. Championship with the goal of winning games, as in with the plural. So he starts with one of the most memorable losses of all time against Fabi, who played the most accurate game I can recall. Anyway, right now, he is in a winning position. He's just played this really beautiful move, C3, and I think that's it just wins.
I love the disconnect with that C3 move.
Interference move.
Interference move. 3 things on that square. I call that a point of concurrency. It's a mathematical term, geometric term, where 3 things connect, and you see the 3 of them connecting on that square. And you push on that square anyway.
Nonetheless.
And
we do have bishop takes C3. The bishop's backed up from the attack on the rook. You're going to tell us about the results this
Yeah,
far.
a lot of games finished. So let's check in with the results. In the women's section, Nazi Paikidze won against Tatev Abhimanyu with really nice knight sacrifice, knight f5, and Carissa drew against Anna Zatonsky.
I thought you said a lot of games finished.
Yeah, in the open section, do we have any there? Please save me. You see 3 games.
Wow,
Wesley So won against Sam Shankland. Awonder Liang drew with Fabiano Caruana, and Hans Niemann drew against Ray Robson.
When we left it, Dariusz and Mishra, by the way, they were in a game. I thought that Dariusz was heading towards time trouble and the possibility of a loss on the king side. Now I see they've made time control, and what do we have?
I don't think they have made time control.
Or they haven't.
Can we actually jump into the game of Talia Cervantes and Atusa Purkashian? Because the engine is saying now it's winning completely for white.
Yeah, was that a surprise?
Yes, because at some moment it was saying it's completely equal.
Don't listen to the engine. That looked just like a completely winning game. Hold on. You want me to switch from... Oh, and I have the game on my screen. Let's see what happened. When we left it, Talia did play the move G4. I thought this was winning.
Talia Cervantes against Atusa.
King takes B6, King F5. Talia is playing what I think are boss moves. And she defended her pawn on B2 with the move Rook B1. And she's pushing her pawn, so...
Right, but if you move back...
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Never mind, it was saying it's equal, but I guess...
Yeah.
It's just winning.
We've just updated to the current position. And we do have king c5 on the board. I'm anticipating h6. And again, Talia is saying, I've got the most dangerous passer in the position, and I'm ready to go h7 and h8. And I think Atusa has to give it up. There's just no way to stop this pawn. I mean, sure, she could.
So white is going to have the rook behind the pawn with king assisting it.
She could play the move c3, right? That's kind of like a temporary move.
But I may still play h7?
Yep. Rook takes b2, and maybe just rook h1. There she goes, h6 by Talia. Have they made time control, by the way? They haven't.
No. Well, now h6 is move 40 for Talia.
Okay, so that's it. So that's a winning move.
And another person who is winning is Irina Krush against Rose Atwell. So let's check in that game.
Talk about a roller coaster ride for our 8-time U.S. Ladies Champion. Irina won a beautiful game against Alice Lee to start the tournament. She lost a heartbreak yesterday. Winning today, you tell me. And I see why. She's got...
Those two pawns are just running on their own.
Yes, they are. And this one can be blockaded. And for Rose, I don't see any cheapos. Do you?
I was looking if there are any chances for checkmating that black king on h6
or even,
with some g4 and rook h5, but
right.
No, nothing is working there.
Well, but it's definitely all one-way traffic here for Irina Krush. And Maurice, what do you have for us, please?
Something extremely instructive for me anyway. I love these moments in games when you have seen so many thousands and thousands of games. A lot of times you feel like, yeah, we've seen that before, but something comes across your eyes, you go, wait, that's interesting. How cool is that? And then you want to put it in your mental banks and maybe even show it to one of your students. Well, check this one out. Remember this moment in the game, Yaz, you were saying, this is
looks
so busted.
easy. Yeah, easy.
Hideous. Well, in this position, she took this pawn. That was a big mistake, activating this king. The correct move here is king takes. She could also play rook h8, but let's follow the line.
Right.
Takes. It all looks good. Whatever you're doing over there, you ignore with c4. Yaz, your next move is?
King g4.
King g4. We're just going to come in and take care of business.
Cruise.
Only one way to save the game. Only one. And check this move out. Rook to h8. Stop your king from going to f5. Okay. Can't make any progress there. So what do you think you're going to do next?
Rook h1.
Rook h1. Rook h1?
Yeah.
Well, rook h1.
King f5. King f6.
Well, it's going to be the same if you had played rook f1 as well, because when you play this move, the next move is this move.
And that was why I wanted to play king e6 and king g7.
You want to do this now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, here we go.
But interruption. Gregory
did
win his game against Andy Woodward.
I can see this isn't just a clear cruise to victory. King f7.
Because you play a king f7, now we take on e4.
King g6.
King g7, we take on h5.
King g6.
Well, you probably want to take that pawn, but now rook back. And
yeah, it was rook behind the pawn, but king f6, and yeah.
You can now take this pawn, but suddenly
now
it's
a game.
Different.
It's a game. It's a game.
The beautiful maneuver, bringing the rook here, and then it looks like you're trapping it inside of the h6 square. By the way, you could have done it here also.
Rook f1. This was the
rook. You should have played this position right here.
Right. Rook h6.
And again, just the rook just sits there in the middle and says, "I got it all.
Flex.
I got it in control." It looks extremely stupid, this rook, like
that.
Passive as ever, but it's holding back both of your pieces, and so it's a very concrete idea in the position. We're not, or we actually, let's say it differently. We're taught. Keep your rooks active. Don't go into passivity. You're going to lose. That's just what we're taught. That's drummed into our head. We see it in the books. Active rook, even if it's worth a pawn, even if you have to give away a pawn, you do that. Instead, she decided to stay active by taking, and after king takes g4, King takes b6, king f5, rook a2, the active rook getting behind the pawn, all wrong. What? We have to be in front of the pawn and go passive? Good luck finding those moves. Rook b1, c4, h5, king c5, h6, and this is a runaway pawn. Pawn on a jailbreak. And we see here that Talia is going to win this game because that pawn is just too far advanced now after king d4. Now the rook gets behind it, and it's going to be chuck, chuck, and the game is over. The active rook fails. The passive rook would have saved the game.
It's terrible because we have these guidelines, and we almost consider them rules. And then the guidelines are just wrong. You know, like 90% of the time they're right. But then when I show you the exceptions, you go, oh, why was I taught that? You know.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
That's the thing about engines is that they just go calculate and figure out what the right thing is. And those guidelines, they're what they are, guidelines. They're not rules. It's not a rule rook belongs behind pass pawn. It's a guideline. It's a principle.
Most of the time.
And probably guideline is the best way to put it. It's not even a principle. It's a guideline.
Yeah.
And we have all these these heuristics, as we call them in the technical world of logic, heuristics. Not absolute hard, fast rules that you must follow. And if you do that, you fail lots of times. And it's actually the stronger the player, the more they recognize exceptions to those guidelines.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have a special guest.
Yes, Anastasiya is with guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you. I'm here with Gregory Oparin, who won his first game in U.S. Chess Championships. How it's going for you, Grigoriy, so far?
Well, it obviously feels great to win a game. Last year I couldn't win a single one, and this year the first two games were really tough as well. I lost to Fabis and had a very good position against Hans yesterday, but didn't manage to find the right path. And today, yeah, I mean, the way the game was progressing today, I didn't think I would win. I guess I surprised him with my setup against the Catalan, with his bishop d6, h6. I mean, he knew it pretty well what to do, but it just, I mean, I knew it better, and it was equal. Like, after he played d4, we traded the pieces. And I thought, actually, like, the game would end pretty quickly. Like, we would just trade the remaining pieces.
Yeah, it looked like the game would go towards the drawish result.
Yeah, like, at some point, I played a6. I thought he would play queen c6, maybe some trades. But then he started playing way too passively, and like it just was very unpleasant for him because I could improve my position in so many different ways, and yeah, he didn't find the right plan. And then obviously queen b1 was a huge
mistake. Yes, maybe one moment we would like to show here where he played, I think, queen b1. Yes, did you realize how bad is it for him after? It seemed like he forgot about this pawn on c4, no?
Yeah.
When he played queen b1 here, yes, you just took the
I'm
pawn.
not sure if a5 is a good decision. I expected queen b3 from him instead of queen b1. Queen b1, he just forgot that he cannot take on a5.
Yeah, believe it or not, but after this, like, you never gave him any chance. Like, computer loves your position all the way until the end. Yes, like, you just crushed here. But Grigoriy, tell me a little bit. Of course, everybody knows that you are working with Fabiano. And how is it challenging for you to combine your professional career with work with one of the top players in the world?
Well, I mean, it's always a little bit annoying to play Fabi in US Championships. But this year, I'm actually happy that it happened in the first round, so I don't need to think about prep about that game. But in general, yeah, I mean, I always feel like very motivated because, I mean, it's a big challenge to work with Fabi and to play against Fabi. So, yeah, I'm always looking forward to it.
To both, yeah. And actually here you are playing, as you mentioned, in the same championship. Do you still chat about the games? How is it going when you play in the same event?
Yeah, we do. In fact, I mean, after the first game, Fabi actually sent me his opening file. and I used it yesterday against Hans. Also, like yesterday, after yesterday's game, I sent him my file in some other opening.
So you're kind of exchanging all the time, yes? Wow.
We are sharing ideas.
So do you think you benefit as a player by working with him? Is it like mutual benefits?
Oh, I hope so. I mean, my rating has not improved since I started working with him, but I think my ranking actually improved because everyone keeps losing rating. So,
Yeah.
but I do feel that I became a better player, even though, I mean, you cannot see it in my rating.
You never know, yes. I mean,
Yeah.
anyway, you are going to play more events, and we'll see what will happen in this one. Thank you so much, Grigoriy, for being here. All the best of luck.
Thank you.
Indeed. Congratulations, Gregory. It is important to get off that schneid and win a game. I noticed in the game between Sam Sevian and Levon Aronian, a very, very balanced material. In a minor piece endgame, it's very unusual to see 3 versus 3 minor piece ending with these 3 pawns, but it feels like this game is also heading for a draw. What are we doing? Gotcha.
I wanted to check with Jennifer, you and Anna Sargsyan. I mean, that is the game that's extremely important for the standings in the women's section.
Right. And let me just jump to that because
But there is an interruption. It looks like Talia Cervantes won her first game against Atusa Purkashian. And also Alice Lee, she won her game against Megan?
Yes.
Megan Paragua.
Well, for Alice Lee, dropping the first game to Arena Crush, that was huge. But then on her birthday, Sweet 16, she picks up a win and another win today. So, yeah, she's back.
And Alice is with Anastasiya. So, Anastasiya, over to you.
Yes, we have Alice here once again. Congratulations with one more victory today against Megan. How did this game went for you today?
Yeah, thank you. I thought this game was... I think the middle game was a bit shaky. It was kind of unclear. But then at some point, once I got this h4, h3...
Yes, you brought this pawn all the way, yes, towards the king.
Yeah, and then I played bishop h6. After there, I thought I had good prospects. I thought bishop h6 was really nice because actually there's some lines where if she doesn't play bishop c1, the pin is just so annoying. If she tries to break it with like bishop e2, then knight e4, bishop e2, I thought queen f5.
It's so quick. Wait. So this is, I think, one of the critical moments. She played this move bishop c1, and after this you found this very nice tactical blow, right? So instead of it, could she do something?
Yeah, I thought bishop e2 was possible.
Bishop e2 instead of bishop c1, yes, was possible.
Then knight e4, bishop e2, queen f5, and actually the bishop on h6 is very good because there's no knight f3, and here queen takes f2. It's always quite annoying.
Yes.
So
all this, yes.
I mean, maybe she can play queen d3. I think I was looking at that, but. Again, there's still like a pin, and it's basically impossible to.
Yeah, it seems like after you played this knight d4, you just got a pawn. Did you feel that you didn't have any chance until the end, or was it any moment you would like to?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I wasn't sure whether knight takes d4 was because I was considering. I mean, I saw knight takes d4, the idea before she played bishop c1, but then when she played it, I realized that it's not so easy because I think there's a moment. I mean, here it was not as clean as I would have liked.
Yeah, here it's a bit annoying to play all the time. You have all these kind of threats of checkmate, right? So she had to keep an eye on g2 all the time.
But I thought that there was a moment, one moment where maybe she could have played bishop e5 instead of queen e3, and I thought that would have been a bit more accurate.
Yeah, so we can come back. Can you exactly point the moment she could play bishop
instead of queen e3? I thought bishop b5. So after take,
rook c1,
and then I thought bishop e5 was a bit more like practically probably better because after queen e3, bishop e4, bishop e5, I get like queen f5. But if bishop b5 instead, I have to consider what to do because I'm not sure if I want to play queen f5 or queen g4 immediately because e7 is hanging. But if I play queen d6, then she has queen e3, bishop e4, and some f3.
This is too fast for us right now. Of course, the game was covered very well because we are doing it also from the studio. Alice, I mean, can you just give us your comment about how is it going for you so far? Like no draws, only decisive games.
I think after the first game, I kind of came back nicely in the next two games. But so the start actually after 3 rounds isn't so bad for me.
But, you know, tomorrow I'm playing Carissa, so that would be
a big game.
critical game.
Did you share ice cream? Did you invite Carissa today?
Oh, no, I didn't get ice cream because I had too many sweets otherwise, but definitely on the rest day.
You'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much, Alice. All the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and congratulations, Alice. Some results, Katja.
Yes, let's take a look at the women's section. Here we have Nazi Paikidze, who won against Tatev Abrahamian. Carissa Yip drew with Anna Zatonsky. Talia Cervantes won against Atusa Purkashian. And Megan Paragua lost to Alice Lee.
Again, there's a lot of upsets going on in the ladies and in the open.
Wesley So won against Sam Shankland. Awonder Liang drew with Fabiano Caruana. Hans Niemann drew with Ray Robson. Andy Woodward lost to Gregory Oparin. And Sam Sevian drew with Levon Aronian.
Let's be very clear. Wesley So, tied for first coming into today's round, beats another player who was tied for first, Sam Shankland. And with Fabi making a draw, only one other player could possibly tie. And who was that other player? It was Levon Aronian, and he just drew, actually, a game.
Which means Wesley So will be a sole leader.
The sole leader.
Right, no matter what the result, he is currently sole leader. Not will be, is.
Is.
And just done.
And Anna Sargsyan is now chasing Nasi, who has +2.
By the way, I've been informed.
+3.
I've been informed. Sorry, just
no, it's okay.
To put even more respect on her name, I've been informed that Tatev, who is Armenian, says her name is pronounced Sargsyan. Sargsyan is her actual name, not Sargsyan, as we've been saying.
Say it again, please.
Sargsyan, just phonetic, the way it looks. No gi. There's no in between. I'm just telling you what's up. I trust her. Sargsyan.
I get it. No. I mispronounce everybody's name.
I'm not even sure if I'm saying it the right accent.
Even,
but
we'll get VAR.
There's no extra sound in there. VAR should have told us this. VAR's Armenian.
But okay, you guys were telling me that it's a 2-result game, and between Jennifer and Anna. If you don't mind, I'll just stay with Anna, and I'll be on safe ground with
There's
Anna.
Anna Zatonsky in the tournament, so you're not going to duck that easy.
Why do you guys think that this is just
I never said it was a 2-result game.
Well, I
thought it was a 1-result.
I want to put Kate on the spot.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. But the problem is that Jennifer was forced to play this move G4, which I think really hurt that position.
At what moment? Sorry. She was forced to play the move G4?
Yes, because she got tricked here.
She got tricked. We left it here, and here's where she got tricked.
Because now Queen D7, and the bishop is hanging. You have to play G4, and once you play G4, then that bishop on H3 is kind of awkward.
I see. So we've caught up with the players, and, you know, what can I say? I mean, I've got 3 pawns for the bishop, and the bishop's not that effective. Again, you put the bishop on D5, you made a believer out of me. You leave the bishop on H3, and I'll put the rook maybe on E6 and E5.
I'm going to reroute the bishop. Bishop F1.
Bishop F1. Good
Go
move.
with your rook E6.
Well, if you're going to put it that way. I mean, yeah. Okay, go with your rook E6. Okay, I see that you want to put the bishop on C4, so maybe I should go B5 before I move my rook. Yeah, okay, we go. Rook C5.
All right, so let's go...
G, E, rook.
I cannot push any of those pawns.
They're stuck, right?
Bishop D3 is useless.
Bishop D3, not completely useless. On a good day, you could still try to get on the A2 diagonal.
Okay, let's play E5.
E5.
Wasting time. Just go.
Wow. E5. Okay, I can't play queen takes E5. That's queen takes F7 and mate to come. Rook takes E5. I'm starting to worry about the bishop coming to C4, although that's still not the end of that. So I guess B5 to stop bishop C4, and maybe on a good day play rook takes E5. And while we figure this out...
Anastasiya is with Talia. Anastasiya, over to you.
Yes, here I am with Talia or Talia. Now that you were talking about how we should pronounce players' names, I have two versions right now, and maybe you can tell us a little bit more about it. But first of all, congratulations on the victory, the first victory in this championship. How is it going for you so far, the tournament?
Thank you. I'm very thrilled that I got to win today, especially after yesterday's loss. It was a very long, tough game. But today seemed somewhat smooth, so I am happy with the result and getting back to 50% and then hopefully get some pluses later on.
Now that we're talking to you for the first time, I just was wondering what kind of goals did you put to yourself before the tournament? Like, what are your expectations?
Honestly, U.S. Championship is just a tournament where I try to have fun in the first place, but also I know that I'm competing against like the top female players in the country, so I just want to test myself against them and see how far I can get, try to put some of it in preparation to use. But today I was the one getting surprised, so I don't know how that will go for the rest of the tournament. But as of now, still working on it.
It's always hard to find this balance, yes, between having fun, being a bit relaxed, and at the same time competing with really strong opponents who actually would like to win against you. So
yes.
I just wonder, like, what do you say to yourself before the games like this? Like,
I think by this point I'm pretty relaxed going into the games, but I know that it's always going to be a tough fight, so I just try to be as focused as I can. And a lot of the players in the field are new. A lot of them have played in the past, so I have a better grasp of their style and their play, so just kind of guided based on that.
You're speaking about the preparation. I know that you have a coach here who is also playing in the U.S. Chess Championship. It's just revealed the name.
Yes.
Dariusz, right?
So Dariusz is the coach for St. Louis University. I'm very grateful to him. Another thing that he told me about at the opening ceremony is that I forgot everybody that was in the field for the men's section. So you asked me who I was rooting for, and I said Awonder because I just panicked and I just said a name. But I feel really bad. He called me out on it. And yeah, so I'm obviously like rooting for him to win the tournament. My apologies.
No worries. I was wondering, are you also helping him with preparation? He's also played.
I don't think I help him in any way, but it's funny because he told me like that he called me out saying that I didn't say his name when, trying to root for somebody. And he has the same face of disappointment as when I forget my lines when we're doing prep. So I was like, okay, I'm getting this face of disappointment again. But no, just kidding. Like, he's great, and he's helped me out a lot. So I really appreciate all of the efforts from him and St. Louis University.
Yeah, I'm sure he's also happy about your result today. Just quickly, you said that you were surprised in the opening, but let's say towards the end, just your feeling, what happened?
Yes, so probably the most critical moment is this one where I'm deciding whether to take the pawn on a7 or not. And for the most part, I was just trying to calculate the repercussions of the line because my knight gets kind of trapped. I have some slight issues with trying to figure out what to do with the knight, exactly what she did with f6, bishop e8.
So I think this moment, yes, somewhere knight a7 when you took on a7. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Right.
There was, I think, move 28 or something with this.
It was getting very close to the time control, and I was worried because I was spending a lot of time because I wanted to make sure that knight a7, I wouldn't be in trouble. But later on, if we follow like the most forcing line, which is what happened in the game, I seem to just like trade the rooks and get g4 in and just get my pass pawn on the side, and then after that, it's pretty straightforward.
Yes. So and then yes, it was winning for you. So what about tomorrow? Who am I going to play?
I actually don't know.
That's why I asked you. I was wondering if you even know whom are you playing.
No.
Do you prefer somehow not to know so you don't think about the next round?
I checked before the first round. Like I looked at the pairings. So I have like a vague idea, but I don't actually remember who I'm playing tomorrow. I just kind of go round by round and figuring it out along the way.
Now I have big news for you. You play against Tatev tomorrow.
Okay, good to know. I'm glad.
Now it's time to get ready. Yes, thank you so much, Talia, and see you soon. We are going back to the studio.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Congratulations to Talia. She's going to be surprised when she discovers after G4 her opponent missed an extraordinary opportunity of drawing the game by playing with a passive rook. What Maurice showed us. King takes B6. Go ahead and put that rook on
C4 first. But
C4?
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, rook H8, king C4. Put that rook on the most passive square on the board that you can find. Draw. Surprise, 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 as Jim Neighbors would say. What an amazing game that was. Congratulations to Talia.
And we will go on a short break.
Let's do it.
We'll be right back.
Okay, lots of results, I must say. Are you well prepared? Do you feel that you're well prepared? You can always do more, but...
So I'm actually in my last year of high school, so I'm graduating this year and I'm doing in-person school, so there's a lot of work, but I'm planning here to just focus purely on chess. So I think like in the next day or the next few days, I'll be warming up, I guess, during the tournament. And also, hopefully, I'll be doing a lot of good prep.
I kind of just prepared normally for the way I would for any other tournament. So just a lot of general openings, puzzles, that sort of thing. I guess mentally, it was a little trickier because I don't want to put too much pressure on myself, but at the same time, of course, I want to do well. Yes. Yeah, it's hard to sort of corral those expectations a little bit. But I mean, I just want to play good chess. I think if I play good chess, then everything should come after.
Okay, like usually I try to do some tactics and some openings. I have two kids, it's not easy to organize preparation. And I did some sports, meditation a little bit.
So the great thing this year is that I'm doing my MBA rather than my undergrad, so I have a lot more free time to start looking at chess. Again, I had a bunch of tournaments during the summer, which gave me a little bit of perspective for this event. And then I was working with my coaches at St. Louis University.
So I try to focus on my calculation mostly because during the summer I played some events and I do have a problem there. I did some openings and games too, everything basically. But mostly I tried to focus on my mindset because I'm not gonna lie, most tournaments I have problems more with my mindset rather than the chess stuff. So like very recently I resigned in a draw position. Yeah, I guess I just have to get into the fighting mode and feel confident. I was very anxious like a month ago about this tournament, but for now I feel more confident and more relaxed.
Well, Yasser, I count our commentary jobs together as training. So that way I've been training the whole year.
Right.
But also, yes, I didn't have too much time to prep, but when I did, I mostly worked on my calculating skills, yes.
I just did my regular training, for what I've been doing for all of my other tournaments. I mean, school definitely affected it because I still have academics and have homework. But, I mean, I've been still trying to continue my training, like puzzles, sparrings, games, like all the other practicing things.
Yeah, so sometimes during the summer I started thinking ahead of US Championship and thinking about my schedule. So I knew the championship was going to be in October. That's why I decided to play a couple of tournaments in Europe in August, just to get back in shape, get some games in, get some opening prep. And since then, I came back to St. Louis middle of September. So just doing overall prep. I know my opponents, but I don't know the colors. So just doing some overall prep, trying to get in playing mode, and also, of course, never-ending opening work.
I think compared to last year, I definitely spent a lot more time on my calculation. Like, I'm still doing openings, reviewing my openings, and doing some other things, reading chess books and stuff. But overall, I've been trying to focus more on my calculation over last year.
Okay, I mean, it's been a few months I played chess probably. My last tournament was in St. Louis American Cup in March, back in March, and I haven't played since. But anyway, so I decided to play in this tournament because it's always nice to be in St. Louis, you know. You always see your friends, and also it's a great city. I mean, chess club, everyone is so friendly here. So yeah, I decided to play here after about 6 months.
I feel like I am not as prepared as I want to be, but definitely in a much better spot than I've been in the past 5-6 years maybe, mainly because I graduated college.
Yeah.
So,
got that behind you.
Yeah, so I'm no longer a student after my whole life.
You know, preparation is never as good as you want it to be, right? I mean, that's somehow it feels like that. Like it's hard to ever have it in a place where you're like, wow, I'm just so prepared. I've covered everything. I remember everything. But I feel like I'm definitely coming off of a summer of chess. You know, I played a couple of events not long ago. My last tournament ended less than a month ago. So I got some rest from that, but I'm also, I think, should be in some decent form and not out of practice, and that probably counts for a lot.
From world capitals to the chess capital of America, titans of chess have traversed the globe to prove one thing: who will be the next Grand Chess Tour champion? Each stop yielded elated winners, but it all came down to 4, and beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil set the stage for an epic final showdown. After a tense first match, Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave emerged victorious, but with the title bout deadlocked after classical, it all came down to rapid and blitz. Once the dust settled after a stunning comeback, only one man was left standing, and Fabiano Caruana was crowned the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Following a decade of impeccable events, the tour looks to the future and all of the excitement that will unfold on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
America's top chess players are set to compete in the most prestigious national championship in the world, the 2025 U.S. Chess Championship and the 2025 U.S. Women's Chess Championship, hosted by the newly expanded St. Louis Chess Club. Defending champions Fabiano Caruana and Carissa will lead an illustrious field from October 12th through 25th, with a total prize fund of more than $400,000 on the line. Don't miss chess history in the making.
Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
The 15th annual St. Louis Chess Club Golf Tournament teed off on October 6th at Glen Echo Country Club. Over 100 golfers participated and helped to raise funds in this terrific event that united chess enthusiasts, community supporters, and golf lovers for a day of friendly competition on the green. To everyone that attended and helped support chess education and outreach programs, thank you for your generosity.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
Welcome back to the third round of the U.S. Championships. When we were having a break, the last game in the open section finished and Dariusz Swiercz drew with Abhimanyu Mishra.
That means that Abhimanyu is now 70 games in a row without a loss at the international level. That's an extraordinary result. But I think he'd rather win than
a few games.
Drawing the games. I mean, he did defeat the world champion, Gukesh, in the FIDE Grand Swiss, so that's a big result. And he won some other games as well. But here he wants to win the U.S. Championship. If you're going to win the U.S. Championship, you have to win games, especially with Wesley So sitting at +2 at the moment. And Wesley very rarely loses his games, as we see the standings right now.
Wesley So, the sole leader with 2.5 points, winning an important game today against Sam Shankland, and then a two-way tie for the second place, Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian.
As Sam Shankland gets pushed down, there, Awonder Liang drawing with Fabiano.
And Andy Woodward at the bottom after having that delicious opportunity against Fabiano Caruana. This tournament is brutal. You don't get that win, see you in the basement.
Ouch.
And let's take a look at the women's results so far. We have Nazi Paikidze, who won against Tatev Abrahamian. Carissa drew against Anna Zatonsky. Talia Cervantes defeated Atusa Purkashian, and Megan Paragua lost to Alice Lee.
Big game going on between Jennifer and Anna at the moment. Anna could potentially, with a win, surpass Nasi as she started 2-0, trying to keep her win streak alive.
There are pawns sitting on B4. Black pawn has gone down the board, it looks like.
What? Control.
Looks like there's a pawn on B4.
Yeah, this is where we had left it. We had expected this move. Bishop F1, followed by B5. Rook to D2, B4. How about that? B4. That's sassy.
That's bold. I
Yeah.
mean, she's looking for, maybe for the win. I think she feels like I was dead at some point.
Right. Look,
and
if you're
I
gonna give me
stabilized.
chances, yeah.
Now, why not?
Why not?
Let's go for it.
Let me get it.
If you're going to push a pawn and give me one of your pawns, I'll give you my B pawn. Is that the third B pawn in the game, by the way? I mean,
You're right.
There was a B pawn before. It took an A3. And
I think
was it a B pawn?
Or A3 pawn? Yeah.
The A3 pawn. Wasn't it a B pawn earlier?
If I'm in Jennifer's shoes, I'm kind of maybe pulling, the parachute cord, ripcord. Isn't it time maybe to play Queen D6, trade queens, put my rook over on the B6 square, and just say, okay, let's make a solid draw. because
bad things could happen.
Bad things, yeah, easily could happen.
Okay, let's play the sharpest line. I've
Please.
seen this in one of my studies. I know it's not looking actually positive in this position, but let's play Queen B8 check.
Okay, no choice. Got to go King G7.
And then play Rook D8.
Yep. So you're going to go try to flush me out.
Just to
with
see it.
Yeah.
If you refute it, I'll throw it out the window.
Exactly.
Let's just see it.
Rook G8. So, okay, let's go. E3.
Why did you take the pawn on E4, Yaz?
I didn't even realize it was hanging. I was trying to queen my other guy.
You never resist these things, but now you... Okay, so now I'll play Rook G8.
Rook G8. I gotta go. Gotta go.
But now my queen could go all the way back to F4 first. Thank you very
H2.
much. No. F4 first. I don't want you to run.
Oh, caught me.
The queen is a nasty piece. But if you have to do that...
I'm not enthusiastic.
Hold on. What do we do here? Do I play Rook E8 first? You have Queen C7, and you shut down what I really want. But if I play Queen F4 first...
I like Queen F4.
King.
I mean, it looks nice. The problem is after the king moves...
I mean, you're every fiber, you know.
If
only. No, G5, I don't get to play G5 because Bishop H3... I get to trade queens
But I can go
with a check.
E5 here.
Ooh. E5, that's
I am looking at Bishop C4.
We can get behind that move.
And maybe G5 on the next move.
Wow. Okay, somehow you managed to, and she did play
pulled
Queen
the brakes.
D6. I thought it was
very
time.
Curious about that attack, though.
Okay, we gotta. We're gonna go back and we're gonna look at Queen B8. One more look-see.
Only King
because
G7, no other move.
Because Rook G8 did ask a very pertinent question. Now you're going to play check, and you were bringing your queen. Maybe I have to close down the diagonal so that you don't get to go Queen H2 and Queen H4. You can still check me and check me some more, right?
I'm not a fan of just throwing my queen in there, but I do win the pawn on F7. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Let's go find out.
Let's find out. Check.
Wait a minute. You have Queen G3 check. I don't win any pawn. That's going to be...
Let me show you what you might have missed.
That's going to be too much. Sorry, I didn't do it yet. I still have Queen D8 check, although you might...
Right.
Okay, so going too far too fast...
She has played, by the way, in the game. Jennifer said, you know what? I want to trade queens. And you know what Anna said?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Queen G5.
And,
Queen
I can be insistent, right? I could be very, very insistent if I like. And I think Jennifer is insistent. She's about to play Queen D8.
But she wins a pawn this way, doesn't she?
Who?
Oh, no. She loses her G pawn.
After King H7?
Yes,
King
I saw
G7?
Trade.
Munch.
No, actually... No, I don't. I actually don't want to trade if I'm her, but
just
H5 and
H5. Well, I get to pick up some pawns over here on the.
And Jennifer is still in time disadvantage. Only 3 minutes 42 seconds on the clock against Anna's 26 minutes.
That's very typical of Jennifer.
Yep.
As she gets in time pressure so often.
Well, if there was 3 time controls, she'd be in time trouble in 3 of the 3 time controls. So fortunately, there's only 1 time control, and then she's on increments for the rest of the game.
The position on the board is not a winning position.
No, it's a draw. It's a drawn position after the queen trade, and it's funny, her last few moves have been to force the trade of queens, and then the moment she has the opportunity to trade queens, she'll think about it.
Well, she's just done it, and
that's she's taken it.
Secured
a draw.
An even position, at least.
Rook takes Bishop E2, defends the pawn on G4, but we are picking up Anna's passers on the queen side as compensation for this lost pawn on G4 once she plays H5, G4.
Yeah, this game, it looked as though Jennifer was going to get the win. Jennifer had a fantastic position,
Fantastic.
had various ways to play, and one way in particular was to go after the attack in this game. As we see, she had the possibility of advancing, particularly right here, right now. Actually, it was even one move before this that she had this chance.
Playing E5,
the
which
move
was
E5,
a monster move.
The move E5 in this position would have just absolutely crushed her opponent. The pawns are racing, the bishops are slicing and dicing, the knights look terrible, and particularly the knight on G5 would have been trapped as well. This was well on the way to victory for Jennifer Yu, but instead, she got greedy immediately and played the move H4, and in this position, her opponent could have actually taken on E5 and liquidated pawn after pawn after pawn, especially the pawn on A3. In the end, after we saw some straightforward win of the piece, but not enough to win this position. Her opponent, however, gave her a second chance.
Anna.
Did Anna, and she once again missed her opportunity, instead just going for the win of a piece. This liquidated the pawns on the queen's side without the same advantages. The game continued, but not enough, especially after this rook to C2 move, not enough of an edge in the position to really bring home the bacon. And with some chances still, but Anna was able to defend quite well. And we find ourselves in a position where it looks as though Anna will be able to draw the game and maintain her tie for first place.
But unfortunately for the Bobby Fischer Prize fans, there will be none of our 24 competitors who will have started with a win streak that would cost
the club any money.
H5
Rex Singfield can keep that in his pocket. He said, you got to win 11 in a row for me to give you money. And now I said, okay, fine. Try winning 5 in a row for me to give you money.
Right.
And they couldn't even win 3 in a row.
It's tough.
It's tough in this place.
Look, and these ladies, the U.S. Women's Championships are getting stronger and stronger. And Anna, welcome, welcome, as she brings her A game to this event.
So the only other award left is the Finish Strong Prize. And this is awarded to the player or players with the highest score beginning with round 6 all the way to round 11. That's 6 rounds of play. And if you had maybe a poor start, or even if you had a great start, we count a new tournament starting with round 6. And if you finish with the best score, you get an additional $5,000 in your pocket. That is in addition to the prize that you win for your placement in the tournament. Of course, the prize is split in case of a tie, and it's in both sections. $5,000 up for grabs in the women's, $5,000 up for grabs in the open. And this is to incentivize players to keep on playing. A lot of times, you know what it's like.
Having a bad
we
result.
all know what it's like. Oh, I started off this tournament like crap. I'm never going to win this tournament. I don't really feel like playing anymore. Let's play a few so-called fighting chess. But wait a minute. There's a what prize?
Yeah.
Wake up. Time to wake up. I got some chances. Let me go pick up that $5,000 in addition to the other monies. So they'll who's thinking like this right now? Andy Woodward is thinking like this right now. There might be a chance in the second half.
Yeah.
Carissa, if she always finishes strong.
Carissa, yep. If she can finish strong, she could also win the tournament and pick up the $5K. So there's going to be a lot to play for, but we won't really get into the details of that because the scoring doesn't begin until round 6.
I believe Irina Krush also is trying to nurse her way to victory in her game with Rose Atwell. You were saying with that king peculiarly placed on the H6 square, you'd almost think that you could checkmate it somehow. You know, you got rook to B, rook. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to make a bad move. Forgive me. Rook here, pawn here. You want to play like this, right? You want to play something like check. King takes H5, and one of these. How do I get my rook to H1? Kind of because you think the king, and somehow The king is just hanging out there, and there's
Also,
no mate.
you can try to get the rook to the 8th rank, to h8.
Go the other way, yeah.
And then push g5. So
Right.
if I go like rook a2, we can just draw the line
A2.
h8.
Rook a2, h8.
And then pushing g5. Wow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Rose has played f5.
She's got to get her king out of the box.
Isn't that an invitation for Arena to play rook c7?
But Irina was
e3.
Guess what?
Mate.
Irina was going to play rook c7 anyway.
Right.
Like, to me,
Of course.
you guys are talking about mate.
You're
What
just
are you
trying
going
to
to do about
queen-
your knight on b7? It's
Trying to
attack.
queen the
We're just
pawn.
going to play rook c. That's coming. Rook c2. You play any other move. For example, if you go back one move here.
Okay.
You play rook e8.
For example.
What's actually wrong with rook to c2?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And the rook is headed to c7.
Right.
Your position is paralyzed completely.
A pawn down and a bad
king.
Yeah,
And
offside
bad
king.
knight.
Yeah, offside king. Put the king. How would I make a fortress? Some light squared fortress? Yeah, put the king. I'd have to put it on d7 and a rook on c8 to try to make some kind of a fortress. None of that is happening for Rose, and yeah, well, immediately.
Rook c2, just transferring the rook to the 7th rank.
Absolutely.
And now if you take on g4, we follow this line. Take on g4 and try for your counterplay after takes. Rook up the board to e4. How exciting. And then bishop e3.
Shuts that
check
down.
lands on the board. Your king moves back, and then rook c7 check.
Ouch.
It's all she wrote.
Yep, that's a win. No question about it. Ooh.
There's no hope in this position.
I just feel like some of the ladies in this tournament are really going through a roller coaster. Alice Lee, 3 decisive games, losing game 1, but winning 2 in a row. And as Alice said, it's not so bad. Not too bad, 2 out of 3. And for Arena, the same thing. She must have felt terrible yesterday, having lost to Anna and having beaten Alice, but a nice comeback today win will get her 2 out of 3. She'll only be a half a point behind Nasi, and we think Anna is drawing her
This
third round.
tournament is contentious.
Yes, it feels it.
Top players rising. Anna Sargsyan is no surprise in this tournament that she's doing well. She's number 3 seed after all. And here she's looking to secure this, what looks like equal position now for her. Should be drawing without much effort.
But actually, the position is interesting now. Maybe we can jump to that game.
Absolutely. I will bring up
Because
Jennifer. and
Jennifer
Anna.
is not picking up those pawns as easily as we thought.
I mean, she
Jennifer
draw.
has a strange.
Right? She can
What did
take-
she just do?
Well, it's...
Why didn't she play rook b2? She didn't play rook b2 and rook takes b4. Very strange.
I think she has a dream. Everybody can...
We all have dreams.
I was thinking she wants to get to c4 with her bishop.
Because I think if you capture with rook and go to... And again without rooks, then, okay, this is very risky.
Sometimes I'm a bit confused by Jennifer's play. What does she want to do against b2?
And she has only 12 seconds on her clock.
12 seconds?
Only 8 now.
What is... She needs to move. And she's taken with a bishop, and she's losing 2 pawns.
I don't know what Jennifer does. She gets herself into time trouble and then blunders away her position. Bishop takes b5. She might still be drawing, but this is not...
But it's getting more complicated.
It's not getting complicated. It's getting bad. Is what's happening. No, complicated.
I mean,
is
there's
one perspective.
Now
but
it's 4 pawns for a bishop.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Okay, she sees that
Okay,
she's
going
going
to
to
take
win
that
one,
pawn on
but
b3.
a bishop against 3 connected passers?
Crazily enough, I think she's still drawing, but, you know, she could have just taken the pawn on b4 for
She
nothing.
probably missed the move b5.
She makes it hard on herself. She surely does.
It's easy to lose this position.
Oh,
it's
gosh,
it's
yes.
Especially with 1 minute on the clock.
forever. No new time control. It's and guess what? It will be possible to start pushing those pawns.
Of course. So we start with rook check, say king e3, I don't know. g5, we're pushing the pawns. Rook takes, you could play another move if you like, but this is the way it goes, right? The pawns just keep marching, and we can support them as well. The move king h6. So yeah, I mean, Jennifer trying to turn her position into a losing position. I don't know why you wouldn't play rook d4 to b4, rook to b2 takes b4. That
I think this is the
very
situation
easy.
when, you know, Jennifer played on a 30 seconds increment for so long that maybe she just saw a ghost. Something, just a glitch in thinking.
Well, this is terrible. She lost all of her pawns. Oops, sorry, that's my analysis board. Let me just get the current position. We do have bishop d3 on the board. I'm expecting rook f4 by Anna, and her chances of winning the game have just surged.
She's taking no risks here.
Oh, that's 4 pawns for a bishop and no pawns for the side of the bishop. So it's only a 2-result game. The funny part is, if Anna lost all of her pawns, it would still be drawn. So
true.
Anna's taking no risk. Crazy.
The only thing you have to be careful, just a funny line. Let's say you go this rook f4.
Okay.
King f3, king e3.
Yeah.
g5.
Okay.
I take that pawn.
Yeah, I went h4 last time, I believe.
So I'm just saying, if you don't go h4.
Oh, please.
Okay, really helping me out. But if you played something like f6,
okay,
you see what I'm thinking. Rook b7.
Really help.
There's what we call in chess helpmate studies, and find a way of losing the game in the fastest number of moves you can. And guess what? It's
well
possible.
done. Well executed.
Well done. Well, you get gold stars. So
I don't think they would give you any prize for that one.
No,
Kate. That kind of helpmate. You need to be a little bit more creative than that.
Yep. Come up with something a little.
Now, what would be creative in this position?
Yes.
Is if you could find a helpmate for white, where white helpmates.
Herself. She
Yes.
gets checkmated through chicanery somehow.
The fastest helpmate in this position.
Just allow black to promote.
No, that's not creative.
That's not creative.
No, we need a creative one.
Like something like king takes rook, f5, g5 mate.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
You know, that one of those types of helpmates. Rook to g4. Okay. I don't see. Whoa. Okay. That's actually kind of funny because, again, Jennifer doesn't need this pawn as much as she needs this pawn. So I was thinking that maybe bishop e2 to f3 to d5 was the, whoa, f5.
Yeah, it's time to push the pawns. And now the king will go on the dark squares, avoiding any checks.
Well,
no.
There's rook f4 check. But bishop takes f5, that's supposed to be a drawn ending with the...
with no time on the clock?
No, I'm not.
Don't do it.
It's just a table base.
Then
it
you can
is
go
a
bishop
two-result
e2.
game now with black trying to win.
Oh, yes.
So let's go bishop e2 with the idea to capture on h5.
Your idea is to capture on h5?
Well, if you knew inside and out how to draw 2 pawns down, it's a draw.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking on h5.
You're not taking on h5.
I'm not taking
I'm not
I'm
either.
trying to figure out another way to draw this.
Yeah.
I'm not taking on h5. And
no, but I'm just saying that an engine would do that because the engine knows it's a draw after, for example, rook to a4, bishop takes h5, the engine will say table-based draw. It's just that in a practical game between ourselves, you don't trust yourself to be able to draw that.
No, I just saw Magnus play somebody this end game. Was it Aronian? I think it was Magnus versus Aronian. They played this end game in some some tournament, and there was one moment when the win appeared. It was Magnus versus Aronian. Where was it? Didn't they just play Blitz in?
Was it Las Vegas? Were you thinking the freestyle or something?
I don't remember. Somebody's going to have to message me on this one. But I do recall, and it was one opportunity to win the end game, and it was missed.
Just like that.
And these are
top
you heard the two players I named.
Right.
Nobody's trusting this with no time on the clock.
Exactly. Rook d4 on the board, and Jennifer, again, is going to be using her increments to the very, very last move of this game.
King g3, improving her king.
So
I did find a help
King
me
h6
position,
you did?
by the way.
Oh, go for it. Tell me.
It's a little foolish, but
please.
You just need to have the king on h4 and allow the black rook, the black king to get to h6, where it is now.
Yep.
So you're just 2 moves away. If white king could get to h4 and the black rook gets on the 3rd rank,
right?
And g5 is made.
G5
so that's just a silly one. Not super creative.
We expected more, Maurice.
Yeah, I would not publish that one.
That's not food for the soul.
Yeah.
It's not what we would call the most satisfying ever. Bishop to d5, h4 check, king h5. How do we get the rook to b6 and the pawn on g5? Again, this is not satisfying food for the soul. We're looking at helpmates these days. It's come to this.
Well, it's funny because a lot of amateur players think it's foolish to do those kind of exercises.
Not at all.
But all of us know, like, those are the exercises that teach your creativity. I know you see those puzzles was like made in 2, but somebody's up an inordinate amount of material. And amateurs feel like it's a terrible, oh, you're up so much material, it doesn't matter. But trust me, every one of us here have trained ourselves on those precision moves. Now, I think Irina is about to finish off her game.
As Rose has no defense to Irina's intention of playing rook c7 and bishop to e3, and the king is actually caught at long last.
And she just played g5, which allows maybe just bishop e3 also.
Also, but how do you resist playing rook c7?
Yeah, rook c7. This is just.
There's a mate in 3 actually. Check this out: rook c7, knight d6.
That's
a
cute.
very unusual check.
No,
You wouldn't expect that one, but this one is the
Beautiful.
nice follow-up. So we're expecting rook c7 and bishop g7 by Irina, and that, yeah, there's just there's no moves.
Well, you're busted.
Rook c7. It's
I mean, you have a
kaput.
beautiful centralized bishop. You have rook on the 7th rank, extra pawn.
Fantastic centralized bishop, which might be checkmating very, very shortly after rook c7. Clock times? Oh, Irina's got all
14 minutes.
Yeah, she's under no duress at all.
She's going to take her time in this one. Let's bounce back and forth between Jennifer Yu and this game because that one has some potential.
Aren't we expecting
I think
a
she's gonna play
handshake after
soon,
rook
right?
c7?
Rook c7.
Handshake?
We have time to just bounce away and come back.
Okay.
It's her move, so we can be alerted when she makes a move. But right now,
Jennifer and Anna.
This one has a teeny tiny bit of drama as Jennifer is ticking down herself. Like we said, we'll switch back when she makes a move. But
By the way, is this one of those moments where you start going check and bishop takes h5 ideas?
Because then you actually can make sure the king doesn't go on the g file. But Jennifer is having a different idea.
I think she's really wise here. You know, there's a position I have my students play. Bishop by itself against 3 pawns.
Okay.
Just bishop and 3 pawns, nothing else. And boy, how many people will let those pawns queen?
Yes.
Like, there's just 3 pawns connected the same way these are. No kings on the board, just bishop against 3 pawns.
By the way, we have that move rook c7 on the board, so maybe let's switch
All right,
back,
let's jump back to that because we may see
Karina crush
resignation.
against Rose Atwell.
Right. And she did play rook c7 with the threat of mate in 2. Bishop g7 is a checkmating threat, as well, of course, as capturing the knight.
40 seconds on her clock, ticking down.
It's a checkmate or losing a knight.
Yeah.
Neither opportunity.
Let's move in on the live board, actually, because we're probably going to see the handshake, and the clock times were clearer. 23 seconds and counting down, and this is the end. What to do here? Seconds ticking.
14 seconds.
Under 10 now, and she's just taking on h4. That's tantamount to resignation.
So now we're going to
take
a free knight.
Yep. People don't resign. They just don't resign. What on earth could
There's no stalemate trick. Your h-pawn is on the board. There's king g3 will stop your pawn from going anywhere.
No cheapo potential whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just...
But I have some checkmating opportunities as white coming forward with the king f4, and then g5.
Rook behind the pass pawn. Say what?
So now we can go on bishop f2 to just say, you know what, I'm going to grab that pawn.
Multiple ways to skin a cat here. Let's go to the other game, because she's obviously not going to resign. And let's see if any progress can be made. What is Jennifer's time?
So what Jennifer wants to do is just keep Anna tethered to this pawn on f5. So the idea is that Jennifer is saying, I'm not going to allow you to play g5. I'll take this pawn. So I'm going to move my bishop back and forth until you play the move rook d5, so that you could threaten to play g5. And as soon as you move your rook, I'll drop my king up the board with king h4. Yes, you can drive me back, but then how do you make progress?
The only problem, Yasser, is there that if you go king h4, I actually have g5.
What? Have I overbooked?
Because if you take, I have g4.
Yeah. Pause, pause, pause.
And now, where do you go with the rook? Because f4 is a discovered attack.
Well, rook takes f5 is actually a draw.
No.
What? Is it?
Why not?
Rook takes f5?
Oh, but then you take the pawn instead of
take the pawn.
rook.
But rook takes f5 and king takes.
Is rook and bishop versus rook. Yeah. So I think the defensive idea does hold. And
So
Jennifer's just waiting now. Go ahead.
Let's switch back to the Irina Krush and Rose Atwell.
Okay.
Because I think we may see a resignation now.
I don't think we're seeing a resignation.
You're optimistic. You're optimistic.
You might resign. You want her to resign, but she's calmly playing, and we might not see a resignation for about 3-4 moves. How do you get the pawn to the b8 square? You got to move.
You got to go king h3, bishop to g3, rook to c7.
These youngins, Kate, they're from a different generation.
No respect.
We saw Irina against Alice. Irina won her queen straight.
Right.
And Alice played another 30 moves.
Yep, that was pretty fun.
Wait a minute, I want your queen. You're supposed to resign. What are you doing?
Yep.
Then let's jump back to the Jennifer and Anna Sargsyan, because they have this variation that we calculated. We may see rook against the bishop.
Let's see. So g5 check, king takes h5, g4. Now, is this the only, so bishop e4?
Ooh, tricky.
No, it's the same thing. You still.
Here we go.
Here we go, g5 on the board.
We still have to do the same thing, unfortunately. So it's going to be king and bishop versus king and rook is what we got. g5, no choice. You got it. This is how you lose the game. You go king back to g3.
Oh, no, you don't.
And then you lose the game because the pawns just kind of gush.
Oh, my gosh.
Like
then
a waterfall.
You cry.
Yeah.
No, she's ready to take that pawn.
Yeah.
She sees this line.
King takes h5.
I'm very intrigued by the way she takes pawns, because it looks like she's using her entire pawn.
And
she did it with
yeah.
her.
I think Gary did something like that against Vishy too, by the way. It looked very strange how he was castling and how he was capturing.
She sees
and
it.
now rook
Here
takes
we go.
f5 or bishop e4. Both moves good enough to make a draw.
I think if you want to force it, just
She's
force
ready to
it.
take that pawn on f5.
Yep.
Now her king happens to be in the wrong corner, so to speak, the wrong side.
Yep.
But you can't force her into the corner. So here it comes. Bang! Rook takes f5.
Rook takes f5. King takes g4.
And then do not take the rook with the bishop because that's a losing endgame. But yeah, king takes g4.
She's done it.
And we have another 2 hours of, of chess.
Joy, 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 joy. So the idea when you're defending with the bishop is you don't want to go to the corner that is the same color as your bishop. So whatever bishop you have, in this case, obviously we have the light squared bishop. We don't want to go to h1. We want to avoid this corner, and we want to avoid this corner. But
wow. I
A1.
thought she was going to actually just take the bishop.
And it's over. So Irina Krush won against Rose Atwell.
Yep. And for Jennifer to draw the game, all she's got to do is put her king on the corner here, on the dark square, and then she can move her bishop and get stalemated. There's nothing going on. So king e3.
Easy draw.
And move that king quickly towards the corner. To the a1 corner, sorry. Let me correct myself.
She can also...
You expected rook takes e4, did you?
Yeah, I just thought she would stop now. But
Oh.
she's like, no respect, sorry. Show me.
Commentator wanting to finish up a very
Come on, you
very
wouldn't do
hard
that,
round.
Maurice. You would play 2, right? You would just give it a try.
This?
You wouldn't?
I guess in the heat of competition, you make a few more moves, but it's such a trivial draw. There are no real tricks unless you go in the other corner.
Right, but you want to check that your opponent knows
here.
how to do that.
Okay, that's already a step in the wrong
What?
direction.
That's a surprise. What is that? King f3?
Yeah, you don't belong in this. If she stays in this corner, I will cry. Oh my goodness.
What? King f3, Jen?
Why?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That is a
She's
very...
okay.
No, of course
She's okay,
oh, yeah. But it's just the wrong...
Asking for it.
Okay.
So we have to move the bishop now away. Bishop c2.
Okay, rook b2 should follow quickly. Or even rook c4. Rook c4 assures you the c3 square, although you want to be further away, but just
King
test.
e3.
And again, just going this way. The fact that Jennifer a moment ago kind of played the move King e2 is like flirting with...
King f3, you
mean? Yeah, flirting with a bad plan.
And rook c4 on the board.
C4.
We should make note of this way of losing this position. And now, okay, I wonder what would happen if you play rook f4 check here.
Okay, show me how we lose
So
by
maybe
putting
let's bring the board on
king
the screen.
in the wrong.
Yes, this is super
board.
instructive for folks out there to learn as you just push the white king into the wrong corner.
This is
and
how we
this
lose.
is how you lose. If you
So you
bring your
have to
king
go
in the wrong corner,
There's no
the same
stalemate.
color as your bishop.
This is how you lose the game. Yeah.
So this is the test I was wondering. Where does she put her king? King e3, of course, should be automatic, like not even a thought.
Right.
But if she puts it on g3 and going in the wrong direction, then you start thinking, I might stay here for a while.
Right. I'll
there'll be
continue
cheapo
to test.
potentials.
Right. I'll continue to test my opponent because King g3 is definitely a step in the wrong direction. King e3 is easy draw as you go towards a1.
What is this, you guys think? Is it inexperience?
I don't know what it is. I really don't.
Because this is fundamental stuff
Right.
that we learned early on. And she's maybe being ultra careful. But, yeah.
I think you are just tired after such a long game that maybe you are just not thinking straight.
Could it be that Jennifer really doesn't know that her king belongs? No, she played king e3. I mean, there was a shock, right? It was the women's world champion who had never studied rook and knight versus rook.
Bishop and knight.
I think he
bishop and knight.
studied. It's just like you don't do it in that one moment because there's just so much pressure and so much stake.
Let's pause our analysis for just a moment, Kate.
Because Anastasiya, she has a special guest. Anastasiya, over to you.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm here with Arena Crush, who just won her game against Rose. A long game today, but you managed to bounce back actually after yesterday. How does it feel?
I feel good about today's game. It was a good fight. It wasn't so easy. I mean, I thought coming out of the opening I would have like a bigger advantage than I did. Maybe I did something wrong, but then it was pretty tricky. And like, you know, at some point I won a pawn and still needed some technique for that, and we were getting low on time. So, like, I think the last 10 moves up to move 40, I probably did pretty well. And so by the time we got to move 40, I already had a winning endgame.
Yeah, I mean, and you managed to convert it so well. And how can you estimate, let's say, your play so far after 3 rounds? It's already like first signs of which shape you have and like.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I think, you know, yesterday's game that I lost, it wasn't so bad. Like, there were some ideas there that I was quite happy with. And, you know, losing was kind of like a stretch from the position that I had, you know. So I really messed it up pretty bad in the time trouble. I had 2 time troubles, actually, that were difficult. So the time management wasn't the best. I think that's really the key. Like, if I don't mess up in the time trouble, like, then I'm playing fine. And I'm trying to, you know, create something interesting in the games. And, you know, even today, we kind of managed. And then we had this cute little tactic with bishop f6 and the time pressure. So, yeah.
It's always good just to have all these small tactics in your games. And I was wondering, we know we have so many young players in this tournament, and Rose is one of them. What do you think about her past so far? And because I'm sure you were preparing, you checked her games.
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, that anyone can beat anyone in this tournament. So I don't think I have, like, any easy games. Yes, there's, you know, people who are more experienced and, like, sort of higher rated, right? You understand that, you know, maybe they're, like, the bigger rival. But in an individual game, like, it just doesn't matter at all. So you have to be very careful against everyone. So I don't take this win for granted, like, you know, like it's just supposed to happen. I mean, I've seen her games. She's, you know, beaten a lot of higher rated players, right? And you just don't want to be one of them. But I think today, you know, maybe what helped me is, like, I got up a little earlier than my alarm and I did some stretching. Because Yasser was asking me, like, what am I doing? What's my routine here? Well, I got in, like, some nice, like, hip openers. And I think, you know, I had a few minutes to sit outside in the sunshine before the game. I think that helped.
Yeah, we have such a great weather these days. Thank you so much, Arena, and all the best of luck for you in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Congratulations indeed, Arena. She bounces back after a very tough loss yesterday. She's only a half a point behind what I think is a tie for first between Anna and Nasi. Let's stay with the game that's going on, and that's Jennifer Yu versus Anna. It's been a rook and bishop, and we're saying, come on, Jen, get on your sneakers and get your king to the dark square corner. You have a light squared bishop, get your king, and your bishop can really patrol over the entire board.
Make a few moves here to show the stalemate, guys, so that...
Oh, yes. So let's say bishop f7, shall we? King d4, king here, check. King back, king, and this is, I achieve this, yep. And let me do it in the nicest possible way. Check, right? King, rook back, bishop, bishop a2, king, yep. bishop moves. Check. Sorry, my mouse is not cooperating with me. So now you can see that white is basically defenseless. The king can't move. The bishop can't move. So you think to yourself, okay, what's the maximum? Well, you've achieved the maximum. There's nothing else you can do. So after, for example, king c1, white says, I claim a draw. I can't move. And that's why you don't want to go into the light corner. You want to go into the dark corner because you got the stalemates.
And by the way, we saw 2 stalemates yesterday. So it's not like stalemates is like a rare bird. No. Because Andy got stalemated by Fabi in the
that was nice.
Ending. And then Sam Sevian forced Abhimanyu Mishra
with the Mad Queen.
The rook and then the Mad Queen. So we saw 2 stalemates already. So I think, stalemates don't really happen at this level so much. We saw 2 on 1 day.
And Anna is saying, I see that you're trying to make a beeline to the A1 square, so I'm going to try to cut you off, although you can't stop the king from retreating to A1.
Because I will go to D1, and the light square bishop is just guarding the diagonal, so you cannot checkmate me on the back rank.
You know what would be terrible? Is this idea of a pre-move, right?
I want to go to the dark square corner.
I'm desperately going to the dark square corner, so you go king c1. Oops, that would be terrible. I think we've got about 38 moves to go until the 50 move can be claimed. By the way, it still takes black a while to drive the king into the corner. So I think all 50 moves are going to be exploited by the players.
There are some positions where you know there's hustle potential.
Yeah.
Right? Like if there was a rook and bishop versus rook, you know hustle potential is super
definitely. Yep. That has been lost numerous times.
Many a time. Mm-hmm. You know that rook and knight,
it's small.
It's small. This one, it's literally non-existent, as if you just know one thing, put my king on the opposite color corner as my bishop.
Right.
There are no tricks. There's not like, but you might fall for this one, or you might fall for you might do something random and take your bishop off the diagonal and get mated.
Right.
But if you just play normally, put your king in the corner, it's done.
Right.
No hustle potential feasible.
It was hilarious. It was Peter Leko had a king and a bishop. That's all he had. And his opponent had a king and 2 bishops. King and 2 bishops versus king and single bishop. So Peter Leko put his king in the same corner as his bishop and kept his bishop on the diagonal. Said, your turn, son.
There was zero.
No hustle potential for that one. I thought that was very funny.
Nice. That's nice.
Nicely done.
You just need the core conception.
Yes.
Once you understand those, you add a few of those up, then you can save a lot of games. Here, Anna knows full well this is a draw. Yep. Notice she's trying to keep her opponent away somehow, get her backwards. By the way, if you play king c3 here, I'm playing king e3, and like we're starting over.
Right.
And there's nothing. So she just hoping Jennifer puts her bishop on some random square.
Some bad square. You know, I'm even having a hard time. What's a bad square? Is c8 a bad square? I don't think c8 is a bad square.
No,
I mean
no.
it's...
But
no.
bishop f5, just let's keep the bishop on the diagonal, right?
For now, it's worked for us, so why not keep it there?
No, but this is something really important to note, okay? Because there's an additional conception.
Mm.
How easy is it for you to mate with a king and rook against a king?
Very easy.
No, but think about it. You might say it's very easy, but you need a clear zugzwang technique.
You know how to do it, yeah.
You know how to do it, but you've got to force the king backwards, and it takes work to, it's not like a queen just move, get out of the way. Right. You actually have to box the king or get the king opposition and march, and if you don't have the opposition for the mate, right, then you're not going to mate me unless you have the opposition.
I have seen Scholastic players struggle. Actually getting the position and doing it and then putting the rook in the wrong square with a check to drive the king away. And it's like, no!
Right, so it's always you got to be right in front of the king, and then, you know, okay, here you go, and I just keep doing. But if I have an extra piece in my hand, and I go, and it's a bishop, not a knight that could get cut off, and I go, check, get from in front of my king. Yeah. You can't mate me. So I don't even have to go in the corner.
Right.
Because it's a very specific technique with the king and the rook.
I think Jennifer's making a claim, a three-move repetition.
A claim?
Yeah, a three-move repetition claim. She's moving the bishop.
Oh, threefold.
Yeah, because I think it was king d4.
Okay, let me double check that.
So she is claiming a three-time repetition.
But I don't think it's correct because the black king was on e5. Now it's on d4.
Which is fine. Anna is going to be rewarded with an extra 2 minutes, but Jennifer gets to find out how many times was it?
No, but what you really want to find out is what move number.
Yes, and that too.
Exactly, but actually here
she's got
writing
a
the moves
score
down,
sheet, so she can check it as well.
Yeah.
And
it's definitely
nothing.
It's not good. Anna, you get 2 minutes. Enjoy.
But Jennifer gets a break, you know, you kind of think about something different.
Exactly.
It's not your turn.
Exactly.
And then reset.
Bishop f5, right? Block the move. And now we're at bishop f5. So that's
See, this is what I say to players. Make an incorrect claim. Make it. What happens? 2 minutes is awarded to your opponent. And the game is still a draw. You get information, what you were saying. How many moves have been made? And in this case, time is awarded to Anna, 2 minutes, because Jennifer's claim was disallowed by the arbiters. Correctly so. That's okay. You know, I wouldn't trust myself to add the 2 minutes. I would get my deputy arbiter over here.
Yasser, just like the umbrella gate.
Oh, the umbrella gate.
This is a moment arbiters live for.
Oh, yes, they do.
They made a claim. Like,
wow.
It's an incorrect claim.
Oh,
I can even change the clock with my left hand. This is the skill level I have as an international arbiter.
Look at her go. King
okay, but it seems that Jennifer
F4.
now knows what she wants to do. She's on the right track. She's moving the king to the right corner.
Check. By the way, she still hasn't forced the king. Okay, king c1 would have maybe forced the king on the back rank, but Jennifer played king c3.
There's no reason to go in the corner.
I know, but you know what I mean. You know, it's like I'm being stubborn. Is what she's saying to her opponent.
What's the move number we have to get to before we can get out of here?
When was the last capture? The last capture was
it's not about them, it's about us.
King takes g4. I think king takes g4 was the last capture, Kate.
And that's move 69.
So add 50, 119.
Yes, and we are on move 85.
Jeez.
19 plus 15.
So, Yasser.
Yes, about my junior championship.
In 1994.
You know, junior championships, they were very different than today's.
And Kate, I know you have siblings. Tell us their names and their backgrounds.
And I have so many nieces and nephews.
Oh, really? Dogs, too?
Yes, dog too. Dog named Amy, my sister has.
Wow. That's so fascinating, really. I'm so glad to hear it.
Yeah. Actually, I will share a story because it's actually kind of a funny one. A lot of our viewers may not be aware of this, but Maurice, when he became an international grandmaster, still remained the black sheep in the family because all of his siblings were world champions. They were like...
Two of my siblings, thank you.
That's a tough Thanksgiving. You know, like when he goes home for Thanksgiving and they're all like, did you become world champion yet, Maurice? And he goes, not yet. Well, get out of here.
Runt.
2 of your siblings became world champions. And tell us about your world champions.
Well, one's a boxer and one's a kickboxer. They're both boxers, actually, but one did it in kickboxing. 3-time kickbox. You're forcing me to tell you about
Yeah, I
these,
got
these
hey,
people.
man.
We have time.
We got
I'm
time
being
to
reminded
go.
forcibly that
Forcibly
I'm an underachiever in my own family.
Underachiever, yes.
And I have to actually say, my brother Devon, older brother, is a 3-time world champion kickboxer, and my sister Alicia is a 6-time world champion boxer, both in the International Hall of Fame in their respective sports. And I'm only in the U.S. Hall of Fame. Not a world champion.
Underachiever.
Underachiever. Loser in the family, apparently. Grandmaster is not enough.
So going through high school.
Thanks a lot, Yaz.
Going through high school, you can't even beat your sister. Neither can you.
That's the truth. I would not go in the ring with my sister. Happens to be a black belt in karate. So is my brother.
Oh, dear. It's just getting worse and worse.
At least I have protection when I'm with my family.
Good point.
I got people with skills.
All right, we have a direct threat. That's winning the game on the spot. Rook takes e6. Don't allow rook takes e6, Jen. Move the bishop.
The biggest excitement in the past few moves. So you move the bishop away, and we can see that the white king can get quickly to the dark square corner.
Yeah. Bishop c8 is also a blunder, just for those in the peanut gallery. Bishop c8 is a mistake. In this position, bishop c6 and bishop c8 are
Both
two mistakes.
lose. Correct.
So there are 4 auto mistakes here.
To be made.
Bishop c8. Oh, she didn't play any of the above. What a surprise.
Well, it's funny because I thought that she wanted to put her king on b2, and this is the one way you could stop yourself from playing king b2. You'd have to start with bishop c4, which I think, yes.
She just made the move.
Bishop c4, and rook comes here, king comes here, and king comes here. Bishop e6.
And
Still.
only 29 more moves.
So you were saying about your dog.
It's my sister's dog.
Oh, it's your sister's dog. What kind of dog is it?
Actually, is Koiker Honja. It's a Dutch. Yasser. It's a royal Dutch breed.
Wow. What did you call it?
Koiker Honja.
That might
Royal
be the
Dutch breed. The only reason she's pointing to Yasser because Yasser lived in
Holland. I didn't realize there was a royal breed of dog with that name. I just got educated. King to d4. As again, you were just saying, there's just no tricks. Once Jennifer just puts her king in the correct corner, there's a stalemate is literally the best you can get.
So in situations like this, you know the end game is just a draw, right?
Draw, yeah.
You know it's near impossible to blunder because there are no actual side, oh, your rook just goes there and tricks me, kind of thing. Usually in this position, you just play with arrogance.
That's your advice, Maurice?
You play with arrogance.
Arrogance.
You just,
not elan.
Arrogance.
Arrogance.
You just go, you write the move down.
And you get out.
You might even get up, walk away. Your opponent makes a move, you look. You don't even go back to the board.
Right.
You finally walk over to the board. You're like, are you still playing this position? You come back.
So you don't sit down. You just write the move standing and make the move and go away.
that was
just to let them know. Just stop this already, please.
Right. That was the 1977 candidates match between Viktor Korchnoi and Boris Spassky. And what happened was there was Viktor on stage, and Boris Spassky would get up and go to there's a lounge for the players where they could have a drink, and just as the players have an analysis room. And Boris was looking at the game on the monitor. Then Boris would get up, walk onto the stage, make a move, standing up, write it down, and walk off the stage. And this infuriated Korchnoi because it was like the simul master coming to make the schoolboy look, like giving a lesson. And Viktor was absolutely furious.
Boris probably paid for that later, right?
yeah. Well, Viktor won the match, but there was some real anger going on there between Viktor and Korchnoi. Bishop A6, getting closer and closer to our coveted 50-move draw at 119.
So let's play Bishop
That's
F1.
21 moves from now, 28 moves from
Something like that. King C2. And again, Jennifer's
There's
kind
no
of-
check. You cannot give a check on E2, no check on C8.
Right. Rook A8.
Probably Bishop B5.
Bishop B5, Bishop F. Oh my goodness. How many moves? Different moves can we go?
What is the best game today? What would if you had to give a best game prize?
Wesley. For
Wesley
sure. Wesley against Sam
Shankland.
Shankland.
That was well played by
So many
Wesley.
impressive moves there.
Yeah, including the Bishop A2.
Bishop A2, Queen F1.
Very, very nicely done.
And even the idea of trading on F6, your dark square bishop, which seems to be amazing
also very
bishop.
Nice. Yep.
I agree with that.
That
What was the worst game today?
Ooh, what was the worst game today? I thought that Andy imploded. It wasn't that Gregory played some absolutely stunningly beautiful game. Andy played Queen B1. Gregory captured a pawn, put his queen on F3, and won the game because of a collapse.
I think a rival might be the game with Megan.
That was also kind of a self-collapse,
Bishop
right?
A, Bishop C, Bishop
Bishop
B2,
B2,
Bishop
Bishop
C1, Bishop
A.
A3, Bishop C1, lose a pawn, lose the game. Especially after the brilliant move she played in game 1, that game where she defended against Tatev with incredible creativity and tenacity and gorgeous moves. But this tournament punishes inexperience, and it just weighs on you round after round. The pressure builds. And to always keep playing well against these star players is extremely difficult to do. I remember playing in one of these elite tournaments that involved Korchnoi, Larry Christensen, and big dogs as an IM, and losing 5 in a row.
Ooh.
And every round it was just
torture.
We went back to the hotel room. That hurt.
That hurt.
Well, another one.
I don't know. Take this with you on your way back.
Bang on the head.
on your way back to the hotel, right?
I
Take
mean,
this one with you. Oh boy.
And you just can't. Soon you just can't even see straight because they're hitting you so hard from multiple directions. Good position, you lost. Bad position, you lost. Even position, you lost. Like it's just.
It's hard.
Playing against that elite level of competition.
Well, I think especially for the young players, and I'm talking about Megan in particular, in the United States, we grew up with Swiss tournaments. Tournaments. Well, what does that mean? That means that you're going to be playing lower-rated players at the start, and then eventually your toughest competitions come in the very last rounds. So we're used to having an easy opponent in our tournament games. You come to the U.S. Championships, every single game, just as Arena Crush was explaining in our interview, is a test, and anybody can beat anybody on a given day.
On top of that, you lose a game. First round, I lost the game against Yasser Seirawan.
Right.
Okay, now I get a lower-rated player. I get a
Wesley
little bit
So.
of a break. You know, I'm okay. But in this case, I lose to. Wait a minute, who's next?
Yeah.
And the more you lose, the more the teeth, the dragons are thinking, oh, there's a victim.
Right.
They don't feel sorry for you at all. We're not feeling sorry for you.
They feel more confident of playing
absolutely.
you.
Right.
Like
In fact,
that person, yes, I can win against them
food.
this time.
We're going to keep playing against this person and just keep going and going. Yes, chess players are sadists, they're sharks.
And they will.
And that's just how you live. Like,
that's the competition.
Get used to it.
That's the nature of the competition. Because in this tournament, at the very start, everybody, let's say in the open section, people will look at the lower-rated players and say, they're vulnerable, but they're not sure till they're sure. They'll wait to round 5 to say, are the lower-rated players really being victimized? If they're not, maybe it's a high-rated player who's in bad form.
Oh, absolutely.
And then they've got to change direction.
We just need to see a couple of losses.
I mean, here you saw Andy Woodward, the lowest-rated player, and he played an incredible game against Fabi. Even the first game against Levon, he just didn't want to make a draw, and then maybe he overpushed. But you see that this person can win against anybody.
Absolutely. And that game that Andy played, I mean, I just said, you got to admire a 15-year-old spirit saying, I'm going to bring it. I'm going to sacrifice a pawn, a knight, a rook. Let's go.
And we have a draw.
Do we?
Yes, Jennifer Yu made a draw and survived this rook against bishop endgame against Anna Sargsyan.
Was it? You can't offer a draw. You can't offer a draw. Wait a minute. She offered a draw.
I think Chris Bird is going to run like.
Hey, wait a minute. Rules are rules.
Rules are rules. You're right.
Yeah, both of you.
They've already decided.
I protest.
See.
I want to see.
You want to see continue. 0 for both of them.
An Armageddon, I think, is the best way.
I mean, you're right. There are no draw offers allowed.
No draw offers.
And it's not a
she could lose the rook. And you know what I mean? She could go rook e2, and then bishop takes e2. Okay, draw.
There's this unspoken rule with arbiters, right? When you're playing, strong players are playing, it's obviously a draw.
Right.
They just said it's a draw. We know what the rule is, whatever.
Right.
But come on, it's a draw.
Okay, let us say.
Yeah. So it's what they do, but we saw that happen with Gary and Vichy, as a matter of fact.
And then Chris said, hey, wait a minute.
And Chris didn't want to argue with those two.
Either. But he was, no, I better not intercede. A draw. And we have standings.
Yes, so let's take a look at the standings in the women's section to start with.
We know it's a tie at the top.
And here we are. So we have a two-way tie for the first place. Anna Sargsyan, who just drew against Jennifer Yu, and Nazi Paikidze, who had an incredible win today against Tatev Abrahamian. And then a two-way tie for the third place. Irina Krush with a win today, and Alice Lee also with a win.
And in the open standings?
In the open section, we have a solo leader, Wesley So, who won just an incredible, beautiful game today against Sam Shankland. And then a two-way tie for the second place, Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, who both made a draw today.
Which is strange, because they came into today, 4 players tied for first, and suddenly, you know, everything was clarified just like that.
There was one.
Where are we doing here? Well, you guys are doing very well. You're only half a point.
My pick bounced back. I don't know about your
Carissa.
pick, Kate, but my pick bounced back.
You copied me.
And what about the open? How am I doing? Okay, not bad, not bad.
Too many letters in those names. The leader has only 2 letters.
Wesley? I'm ashamed of you guys. And it has been fun. Thank you all for hanging out with us here at the U.S. Championships. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night from St. Louis.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Okay.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.